Untold, Book 3 of the Kingdom Cold series. Written by Brittni Chenelle. Performed by Lessa and Jake McAskill. One. Charlotte. The only thing darker than that moonless night was my betrayal of Merlin. 2 months earlier, I stood beside the West stables, Merlin's gaze clawing at my face. "You're not focusing," she pushed, her seafoam braids tied in a bun on her head. I stared at my empty palm with full knowledge that a flame would never light in it. It had been a month since I'd been imprisoned in Arthur's castle, and there was no doubt Merlin had become suspicious that I wasn't the mage I'd implied. I'd been able to barter a place in the castle for Jaehyun to keep watch over me, but I hadn't seen him since I'd entered Arthur's castle. I'd heard they'd sent him away just 3 days after we arrived. My fate was left to Merlin, yet her faith in me and hope that we were the same compelled me to put up a show of effort. What I hadn't expected was how quickly we'd formed a bond, one incomparable to any I'd experienced. Our ties were made from openness, which was a stark contrast to any other relationship I'd formed. I was always hiding something. From my family for the sake of propriety, from Gabriel for the sake of secrecy, and from Minseo for the sake of the sadness that some topics brought. Merlin was open, soft, and uplifting. We talked about everything, our hopes and dreams, love, the meaning of life, topics that reminded me just how connected all of humanity was. We quickly considered each other kindred, which is why she seemed determined to bring any trace of magic out of me. But we were bound by more than our conversations. The dragon we'd discovered, Garrix, had grown to the size of a large dog, too big to remain hidden away in Merlin's quarters. With some crafty magic by Merlin and Garrix's obedience inexplicably tied to the metal band on my wrist, we'd snuck him to an empty stable. "Come on," Merlin said. "Feel your body." I kept my eyes shut with concentration, but instead of feeling magic swell inside me, the way Merlin described, I felt Garrix's blood pulse through him. I felt the beat of his growing heart. He remained hidden in the stable a few yards away, yet in my subconscious, I could feel him. As Garrix's appetite had grown, more quickly than Merlin and I could keep up with on our own, we'd had to enlist help from 2 of Arthur's servants. But with each new person in our circle, the higher the risk became that Arthur would find out. "Focus," Merlin said, her frustration fully unmasked. I channeled my emotions, pushing them to my hand, picturing the flame as I'd seen on Merlin's palm. I willed the flame to light. A screech sounded, and I spun to see the stables burst into red-hot flames. "What happened?" I screamed, running toward the smoke. "Garrix!" Merlin cried, her long legs carrying her past me. With a wave of her hand, she lifted the water from the troughs, pushing the liquid mass together like a great airborne river. The water was clear enough to see through, but distorted the burning stable behind it, thrashing about like a living being. I slowed to marvel as Merlin whipped the flames with the magical stream and doused the fire. I shook the unusual sight from my head and sprinted into the stable. Garrix's dewy scales sparkled with the droplets of water from Merlin's spell. He gleefully snapped at the ashes of the burned debris as they drifted past him. The tension in my body drained. He was unharmed. My heart warmed as I watched him play. He reminded me more and more of Morgana as he grew. How I missed her bright spirit. I missed her little hands and endless stories. I even missed the sound of her name, for it was the one truth from my past I dared not mention to Merlin. The leftover warmth was promptly sucked out the open stable doors and windows. Merlin exhaled with relief before the chaos of what happened finally sunk in. I turned to Merlin. Did he just breathe fire? She lifted a weary hand to her head. Maybe he did it because of your spell? Reaching out for Garrick's, I ran my fingers along his cool scales. Relieved to find him unharmed, I surveyed the blackened walls of the barn. But why hasn't he breathed fire before? Merlin's eyes shot open. Shit, the smoke! Quick, blow it away, I shouted. But Merlin's glossy, unfocused gaze and slumped posture meant she was through. Water was the element that drained her the most, which is why I'd only seen her wield it twice. I sprinted out of the smoky stable while Merlin stayed inside to combat as much of the smoke as possible. Sure enough, when I scanned the courtyard nearest to the castle, 3 soldiers rode toward us. No, not soldiers, knights. I squinted at them, hoping Lancelot was among them. He had kept our secret thus far, so perhaps Merlin and I could signal to him to reroute the other 2. My hopes dissolved as the figures of Lamorak, Galahad, and Percival came clearly into view. Not these 3. Lamorak and Percival were twin brothers, freckle-cheeked with red-orange hair. They were never more than 3 feet apart, and I would have believed them attached at the hip if not for them riding toward me on separate horses. Their starkly different personalities were so unbalanced, and their actions so intertwined, that they seemed to be 2 halves of one man. Percival would do nearly anything for a laugh, and Lamorak could never be found without a sour pout. It resembled a party trick more than a way of being, and they were quick to draw attention. The same traits that made them bothersome to behold were what made them deadly on the battlefield, a fact that Galahad, a square-jawed man with raven black hair, often spouted the moment anyone let on about their irritation with the twins. "You there," Galahad called. Though we'd been introduced, I'd never heard him call me by name. Perhaps I wasn't important enough to remember. His dark eyes bore into my soul with a twisted smile that could unnerve the steeliest of men. But those things were secondary. One look at Galahad, or rather his sword, sent a hellish surge of rage and sorrow through me that never failed to knock the wind from my lungs. The dragon-hilted sword I'd given to Young on the eve of our wedding now rested in the scabbard of a wicked man. The sword, the one that matched my own dagger, was a reminder of all that had been taken from me, and Galahad flaunted it any chance he could, even threatening me with it on occasion, while his knowing eyes scoured my face for a reaction. "Hello, Sir Galahad. No need to worry. It was just a little training accident. It's under control," I said. His horse came to an abrupt halt in front of me, blocking out the sun and haloing his head in light. The red-headed twins followed closely behind. Lamorak's furrowed brow expressed his growing concern, and his blue eyes drifted past me toward the shed, while Percival picked at his nails with disinterest. "Where's Merlin?" Lamorak asked, his voice far more musical than his unapproachable demeanor. "Garrick's. Don't move. Stay quiet." "Merlin!" I called with a gritted smile that was so forced my jaw twinged with pain. Galahad's posture relaxed when Merlin stepped into view, and I understood that they'd been worried I'd hurt her. Percival groaned. "Can we get lunch now?" Lamorak snapped. "It's not yet noon, you oaf." Galahad rolled his eyes but didn't engage. His gaze lingered on me. "How about a demonstration?" His voice boomed. No. I apologize, Sir Galahad. I'm all out of stamina for today. He nodded toward Merlin.
She looks out of stamina. You look like you don't possess an ounce of magical ability.
I turned to Merlin. She'd been covering for me for the last month, but she was in no state to fool them today. Galahad had suspicions about me from the very start. I turned back to him. I'm sorry, sir. His face darkened.
Are you refusing?
He dismounted his horse, stepping closer to me.
You know, Arthur has been asking for a volunteer among his knights to pay a little visit to Vyers.
My stomach tightened.
Collect taxes. Punish traitors.
He smiled.
That sort of thing. I've been cooped up in Bullhorn too long anyway.
I seethed at the implication, my heart racing, my blood boiling as it coursed through my body.
Isn't your husband there?
Enough, Lamorak interjected. Galahad looked as bewildered by the interruption as I felt. Lamorak's gaze met Galahad's, the hard line across Lamorak's forehead a cipher Galahad quickly decoded. He sighed, the tension in his shoulders relaxing, and the moment passed like the ashes of the stable in the wind. But I didn't miss the threat on Minseo's life. I shook and felt a twinge of fear at the dark thoughts that crept in. Without warning, Garrix let out a bone-rattling cry, pulling everyone's attention. He burst from the stable in a crash of unbalanced flight, thrown off by the wild bouts of fire that poured out his widespread jaw. Galahad drew his sword.
A dragon!
He gaped.
Percival, go alert the king. We found it.
2. Minseo. I stalked through the moonlit night, Vyers cloaked in a silver glow that felt ghostly and unsettling. I made my way to my little brother's quarters with the single purpose of checking on him. The tilted roofs shone, casting dark shadows along the walls beneath them. I was unnerved by how often I made this journey in the middle of the night. I'd wait outside his room, ear pressed to his door, straining to hear the sound of him tossing in his sleep, or even just a snore, anything to calm the throng of my nervous heart. While Young had returned unharmed, it didn't stop the nightmares from crippling my sleep. It didn't quell the worry that I'd wake up, once again, in a world without him. Minseo. A soft voice whispered in the breeze. I turned to see my father, the king of Vyers, his eyes tired and heavily lined with age. His gaze was knowing and tranquil. He carried a lantern, the flame flickering with life inside, vanquishing the silver moonlight with a fierce orange glow that lit his face. "Father, I was just going for a walk," I said. "I didn't mean to wake you." He nodded, his gaze flickering toward Young's quarters. "You are a good brother," he said. "Sometimes what the mind knows to be true and what the heart fears cannot align." I nodded, feeling transparent. "But fear is not the emotion through which you should live." "Yes, Father," I said, but as I reached inside myself for a weapon stronger than fear, I found none. I bowed and turned back toward my room. My father sighed behind me. "Just be quick about it," he said. "I need you well rested. We need to discuss something important in the morning." I bowed. "Yes, Father." I heard the shuffle of my father's footsteps behind me, moving toward his bedroom as I headed for Young's room. I evened my breathing as I neared it, but stopped as I noticed a flicker of light inside the Hanji walls. I moved to the door and steadied my nerves before I whispered, "Young? Minseo? Come in," he said. My posture slacked with relief as I slid his door open to find him sitting at his desk with a quill in his hand. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked. I took a seat in front of him, my curiosity drawn to the blank parchment in front of him. "Yeah, you either?" He nodded. I drank in his features, still jarred by the 5-year difference. He was certainly an adult now. His dark eyes were familiar and unknown to me. His jawline was sharp, his cheekbones angular, and the last wisps of boyhood buried by the hard lines of his mouth. I resisted the urge to reach out and touch his cheek, still in constant need of reassurance. My brain told again and again that he was here, that he wasn't dead. But my heart remained broken by his loss. He sucked in a breath, jolting me awake to the fact that the silence that hung in the room was filled with uneasiness and tension. This level of discomfort was new. It had sprung to life with his return, but our inability to communicate was a lifelong trait of brotherhood. Still, it felt worse somehow. Maybe it was because there were so many new things we dared not discuss. Maybe we still needed time to fit back into each other's lives. But my darkest thoughts warned that it was possible he harbored feelings of hatred for me. After all, I'd pursued Charlotte. I'd fallen in love with her. I convinced her to fall in love with me, and I'd taken on the role of Morgana's father. And all of this was revealed to him with one small word: Appa. Although it was weeks ago, it was a cloud that hung over our interactions. If I had the nerve, I'd tell him how sorry I was. I'd tell him I'd never come between him and Charlotte again. I'd tell him I planned to help him rescue Charlotte and step aside to allow the life together they deserved. I wanted to tell him that she never would have given in to me if we weren't certain he was dead. But I dreaded his response. I feared I'd lose him again, and, like my father implied, fear was my unwavering companion. I found my voice. "What are you writing?" I asked. He looked down at the blank parchment. "I'm not sure." Again, the thick veil of uneasiness cloaked the room, and my stomach tightened at the memory of how I used to feel beside my brother. I alone was to blame.
3. Charlotte. I knelt before King Arthur, the sharp of Galahad's blade, or rather Young's blade, pressing menacingly between two of the bones of my spine. I kept my eyes fixed on the stony marble floor. Its white surface was drenched in deep purples and reds as the light poured through a narrow stained glass window above the throne room, casting a multicolored pattern of light across the floor that looked like a narrow carpet leading to the throne. The room was bizarrely shaped, molded to fit the shape of the mountain it was erected inside. The ceiling was steepled, the highest point just above Arthur's golden throne. Arthur's throne was more than gold, encrusted with red and orange jewels and lined with purple silks and satin cushions. Such a throne could blend comfortably into the castle of Olympus, but here it swallowed the diminutive stature of the boy with the golden crown, who looked almost like a child when he sat atop it. His feet dangled off the edge, and though he was finally of age, he was still unable to discard the veil of youth that shrouded him. Merlin stood tall beside me, unwilling to leave me to my fate. I was a prisoner, and she a highly regarded member of Arthur's army, yet she remained at my side, her power-filled body between Arthur's and my own.
"So, you're to blame for the missing dragon egg," Arthur said, his voice inappropriately playful. "You wouldn't believe me if I told you what such an object cost."
"Please, Your Majesty," Merlin interrupted, her voice shaking with fear. It dawned on me as I felt her looming over me that her fear was not for her life, but for mine.
"As luck would have it," Arthur said, I had planned to give the egg to you and your apprentice to see if you could use your magic to hatch it."
Merlin bowed, tossing her mint green braids into a wave before us. "So there's no harm done." I steeled my nerves and risked a glance up at the young king. There were 5 or 6 stone steps that led to Arthur's throne, which sat proudly atop a marble slab. The base of the slab was where Arthur's knights usually stood, but today there was only Percival, Lamorak, and Gawain, a middle-aged man I'd never heard utter a single syllable. With Galahad behind me, the 3 knights and Arthur hardly seemed a formidable force. But I knew better than to underestimate an enemy based on physical appearance alone. There were 2 aspects of Arthur that did feel kingly and dangerous: the cruelty of his icy gaze and the malevolence in his crooked smile. As my gaze lifted to his face, he wore such an expression that made my stomach tighten. I returned my attention to the floor in front of me.
"Perhaps," Arthur said, his voice carrying around the room like he was a large man. "I guess it all depends on where your loyalties lie."
Merlin said, "Of course, with you, your majesty."
"And those of your apprentice?"
Arthur said. I felt the heat of his gaze on my forehead, but dared not look back up.
"Rise,"
he said. I stood, determined to keep my gaze from Arthur. His frosty blue eyes reminded me of the man who'd murdered my father. My knees were sore from kneeling, and I felt grateful to put some distance between myself and Galahad's sword.
"Come,"
he said. I turned to Merlin, her gaze a torrent of worry. Her posture still sagged with exhaustion. If things took a turn for the worse, there wouldn't be much she could do. I started up the stairs and felt Arthur rise from his throne as I neared the top. Even with his crown, I was an inch or 2 taller. He drew my gaze to his with the silent whisper of his will and looked into my eyes like he was searching for something in them. "Where do your loyalties lie?" he said. But this time his voice was so faint it didn't carry enough to echo. My mind flashed to Minseo as he played with Morgana. It had been 4 weeks since Lancelot brought me here. It felt like a lifetime ago, yet the wound was still fresh. I relished the pain, for the memory of them hadn't yet lost its bite, like the memories of my childhood now had. My heart ached, a motivating pain that reminded me not to lose hope, that I'd soon find a way to escape captivity and join them in fires. "With my family," I said. His eyes flickered as he nodded, then chewed on his bottom lip like my response had irritated him. "Your Majesty," Merlin intervened. "Her abilities are not as strong as I predicted. I vow to you that I will burn her alive should she seek to betray you." Arthur's gaze dropped to where Merlin stood, but he didn't move to look around me. Instead, he stared at my collarbone as if he could see through me to her.
"If not gifted with magical blood, what use is she to us?"
I felt the prickle of sweat on the back of my neck, fearful of what Merlin might reveal. We'd tried in vain to remove the metallic bracelet from my wrist, especially when it first appeared, but the bracelet and the obedience of Garrick's were tied to me alone. If Arthur knew the details of that, he wouldn't hesitate to lop off my arm for the chance to obtain such a gift. At my core, I trusted Merlin, not only for the kind and compassionate person I'd come to know, but as a thoughtful woman who considered her actions like a chess master mid-game. She was the only guardian of my secret. My sister, not in blood, but in bond. "She's proven to be a gifted dragon trainer," Merlin said. "We can use her to get Garrick's ready for battle." Arthur stepped to the side, the blue slits of his eyes glaring down at her with distrust. "Garrick's," he scoffed.
"Your enemies will cower before you,"
Merlin said, feeding his need for significance. Her voice was loud enough to reverberate off every misshapen corner of the throne room. Arthur's eyes glossed over as if he watched the possibilities play out in his mind's eye before he took a seat back on his throne.
"Galahad," he said finally, "from now on you will watch over the dragon's training and report to me."
Galahad sheathed his sword.
"Yes, Your Majesty,"
he affirmed, his armor gleaming with the blood-red light of the stained glass.
"And Galahad," Arthur continued, "that dragon egg was supposed to be delivered to this castle weeks ago, meaning it's been gone without your notice all this time."
Galahad's usually proud smile faded, his face going stark white. Arthur concluded,
"Don't disappoint me again."
4. Young. The sun woke me, an uplifting reminder I was no longer a prisoner at Bullhorn. But as quickly as my reverie found me, it was crushed beneath the sadness and guilt of knowing Charlotte had taken my place. One moment I knelt in the atrium at Castle Kadir, certain I was breathing my last breaths, and the next I was being carried away in chains and carted off to Bullhorn. Those first few weeks in the dark, I prayed for the death I was promised, but it never came. "Brother," Minseo called from outside my room. I sat up, pushing my blanket off. I sighed. Even when we were small, Minseo was never this attentive. "Coming," I called, my voice cracking with disuse. It was as if I were injured, or as if Minseo worried I'd be captured again. During my captivity, I'd imagined he was okay, living in Vyres like he always wanted. So this new reality wasn't difficult for me to adjust to. I could sympathize with how challenging the last 5 years must have been for him, believing I was dead. But, if I was honest, in the back of my mind I couldn't shake the anger I felt. I slid open my door and headed into the morning air, which was already hot though the sun had just risen. "How are you this morning?" Minseo said. His hair was barely above his ears, and a little more tousled than I remembered. His eyes were circled with the darkness of insomnia, and he wore a stubbly mustache and goatee that looked like a shorter version of Father's. "I'm fine," I said. "You?" He ignored my question. "Did I wake you?" I shook my head and clenched my jaw to restrain a frustrated sigh. My sentimental brother. I'd played it over in my head 1,000 times. It was the perfect combination of events that led to this stomach-churning outcome. It was as if Minseo could sense my distaste, my rage. It muffled every interaction as if he could mend it with these exhausting pleasantries. Deep down, I knew there was no one to blame but Arthur. "Are you all right?" Minseo said. "Yes," I said as I grabbed my scabbard and sheathed my sword. But my tone was biting, and he wasn't going to let it go. He sighed. "Look, if this is about Charlotte, it's not," I said quickly. His face drained of color. I turned away and headed for the lake that surrounded the throne room. That wasn't a conversation I was ready to have or even a situation I wanted to unpack. Minseo grabbed my arm. "Wait, please," he said, his voice heavy with regret. "Tell me then." "Tell you what?" I said, slapping his hand away. "What's wrong? I want to fix it." He ran a hand through his hair. "I can't keep tiptoeing around you." I huffed. "Then stop." I turned away, unable to stomach the hurt look in his eyes. Minseo's weight came crashing down on my shoulders, sending us toppling onto the gravel path. My elbow scraped against the tiny stones and rang out with pain. "No," Minseo said, rolling off my back. "I won't stop. We're brothers." Before I gave my body permission, my fist collided with his jaw. Minseo cradled his chin with his right hand, his left still supporting the rest of his weight along with his knees. But the pain in his eyes had already vanished and, in its place, the corners of his lips peeked up with relief. I knelt beside him. "How could you let this happen?" He swung suddenly. I threw my weight back to dodge. We scrambled to our feet. "I'm sorry," he said. He charged me, gripping my head under one arm. I punched at his stomach, but he didn't release his grip. I heaved breathlessly. You let our father sell our kingdom to Camelot!" I shouted. "One life in exchange for the whole kingdom!" I yelled through gritted teeth. Minseo eased his grip in surprise. "Is that what this is about?" I swept his legs and he landed with a crash, face up on the gravel, and a wide grin on his face. I hesitated, lost in the sudden memory of our relationship as boys. How I used to let him talk me into all sorts of mischief with no reward but that same smile. I shook the memory and kicked him in the ribs. He doubled back over, blocking his ribs with his arms. "It's nice to have you back," he said, spitting blood from his cut lip. But that was exactly my point. How could I enjoy this return when so many lives would suffer because of it? I kicked him one final time and turned away before his smile softened me. "So," he choked, "this is a little about Charlotte then." I shook my head as I walked toward the throne room, calling back over my shoulder. "No, I'll need my sword for that one."
5. Charlotte.
Galahad was a pill, but it didn't take long to show him I did have the ability to train Garrix. I occasionally said something with my mouth and ordered Garrix to do something else in my heart to avert the suspicion I wasn't so much training Garrix, but controlling him. It was much easier to explore his potential when we weren't in hiding, and after a few short weeks of training, I noticed a new presence inside myself. It started at the end of a long training day. Garrix soared through the rays of a pink sunset, snapping at the clouds in the distance like puffs of candy on the wind. Merlin and I watched like proud parents, astonished by how quickly Garrix had grown. Gone were the days of the lizard-like baby or the puppy-sized teen he once was. He was now the size of a full-grown bear, with an appetite to match. With his wings outstretched, he could block out the sun and plunge us into darkness with his menacing shadow. Merlin, who was once my mentor, was now forced to wield water just to keep the fire damage at bay. Still, many of the tactics she shared to control her elemental magic applied to successfully commanding Garrix. And I wondered if I could use those same nuggets of knowledge to help Morgana control her elemental magic when she was older. Suddenly, at the pit of my stomach, came something new. An exhaustion that threatened to knock me off my feet. I put my hand to my head and focused on the new sensation, which somehow reminded me of the color yellow. I felt Merlin's cold hands grip my arm. "Are you all right? Charlotte, what's wrong?" I shook my head. "I'm exhausted." She looked at me quizzically. We'd been standing around watching Garrix all day. It was hardly strenuous, especially compared to others we'd had. Her eyebrows pinched together with concern. "Physically or mentally?" I almost stopped myself from blurting the silliness that I felt, but I trusted Merlin to understand. "It's my wings," I said. She blinked twice. Then her eyes widened with understanding the same moment it clicked with me. Our gaze shot to the sky, and I willed Garrix to return quickly and rest. Relief swept over me as he flew into view. He lowered down to us clumsily, landing too hard and shaking us off balance. The garden blackened under a haze of dust, and Merlin and I squealed with excitement from the revelation of our new ability. Galahad cleared his throat, and we turned to him, his dark, empty eyes dripping with suspicion. "Wait, Merlin stammered. We thought we lost him for a minute."
I walked over to Garrick's, running my fingers along the scales on his face and willing him to know how proud I was of him. I let him know I'd felt his emotion and that I would be waiting for him to share another. Without a moment's hesitation, I felt it in the pit of my stomach. Like a link of empathy had been opened between us. It hit in the same low point in my stomach. Barely distinguishable from my own emotions, I understood. While the first emotion had felt oddly like the color yellow, this one was red. Garrick's was hungry. An hour later, Garrick's shredded a goat between his teeth, blood spurting out as the poor creature's corpse was tossed about between bites. It had been a horrifying scene the first time I'd witnessed it, even if it had only been with a mouse. But his meals had become more gruesome as he grew and fed on larger prey. I got into the habit of zoning out and picturing something more palatable, usually Garrick's soaring among the clouds. I had to be careful not to feel an order to him as I did so, a mistake I'd made often at the start of training. It was during one such thought when the idea came to me. Garrick's was not the small, helpless creature that had hatched from the egg, but a powerful being that grew with each day. Was it possible for Garrick's to carry me out of here? No. Was it possible for him to carry me to Vyers?
6. Minseo. Of course Young was angry about the alliance with Vyers. We were only a few months away from having to pay our first taxes to his knights. Only Arthur could be happy about such an arrangement, one that would bankrupt our kingdom in a few short years. I imagined that all the weight between Young and me came from whatever conclusions he'd drawn that night in the throne room, when Morgana called me Appa. Maybe some of it was, but if I knew my brother, remembered who he truly was, and not how I'd idolized him all these years, duty was a much bigger influence on him than it ever was on me. My jaw still throbbed from where he'd struck me. Finally, he'd addressed some of his feelings, though I had to instigate it with a fight. I pushed my jaw from side to side, appraising the damage. He certainly wasn't the runt he was when I lost him. His willingness to fight somehow meant we were still brothers. I lay back on the gravel beside the palace lake, relief washing over me like a wave on the shore. The morning sun felt warm on my face, and I exhaled a breath I felt I'd been holding since Young returned. Exhaustion settled in, and just when I thought I might fall asleep, I heard a voice that startled me. "Is he dead?" Morgana asked, her cold hands already poking at my face. "Hi, honey," I said, sitting up. Gabriel stood over me with a wary smile. "No, Morg. It looks like Minseo had too much to drink last night." I stood, lifting Morgana and resting her on my hip. "Where's Junho?" I asked. Gabriel's gaze slipped to the left. "How should I know?" "Oh, sorry, you're just usually together," I said, putting Morgana down and taking her by the hand. "We're just friends," Gabe said. He leaned closer. "Why, did he say anything?" I smirked and he winced in response. "I have a council meeting," I said, taking pity on him. "Can I swing by after to play with my little princess?" "Sure," Gabriel said. "We were thinking of spending the day at the river." "Perfect. I'll meet up with you both later." I spun Morgana and knelt in front of her. "I'll see you soon." "I'll miss you," she said, scrunching her face. "Oh yeah? How much?" She stretched her arms out to the side, nearly throwing herself off balance. "Well, I'll miss you this much." I mimicked her, my arms reaching far beyond hers. She beamed and I tousled her curls before standing. I headed toward the throne room but turned to wave to Morgana one last time. "Minseo," Gabe said. The way he slumped alarmed me. Never mind," he said. No, what is it?" His gaze lifted to my face. Maybe you can convince your brother to come this time. You know, for Morgana." I felt the knife slide painfully from the wound. "Oh, sure. Of course." I walked across the lake on the stone bridge, my thoughts still lingering on what Gabriel said. I knew Morgana wasn't my daughter, and the fact that I wasn't going to be Appa for her anymore stung. I also couldn't ignore that Young hadn't shown much interest in that role. I knew he had 1,000 things to adjust to, and our little scuffle revealed he carried guilt for the poor political situation in Vyres. A smile pinched at my sore jaw as the pain, for the first time, made me feel that Young was truly home. I walked into the throne room, a long table routinely laid out in the area to the right of the throne. 20 or so chairs were set up around it, but aside from Young and me, there were only 2 members who had come this early. Hanbit, the mousy advisor who I hadn't spoken to since we returned to Vyres after losing Charlotte, and the red-cheeked man who wore an orange sash. Young sat at the head of the table, in Suman's seat. With so much happening with Camelot, Suman's condition never seemed to be a topic of discussion. It was difficult to invite the possibility that I could lose another brother. It was beginning to be a concern of the council as well, just like his infertility had been. Only this time no one spoke about it overtly, but in whispers or taverns. My relationship with Suman was complicated at best, enough to rival that of Young and me. I had been consciously avoiding going to see him, and I gave myself a multitude of excuses. I didn't want to bother him. I didn't like seeing him that way, but if I was honest with myself, I was terrified of what he might say. "Minseo," my father said. His voice behind me startled me. "Take your seat." I sat down beside him. It was the same place I'd been sitting when I had a breakdown. It was the same place I begged the council to go to war with Camelot, time and time again. I was prepared to do the same. It was no longer out of revenge for my brother, but for my... I stopped, mentally stumbling over the slip. But for Charlotte. I couldn't see Young from where we sat on either side of my father, but I didn't need to see him to know the serene look that practically lived on his stone-like face. It reminded me of my father. Part of me envied Young's self-control. He certainly garnered the respect of the council members, where I was always disregarded as a hot-blooded and unreliable mess. At times like this, I wondered if he cared for Charlotte at all. If so, how did he manage to stay so calm at these meetings? I wasn't sure what I wanted. Maybe for him to scream and cry for her so I knew I wasn't letting her go for nothing. We needed to save her, and every day without her was a terrible loss. However calm Young seemed, I was counting on his influence to finally convince Vyres to consent to war. Later that evening, I sat with Junho at our favorite tavern, a bottle of makgeolli between us. Junho raised a cup of the milky liquid and bumped it with mine. He sighed. "So that's it then? You're going to let him be with her?" I swallowed a mouthful. "She's his wife." Junho poured us both another cup of rice wine. "Is it because he kicked your ass?" "I got in a few shots," I said. "I'll pretend I believe you." I sat back in my chair. The guy had done nothing but work out for the last 5 years. "And you've done nothing but drink." He raised his glass. "Gombe." I grinned, toasting with him. "What about you? How's Gabriel?" "Good." I put my elbows on the table. "That's it?" He pressed his lips together. "I'm giving him time to settle in." "You mean you're too scared to make a move?" "We'll see who's scared to make a move once you guys rescue Charlotte. I can't wait to watch this play out." "Pick a team," I spat. "Yours, obviously. I'm just saying. It's complicated."
7. Charlotte. I got into the routine of waking up early, before sunrise. For the first few days, Galahad begrudgingly followed, keeping watch on my new and inconspicuous routine for grooming Garrix. As expected, after a few days, he stopped supervising. The courtyard where we trained was walled in by steep mountain faces on 2 sides and the man-made fortress that made up the castle on the others. Of course, it could be easily escaped by Garrix, but there was little anyone could do to convince a dragon to stay if he wanted to leave, except me. I wasn't sure why no one brought up the possibility of dragon riding. Perhaps because Garrix was such an anomaly already. But since the thought had burrowed into my brain, I couldn't think of anything else. Morgana needed me to come home. I knew I wouldn't get many chances at this. If someone spotted me on Garrix, they'd know what I was planning. I couldn't reasonably make a break for it without testing it. I didn't know if I'd be able to hold on or how far Garrix could carry me without tiring. Vyers was a long way, a journey that took weeks to complete, with a brutal bit of it at sea. I didn't have any idea how long that might take by air. But before sunrise, Garrix and I had the skies to ourselves. Merlin slept late, and it was too dark for anyone in the castle to spot me. The perfect time for some short practice sessions. They may have been able to spot the dark shadow of Garrix in the sky, but not the silhouette of a rider on his back, not even if they were looking for me. I ran my fingers along the scales on Garrix's pointed snout, the hot rush of his breath steadily pushing through his curved nostrils. Ready to try this, Gar? A wet snout nuzzled into my palm. It was now or never. I scanned the darkened courtyard, but as expected, we were alone. I put my palms on the top of Garrix, ready to pull myself up when the reality and danger of what I was about to attempt finally set in. I could feel his warm and steady pulse beneath my fingers. I felt the raw power of his muscles flex. He was immense. No longer the wild hatchling I must have still considered him internally. A flush of emotion from Garrix cut through my fear, an emotion that felt a lot like the color orange. I steadied myself with a memory, one of Morgana learning to walk. How she'd stumbled and fallen countless times and had fearlessly risen to try again. How I envied the bravery of children. With all my strength, I leapt up and pulled myself clumsily onto Garrix's back. I scrambled to find a spot where it felt natural to sit, but sitting on a dragon was anything but natural. I shimmied up to a relatively flat area where his neck met his shoulders and wrapped my arms around him. With every breath and twitch, I felt like I'd be tossed from my place. No grip felt tight enough to keep me saddled to the smooth creature. The sensation reminded me of my first few horseback lessons, the way my body naturally fought each movement. How fragile I felt atop the giant. Walk slowly, I thought to Garrix. I held my breath as he stepped forward. His right shoulder jutted up, tossing me toward the left, my body tossing back to the right with his next step. I tightened my grip, my arms already sore. I gritted my teeth and thought, fly. The moment Garrix's wings spread, I regretted my decision. Between each flap of his wings, my stomach dropped. Just a few yards off the ground, I felt the prickle of tears in my eyes. I wasn't sure if it was from fear, exhilaration, or just wind. One jerked movement from being tossed off, I decided to tell Garrix to land. When we were safely on the ground, I slid off, my legs like noodles beneath me. I collapsed onto the ground and looked up to the sky. My heart raced. It's a start. I needed a better way to hold on. That was for sure. Several hours passed as I lay weakly in the grass, considering the options. Rope, maybe, or if I could get some long fabric and sew the ends together, I could put it around Garrix's neck without hurting him, and encircle myself with the other end,
making an 8 of sorts. "There you are," Merlin said, blocking the sun as she leaned over me. "What happened?" she asked, tossing her mint green braids out of her face. "Did you wake up early only to sleep out here?" I smiled and sat up, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. My body still felt the effects from my early morning adventure, but I'd recovered a little. As I scanned the courtyard to get my bearings, I was reminded that I wasn't in my garden on the edge of Wellwood like I had dreamed, but in King Arthur's courtyard. I sighed. Even the walled-in courtyard felt like a prison. "Merlin, what's the deal with Arthur?" I asked. She sat beside me. "What do you mean? Why does he need so much land? I mean, what's his ultimate goal?" She sighed. "It's always about ego with men like him." I looked at her face, her dark ember skin, a sudden reminder of my father. "Why do you serve him? You could—" I lowered my voice and eyed the empty courtyard suspiciously. "You could take the throne easily." She smiled so brightly that my heart warmed. "Only fools want the throne," she said. I couldn't help but laugh. She was right. How long had I loathed my royal upbringing only to be proven right? During my reign as queen, I'd lost more important people than at any other time. I knew I liked Merlin. I trusted her judgment. She'd learned that valuable lesson without ruling a kingdom of her own. Perhaps her magical abilities taught her the same about the burden of power. Her gaze softened, as if she could read my thoughts. She tilted her head like an older sister about to impart advice. Actually, Arthur was one of the first people to show me kindness. He has his flaws, but who I am and how I see myself was much different before I met him. He's more than a king. Her gaze drifted beyond me, so I turned to follow it. Sir Lancelot stepped into the sun, his armor gleaming in the light. His hair had grown a bit since I'd last seen him, dark brown and almost to his shoulders. His normally hazel eyes were bright green beside the green stretch of the courtyard. Merlin turned away. The certainty and power of her movements dulled, as if the sun that beamed from within her had been shrouded in storm clouds and torrential rain. It always happened when he was close by, or even when she thought of him. It didn't take long to spot the tells. Part of me liked seeing her this way, so human. But I couldn't help but feel the sting of spite for the man who stole the light from her.
8. Young. She's just a girl, I mulled. A harmless little girl. But every time I saw her, I felt overcome with dread. Morgana was beautiful, and her little curls made my stomach ache with memories of Charlotte. Yet my heart warmed when I saw just how alike we looked. She'd gotten so many of my traits. Eyes, cheeks, lips. There was no mistaking that she was my child. But we were strangers, different in every other way. What could I possibly talk about with a 5-year-old? "You ready?" Minseo said, sensing my hesitation. "Of course," I lied. Minseo had convinced me to meet up with Gabriel and Morgana by the river, but I was doubting my choice. Who was Gabriel? How had he come to be Morgana's caregiver? These were questions I had the night they all arrived in Vyres, but I couldn't bring myself to ask. For 5 years I longed to know the truth of how everyone fared, and, now that I could, I didn't have the nerve. If Minseo, chatty as he was, didn't feel compelled to tell me, chances were I didn't want to know. But my mind filled in the gaps with horrors that it conjured. As Minseo and I walked through the forest, I wondered why he hadn't chosen a closer river. But I realized when we arrived that our destination was more of a stream. It was slow-moving and shallow, and I concluded it was specifically chosen for its child-safe calm. The sides of it were rocky with scattered ferns and long fronds scattered between. A few yards back from the river on each side was an overgrowth of grass and a line of trees that made me think the river had once been much bigger. It was late afternoon. My heart sank as we neared the bank of the river and Morgana spotted us. Waist-deep in water, her smile beamed as she scrambled toward the shore, her gaze locked on Minseo. "Minnow!" she screeched. It was a beautiful reunion. The kind that would make a bystander smile. Except I was the bystander, and watching that beautiful little girl brim with joy over my brother reminded me a lot of how Charlotte looked at him when they'd first met. I wondered if Charlotte's heart still belonged to me, but as I watched Minseo's bond with Morgana, the less likely it seemed. Morgana reached the edge of the river, her dark hair slicked to her head. She leapt into Minseo's arms, splashing water all over us and drenching Minseo in one squirming hug. Minseo lifted her and put her on his hip, turning to me. "Hi, Appa," Morgana said to me, her dark eyelashes sprinkled with water droplets. I knew the word was for me, but it seemed more appropriate for the man whose arms she was in. "Hello," I said. What do I say? What do kids even talk about? Maybe her favorite color? A sudden gust of wind made her teeth chatter, her lips already tinted with a touch of purple. My gaze drifted to the river where Gabriel stood. He had no shirt, despite the water coming just past his knees. His skin was dark and his body wide and muscular. He waved a gesture that felt inexplicably foreign. "Good afternoon," he called. Minseo replied, "Beautiful weather." Gabriel replied by throwing his arms out and falling back into the water. Minseo turned back to Morgana. "Go jump in before you get too cold." "Are you coming too?" she asked. Minseo eyed me. Even as a kid, I never wanted in, while Minseo would jump into any bit of water he could find. A preview of today flashed in front of my eyes. Minseo playing with Morgana while I sat on the sidelines. But I knew I'd underestimated my brother and his intentions when he spoke again. "We'll watch you from here." We took a seat on the river's rocky edge. Morgana pouted. "Can you go underwater?" Minseo asked. Morgana's eyes lit and she instantly forgot her sadness. She pinched her nose and puffed her cheeks before plunging below the surface. A second later she emerged, a prideful grin plastered to her face. "Wow, that was great," Minseo said. "Watch this," Morgana said, floating on her back. Gabriel took a seat beside us and I could feel the cold of the river radiating from his skin. He scanned the ground until he spotted a flat stone. He picked it up, turned it over in his palm, wound up, and skipped it downriver. It skipped several times. As if it were beyond our control, Minseo and I searched for flat rocks of our own. I found one first and stood, facing downriver. I wound up and threw it, noting that it skipped farther than Gabriel's. Minseo shortly followed, but it didn't catch right on the water and sunk after the first bounce. The three of us erupted into laughter as we scrambled for more stones. "7!" Gabriel yelled as I wound up for my fourth throw. Minseo said, "My last one was at least 8. The side of the riverbank grew barren of flat rocks, and our competition started to lose steam. "Wow," I said, chucking my last rock. "She's lucky, isn't she?" I said, my gaze drifting to Morgana, who searched the river shore for a rock. Gabriel sat. "She certainly is." A flaming stone shot by, spewing steam from it as it skipped along the river, several yards past where our farthest throws sunk. My gaze snapped to its origin, to Morgana. My eyes widened. "Are you okay?" Minseo said, already ankle-deep in water. "What was that?" I yelled. Morgana stared at her hand before her eyes flitted up to Minseo. "It was an accident," she said. He dunked her hand in the water before looking at it closely. It's okay, Princess, he said. As long as you're not hurt. Minseo's gaze moved to Gabriel, and Gabriel nodded slightly. Ah, they knew exactly what that was. Unsure if this was something I could ask about in front of Morgana, I walked over to Gabriel, keeping my voice low. What was that? He eyed Minseo and Morgana to make sure they were out of earshot. She has some kind of fire ability, he whispered. We've had a few incidents. What do you mean, fire ability? She can... His brow furrowed as he searched for the right words. Make fire. Out of what? I said, looking around. Nothing? He nodded. My skin prickled at the insinuation. My mind raced with the improbability of it. It was undoubtedly impossible, but I'd just witnessed it. His words were more of a confirmation of the conclusion I had already formed. My eyes drifted to Morgana, her gaze searching me for signs of concern. I stuck out my tongue to ease her and felt a flutter of delight when she returned it across the way. So, I whispered to Gabriel, it's magic?
9. Charlotte. I was a prisoner. Captive. Ripped away from Minseo and Morgana. I played these truths in my head again and again, but I couldn't stop the guilt from clawing at my stomach. It had been almost a month since my first flight on the back of Garrick's. He was getting stronger, and my makeshift saddle felt adequate enough. I'd become accustomed to the feeling of flight, even longed for the sweet weightlessness and freedom that waited for me in the damp clouds. We'd flown as far as I dared before returning, just before the silver glow of dawn broke the horizon. We'd made it to the edge of Bullhorn, a far cry from Vyers, but there was only so much training we could do before the risk of getting caught grew too great. If I was going to escape, it was now or never. Only I couldn't. Merlin was an unexpected obstacle. After all we'd been through, after the bond we'd forged and how voraciously she'd protected me, how could I leave her without an explanation? I ached when I imagined the hurt she'd feel as she'd unknowingly walk to the courtyard to find me and Garrick's gone to the wind. My eyes pricked as my mind's eye watched her standing alone, wondering why I hadn't trusted her enough to tell her. But worse than that, if I left, she surely would be punished for it. There was the possibility that, due to our close bond, Arthur might suspect she helped me, an act of treason that could result in her death. That thought compelled my body forward. I sat up, blinking through the darkness of the early morning. I had no choice but to tell her. I strode through my bedroom and pushed open the door that joined our rooms. My heart raced in my chest. If this went badly, my whole plan would be destroyed and my family would once again fall out of reach. But Merlin loved me, and I loved and trusted her. If she wouldn't come with me, she'd surely let me go. I stepped up to her bedside and sat on the edge. She looked so serene. She didn't stir or twitch, not even when I sat down beside her. I would have thought her dead if not for the slow and silent rise and fall of her chest. My memory flashed to my first night in Arthur's castle, when I'd tried to attack her with my dagger. How differently my intentions were now. I took her hand, and without waking, her long fingers embraced mine. "Merlin," I whispered. She blinked awake, the intensity of her features springing to life with her eyes. "What's wrong?" she said, her body still strewn across her bed. "Let's run away," I said. "You and me." She smiled. "Here we go." "I'm serious," I urged, but my voice cracked. "I know you want to see your family, but Arthur is a fair king. If you prove your worth to him, I'm certain he'll allow you to see your family again." I bit down on my bottom lip, holding back my disappointment. I was also afraid to reveal any more than I already had. Still, I had to try again. For Merlin. "Why do you stay here? With your magic, you can go anywhere." She smiled and cupped my cheek with her hand. "This is my home." The gleam in her kind eyes pleaded with me to understand. And I, unfortunately, did. I was a prisoner of Bullhorn. Merlin was not. I looked down at my hands, unable to find my words. "Just give it more time," she said. "Trust me." I had trusted her. But while this was her home, it wasn't mine. I had a family to get back to. If Arthur was as loyal to her as she seemed to be to him, her life would be spared. Wouldn't it? I didn't know for sure. It was a gamble. Her hand dropped from my face and slipped into my hand. "Trust me," she repeated. I steeled my nerves as I felt myself settle on the decision to leave her. "Merlin," I said, "I have to tell you something." I turned away from her nervous gaze and stared down at our joined hands. "I can't wield magic." When she didn't respond, I caved to the urge to check her expression, but it was blank and statuesque. A moment later, her eyes widened. "The little girl," she said, her eyes moving quickly between mine. I nodded as fear surged through me. Had telling her been a mistake? Did I just put Morgana at risk? She slipped her hand from mine and I felt my stomach churn. She sat up so quickly that I flinched. She wrapped her arms around me and whispered in my ear, "Thank you for trusting me. I see why you're so eager to get home," she said into my hair. "Give it some time." She pulled away and I immediately felt the loss of her embrace. I wondered if that was the last moment I'd ever see her. I wanted to hold her again and thank her for taking care of me, but either of those would alert her that I was up to something. "Good night," I said, memorizing the curves of her face to call upon when I missed her. I certainly would. She was as close to a sibling as I'd ever had, and I was leaving her behind. She laid back and settled into her bed, a soft smile on her lips before her eyes blinked shut. By the time the sun rose to wake her, I'd be soaring out of Bullhorn on the back of Garrick's. The repercussions of my decision would fall to her alone. I wasn't sure if she'd ever forgive me, or if I'd see her again, but I hoped that over time, and with the knowledge of my daughter, she'd come to understand. I lay awake in my bed for a full hour before I dared to move. I slipped easily out of Merlin's chamber and into the hallway. It was a bit earlier than I usually started my secret training with Garrick's, but not too early to explain if I was caught on my way out. My heart slammed into my ribcage, adrenaline surging through every vessel in my body as I made my way to the courtyard in the moonless night. My forehead beaded with sweat as I walked toward Garrick's. This is it. I hadn't planned this around the lack of moonlight, but I was grateful for the extra protection. The uncommonly dark sky urged me forward with its infinite possibilities. Freedom awaited. Garrick's split tongue shot out and lapped at the scales atop his nose. His crest had grown into small ridged spikes over the last few weeks, and I'd learned the hard way to avoid them. I wrapped the fabric around him, noting that it had become a bit snug. I hadn't accounted for his rapid growth, but I had to make it work. I wasn't going to be a prisoner for another minute. I was not a damsel, but a dragon. I'm coming, Morgana. I mounted Garrick's, My decision to leave Merlin the last of what weighed heavily on me as we rose into the dark sky. I couldn't shake the feeling that by leaving Merlin to suffer the consequences, I'd betrayed her.
10. Minseo. My mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the war meeting. No one wanted to pay Camelot's new alliance tax, but there was no fathomable scenario where we went to war with Camelot and won. Young had fought bravely in the meeting, drawing upon the history and tradition of Vyers, and how it was our duty to die protecting it. But he was just a boy when the council last knew him. The council went to great lengths to discredit him. One member even made a ridiculous accusation that, in those 5 years, Arthur had turned Young into his spy. As if Young was capable. The man breathed honor and duty. The idea was quickly dismissed as ludicrous, but the claim seemed to sweep the wind out of his argument's sails and replace it with stale air. I just wanted Charlotte. Every passionate plea to attack Camelot dripped with my love for her, despite the efforts I made to conceal it. With every uncomfortable shift Young made from his side of the table, I felt myself hold back my arguments until I was unable to put together anything the least bit convincing. We needed to convince my father and the council that we had a chance at winning, but in all truthfulness, we didn't have one. I felt the irrational part of me form a plan to break into the castle at Bullhorn alone and rescue Charlotte myself. I knew this feeling well. I was spiraling, and only one thing ever made me feel better. Morgana. As I walked to Gabriel's to see her, an odd thought occurred to me. I used Morgana to ease the sting of being away from Charlotte, much in the same way I'd used her to ease my loss of Young. I wondered if I afforded her the same comfort. I hoped Morgana was in good spirits today. She usually was, but even my little ray of sunshine had her days. I hadn't known her for long, but I thought about her all the time. I laughed to myself when I thought of her calling me Minnow. Oh, how that little nickname had grown on me, just as that little angel did. I hadn't been the only one she'd won over either. I was grateful she was never short of attention, but even with 3 father figures to look after her, she missed her mother, and so did I. Gabriel had elected to live outside the castle walls. His home was small, but at the center of town where he could be closest to the market. He had gone on hiatus from his job as a merchant until his Vyran language skills were adequate enough to thrive. The clay-tiled roofs, stone fences, and Hanji paper walls were fairly uniform, but Gabriel began to cultivate a large garden in the typically barren space between the gate and the home. I wondered if it was due to the boredom of unemployment or for Morgana's sake. I knocked on the door, it slid open, and Junho stood in its frame, a grin on his face. I took a quick look around, wondering if I'd come to the wrong place. "Junho," I said. "Long time no see." "Good to see you," he said, waving me in. "Gabriel is making some tea. Should I tell him to add a cup?" "I'm actually here to see Morgana," I said, eyeing the dimly lit room. "Oh, she went out with her—" He stopped, his jaw clenching for a moment before he continued. "Young." Her father. "It's nice to see them finally warming up to each other," I said, but Junho's brow furrowed like he thought me disingenuous. "So," he said, "shall we get you some tea?" "Hello, Minseo," Gabriel said as he entered the room with a tray of chattering porcelain. "Morgana isn't here." "I know, she's with Young," I said, hoping the subject would be dropped quickly. Gabriel set his tray down. "Is this something we need to talk through?" Still halfway out the door, I turned to go. "No, I'm fine," I said, making my escape. "Wait," Gabriel called. I turned back. He crossed his huge arms over his chest, his black eyelashes flitting with judgment. I know, I said. "I have issues with my brother." He shook his head. "Brothers." He lifted an eyebrow and looked mischievously at me before going back into his house, sliding the door shut behind him. My heart sank. Sumin. I'd made a conscious decision to avoid him. Over the years, many people, our mother in particular, commented on our mutual distaste for one another. But they didn't understand. It was the nature of our relationship, one both Sumin and I were comfortable with. The last thing I wanted was to go see him and have things be suddenly different because he was sick. I wondered if he was feeling any better. If he did, he might have enough influence to convince the council to go to war. I headed toward his room on the palace compound, but found myself mindlessly kicking a rock as I went. Out of the corner of my eye, a figure drew my attention. My mother, seemingly headed from Sumin's room. Her movements were slow, her eyes thoughtful and distracted. I couldn't blame her. I'd hardly recovered from almost losing Young, and now my older brother was in danger. I couldn't imagine how difficult it must have been to lose a child. Since Sumin took ill, she'd been taking turns tending to him with his wife. She glanced at me and nodded slightly as she passed before turning away without a word. It was obvious Sumin's condition took its toll on her, but it wasn't until I reached his door that I felt my nerve leave me. I didn't want to bother him. Maybe I should just let him rest. Even your breathing annoys me. Sumin's voice shot through the walls of his room. Relief flooded my body, and a bright smile rushed to my face. Of course he would be the same. I slid the door open and my smile dropped the moment I saw him. Sumin was pale, his face sunken in. Dark circles around his eyes made his face look skeletal. His skin was as thin as rice paper, and old, like the life and youth had been drained from him. I froze. "You honestly don't look much better," he said. I forced a slight smile. But the truth I'd been avoiding was staring me in the face. My brother wasn't sick. He was dying. I gulped, looked around the empty room. "Where's your wife?" "Why?" he said, his lips chalky and white. "Are you planning on stealing her when I'm gone?" He looked musingly down at his hands. "That is your thing, isn't it?" My mother wouldn't have understood, but it was a show of kindness. Brotherly love, in our way. I sat down on the foot of his bed. "Exactly," I said. "Why else do you think I'm here?" He smiled weakly, and we fell into a silence that made me suddenly aware of his labored breaths. It was a scratchy wheeze that unnerved me. To break the silence, I said, "Actually, I thought I'd come to ask you how I can convince the council to go to war." "You want to save Charlotte," he said thoughtfully. His eyes changed back to their mocking glare. "What will you do once you retrieve her?" It was an honest question, direct. Maybe he was running out of time. I wondered how different our relationship would have been if we'd always spoken with candor. "She's his wife." I turned away. "I just want her to be safe." "I know you better than that," he said. A flicker of rage surged through me, blacking out the sight of his illness. "No, you don't." I turned back to him, surprised to find a kind smile on his face. "Convince them Vyers can win." It took a moment for me to realize that he'd reverted to my previous question. "How?" He turned to the window, the light lingering on his face, strong enough to hide the sickness, and for a moment he looked like my older brother again. "Think like a king. You may be one yet." My father had mentioned the possibility of me becoming king, but I'd always assumed Sumin would recover. Looking at him now, I wasn't sure. I certainly didn't like him implying that. It was like he was giving up. I clenched my fists. "How about you just don't die?" If he hadn't smiled so wide, I would have thought he hadn't heard me because he continued his sentence like I'd never spoken. Think beyond yourself. Think beyond Vyers. Okay, wise, dying sage. Why not just tell me how? We erupted into laughter, the bed shaking as we gasped for air. I clutched my stomach and toppled forward. Suman's laugh rang in my ears and I felt him pat me on the back. I lifted my head off the bed, my cheeks stinging from overactivity. A light breeze flowed in from the window and chilled my cheeks. I wiped them with my hands. When had they gotten wet? It wasn't funny. Suman was dying. I needed him to be strong. It wasn't until Suman pulled me into his arms that I realized I wasn't laughing at all. I was sobbing. 11. Arthur. Traitor! I screamed from my throne. I looked down on Merlin, the voice in the back of my head reminding me not to provoke her. She was, after all, very powerful, and that irked me now that I could no longer consider her a reliable tool. After all I've done for you, you betray me. Your king! She bowed her head in shame, keeping her gaze locked on the floor. I didn't know what she was planning, she muttered. Do you think I'm a fool? You wish me to believe that she just left you here without a word? Her eyes flitted up to me and I could see that they were wet. Taken aback, my first thought was that it was another deception. But I'd never seen her show anything but power and strength in all the time I'd known her. Even when I pulled her from the abuse of her former life. With such power, she didn't need to debase herself with such a deplorable tactic. I huffed, releasing more frustration than I wanted to. Do you have any idea what that egg cost me? How dangerous it is now that it's in the hands of our enemy. My gaze moved to Lancelot, whose impartial gaze lay upon Merlin. I never thought clearly when angry, and unfortunately Merlin gave me few options for punishment. With her abilities, she could easily break out of my prison camps. And I doubt she'd accept her execution. The last thing I needed was someone undermining my authority. It had been so hard-fought just to force this kingdom to overlook my age. Get her out of my sight, I said. Clear out this room. Except for you, Lancelot. Lance's eyebrows rose and he looked up at me expectantly. Oh, how I liked it when he looked up. I liked it when they all did. I was undeniably the king. The greatest king the world had ever seen, despite the way I came to it. Still, even after more than 5 years on the throne, nothing satisfied my urge to prove it. When the room emptied, Lance stood at the base of the stairs in the middle of the red light that poured in from the stained glass. I started down the stairs but stopped 2 from the bottom to keep Lance below eye level. His lips were pressed into a hard line, his eyes vacant and unafraid. I waited for the creak of the throne room door to sound and for the thud of it coming to a close. Then I spoke, liking the pitch of my voice as it sounded off the hollowed walls. Jeremy, I said, trying to shake him. Merlin has become a problem. I'm short a dragon and someone must be punished. You're afraid of her, he said, but it wasn't a question. I am the king. I fear nothing. I felt my skin prick with irritation. His face threatened to crack, but slid back into its neutral state. He was a perfect soldier, following orders on command, but the look in his eyes was defiant. I'd assumed it was because he was there when I'd earned my spot, but I was starting to believe he had another reason. Some time ago, I'd lost his love. I never had his respect. Now all I wanted was for him to fear me. Where do your loyalties lie, Jeremy? With you, your majesty, he said, but the way the words skipped from his lips felt like an insult. I grinned. Then you shall kill her." His neutrality broke, his eyes widening. "I'll never get close enough. She's too powerful." Power and fear were a currency I'd used to my advantage throughout my reign, and I still had a card or two to play on Lancelot. "I heard a rumor," I said, a smile sinking into my cheeks as the fear grew in his eyes, "that my wife has a lover." He sucked a breath so sharp I thought it might cut his tongue. I had him. "I hear he lives in this very castle." Finally, he shook beneath my gaze. His face returned to its neutral state, but his eyes flooded with worry and fear. "You think I didn't know what was going on in my own castle?" His gaze dropped to the floor. "Why not just have me executed? Why make Merlin do it? Do you get some kind of sick pleasure from these games?" He spat. Amused, I tilted my head. His body shifted from the red into the purple light. "You look so small," I said, losing my train of thought. His arms were crossed over his chest as if they would protect him from what was coming next. "I have a story for you," I said. "I'd prefer if you'd skip to your point." "Oh, believe me, you'll want to hear this one. It's the story of how you stand before me now, with your head intact." His gaze lifted to mine. "Several months ago, I thought dragons were a myth, until a high-ranking man I knew well from court approached me with a family secret. An heirloom passed down 10 generations. It was a treasure worth more than gold, a dragon egg. Of course, I didn't believe him, so I went to his home to inspect the artifact. What I found was a most peculiar object I couldn't explain. Still, what the man asked in return was extraordinary. After all, in hundreds of years, the egg never moved. It was practically a relic. It wasn't until I got in my head that Merlin's magic might be able to hatch it that I felt any real interest at all." Lance's eyes jotted from one of my eyes to the other as he connected the dots. I continued. "It was a gamble, but one that could prove worth it." I turned my face toward the stained glass window. "So I made the deal. His daughter's hand in marriage and right to the throne for the egg." "Cornwall," Lance muttered under his breath. "That's right. Guinevere's father." "So," his mouth fell open as he gulped in air, "you never loved her?" His response surprised me. It was such an unusual thing to say. But when I looked down on him, I saw love. Not for Gwen, but for me. The same brotherly affection I'd once associated with his face. Taken aback, my mind raced to connect what I'd said to garner his reaction. Sensing my bewilderment, he said, "You didn't want her." "Of course not," I said like it was obvious. But it wasn't, and now that I'd so passionately objected, it hung awkwardly in the air. What I mean to say is..." Lance stepped up and wrapped his arms around me, tears springing to his eyes. I flinched, but he hugged me. What was happening? A heartbeat passed as I froze in shock. Finally, I pulled my wits together and pushed him off with one straight arm held out between us. He stumbled off the step and smiled. He wiped his tears and then stood back at attention. His face was neutral, but the corners of his mouth ticked upright. What is he doing? Why is he happy? My cheeks seared hot with discomfort. "Which brings me to my plan to get Merlin to lower her guard," I said, trying to snap him out of whatever mood he'd crossed into. "You will marry her." "Yes, Your Majesty," he said without hesitation. And for the first time, I didn't see love, respect, or fear in his eyes. I saw all three.
12. Charlotte. My stomach fluttered when I imagined reuniting with Minseo. His playfulness, his vibrant emotions, his smoldering gaze, and his tousled hair. How long had it been? 3 months? Maybe a little more? I missed the hum of his voice, the taste of his lips. Even the thought of him made me dizzy. He was the home I was running to. Perhaps Arthur would still be my lethal shadow, but we were stronger together, maybe even strong enough to kill a king. I had never been to Vyers, a fact that became clearer to me as I attempted to navigate Garrick's to it, using only a vague knowledge of which direction was east. I wondered if I'd ever find it, ever make it home to him. Those were the thoughts that pushed me to keep going when I felt hungry, cold, or tired. I'd gone nearly 5 hours before I got the nerve to land and let Garrick's rest. And almost a full day of foraging for anything I could get my hands on before I got the idea to order Garrick's to hunt. After that, we'd settled into a nice routine. Garrick's would catch something, flame it for a bit, and we'd eat. We spent as much time in the air as we could, and I spent every second terrified we'd be discovered and caught by Arthur and his knights. We made sure not to pass over any cities and flew at night when we could, but sleeping during the day could be more dangerous. No matter how much I reasoned with them, I couldn't make my nerves settle. What had I to fear? I had Garrick's. What really scared me was my history. I crawled through, cowering, because I knew the more powerful something was, the harder it fell in the end. Life was one cruel lesson after another, aimed pointedly toward those with the most to lose. Now that I was free, I had a lot to lose. So I focused on my destination, desperate for a win. The sensation of true freedom took hold as the signs of Arthur's kingdom waned to rolling hills and empty forests. I spotted the occasional miller mulling around their business, with no need to look to the skies. I was free, no longer tied to a castle or a kingdom. It was the kind of life I'd always dreamed of, though the dragon was a surprise. I began to wonder if Garrick's would ever know such freedom. He was a slave to my every whim, wasn't he? I couldn't remove the metallic bracelet that had bound to my wrist just after he hatched, nor did it appear that he could disobey an order. During our journey, I tried to consider his feelings. I landed when he was tired and let him hunt when he was hungry. But was that really the same as being free? If I willed him to disobey, would it really be his choice? I contemplated such an existence, unsettled by the thoughts that emerged, and it didn't feel that different from my memories of my royal upbringing. If a dragon's will was always tied to a human's, it was no wonder that before Garrick's I'd believed them to be nothing more than a popular myth. Who could wield such a power and also protect it? Since the beginning of time, the daughter of power was corruption. I'd only had a taste of it, and already betrayed Merlin. Garrick's lifted me above the earth, and with my hair entwined with the clouds and my skin kissed with sunshine, I could feel my heart churning away the torrent of revenge as my thoughts released the scores I had yet to settle. Perhaps Arthur would let me go, too. Garrick's and I had a long rest when we met the coast of the Jin Sea, as the cobalt blue waves licked at the rocky shore. The salty air stuck to my skin, and my hair thrashed in the wind like it did when Garrick's and I flew together. It smelled more like fish than salt, and I noted the difference between my childhood memories of the sea and what I now experienced. It was a few minutes before dawn, and the water held all the darkness of night as well as the leftover glimmer of the stars which were no longer visible in the light blue sky. Each time a wave slammed down on the shore and pulled, the smooth gray stones that covered the shoreline rattled together with a sound that resembled heavy rain. It made the ocean seem less like a sleeping giant and more like a hungry predator waiting to devour its next meal. Garrix didn't seem to feel the same way as he stamped around the stones, his ears twitching at the scrape of polished rock beneath his clawed feet. The horizon was still and empty. It promised nothing, no haven or sanctuary. There were no boats in view, no distant coast to welcome us. There was no sunrise to whisper encouragement and promise, just the blank slate of the endless unknown. I wasn't sure how long it would take to fly across, or if Garrix could make it the whole way without resting. But knowing that Vyers was on the other side, knowing that my family was just one obstacle away, was enough to take the risk. I hadn't pushed Garrix any longer than 6 hours at once, and I figured we might be able to go 7 or 8 hours before we absolutely had to land. I hoped that this journey wouldn't take longer. I was grateful that we had a clear day instead of the alternative, though when I closed my eyes, the sound of the stones deceived me to believe otherwise, especially as I drifted in and out of sleep beside Garrix. The sun was at its peak when I felt Garrix was rested enough to make the attempt. I knew we were far ahead of Arthur and any attempts he could make to pursue us, but I didn't like the idea of waiting around in the open, especially when everything I'd ever wanted waited on the other side of this sea. "Are you ready?" I thought to Garrix. He let out a screech that greatly resembled the birds that drifted in the harsh winds above the sea, and without any time to second-guess my decision, we ascended into the unknown, hoping the shore we believed would show itself before we fell from the sky was worth the risk.
13. Lancelot. I knew there was a reason. I knew Arthur wouldn't marry Gwen just to prove he was king. Not even Gwen knew his true intentions. I spent so many months hating him that I felt a weight lift off of me. Above all, I wanted to make up for doubting him. Marry Merlin and murder her while she slept. Even if it was a risky mission, I had to try. Our wedding night might be enough to make Merlin lower her guard, but getting her to agree to marry me would be a nearly impossible task in itself. If he'd given me this task a year ago, I would have easily been able to convince her, but those days were long gone. She no longer brimmed with joy in my presence. Now we treated each other like strangers, passing by like we hadn't spent 4 years together, like we hadn't known each other as well as lovers. I'd made no effort to reach out to her either. Not since she abandoned me just before I'd succeeded in my knighthood quest. If I started courting her out of the blue, she could get suspicious and use her seeing ability to figure out my motive. If that happened, she could kill us all. But there was hope. She'd been wandering around the castle looking aimless and lost ever since Charlotte took off with the dragon. Charlotte was a chink in her otherwise impenetrable armor. One afternoon, I snuck to the dungeon where Merlin practiced. On the best of days, the dungeon was a dark and foul-smelling place with creatures that skidded through the dark crevices. Devoid of windows, it invited the feeling of being buried alive, scarcely luring anyone from the castle to its torchlit corridors. But ever since Merlin began training there, it had become even less alluring. Smoky, hot, and blackened with soot and ash, it became synonymous with my image of hell. After 5 short minutes, I was sweaty and oxygen-starved. I couldn't imagine spending days on end down there, especially of my own will. I walked past several blackened cells before I heard the sounds of Merlin training a few cells ahead. I shuddered at the sight of the cells she destroyed with her new power. Fire wasn't an element she could conjure back when I knew her well. From what I remembered, she was gifted and precise with air magic, decent with plants and horrible with water. And then the annoying mix of air and plants that somehow came out as a sort of purple fog. Let's not forget her random and inconvenient visions that rendered her useless in a battle. As I neared the source of the noise, I slowed my pace, making sure to keep my footsteps and breaths as quiet as possible. She shouted a fearsome battle cry, and the hallway flushed with heat, a blue glow emanating from her practice cell. I ducked around the corner to compose myself before approaching. I visualized greeting her, but each mental attempt felt less genuine than the last. She shouted again, flooding the hallway with a blue glow. "Okay, Lance, let's go." I hesitated. What was I afraid of? I crept into the hallway, but before I could step into a cell, I heard a sound that stopped me in my tracks. A sniffle and a sob. My body tensed. Was she hurt? She must have been. Merlin didn't cry over emotional things, did she? I stood frozen just outside of her view and listened. My stomach tightened as I heard the smallest wisp of words as she mumbled them through sobs. "Why am I always alone?" 14. Minseo. "Your Majesty!" A husky voice bellowed in the throne room. Though he addressed my father, the suddenness of the intrusion pushed Young and me instinctively to our feet. The man ran through the large hall toward us. I recognized him as Jae-hyun, a loyal soldier who helped me find Charlotte in Camelot. His expression of bewilderment sent my thoughts to months ago when Merlin, the enchantress who once shook my understanding of reality, had put that same disoriented gaze on my face. "We're under attack. At the edge of the city," he said, his voice wavering. My father stood. My heart leapt into my throat as the impossibility of the situation sunk in. If Arthur was attacking, we would have known he was coming the moment he started loading troops onto ships at the Jin Sea. We had soldiers posted everywhere and a very efficient warning system. We also lived in a mountainous region that would make marching troops to Vyres extremely unwise and dangerous. But the look in Jay's eyes left no doubt that this was Merlin. This was magic. Had she somehow cloaked their arrival? My body surged with energy laced with nostalgia. I'd felt it before, the mixture of hopelessness, uncertainty, and survival that had come alive within me just before Besmium fell. I'd been pushing for war and training legions of soldiers, but we were out of position. The enemy was here. "How many soldiers?" my father said, the sweat on his brow betraying his calm exterior. Jay swallowed a mouthful of doubt before he tried again. "It's a dragon. No soldiers. Just a dragon." I chewed my bottom lip to stop from laughing. What a day this was turning out to be. My father sat back on his throne, his shoulders sagging with relief. Young's gaze moved to me, unlocking the last bit of self-control I'd mustered. I threw my head back in a stomach-tightening laugh that filled every crevice of the throne room. Young smiled, his gaze locked on me as I drowned in one fit of laughter after the next. Young turned to Jae-hyun. "Are you okay?" he said. A second soldier ran into the throne room. "Dragon!" he screamed. "Rally the troops!" Stunned, my laughter faded rapidly into concern. One overworked soldier spouting nonsense was hilarious. Two were improbable. Was there really a dragon? Before logic could take hold of me, I was halfway down the stairs from the platform. My heartbeat thrummed as my body swelled with so much excitement that it had no room for any other emotion. Magic? Dragons? This was a world I wanted to belong to, and I didn't care one bit about the consequences. "Wait," Young called from behind me. I froze. There was a consequence I couldn't bear. I turned to see him beaming, the thrill of such an outlandish threat not lost on him. My gaze skipped past Young to my father. As if we were linked, I recognized what I felt in the solemn gaze and haunting glisten of his eyes. I took a deep breath, knowing this would drive a bigger wedge between Young and me. But before I got the words out, my father took them from me. "Young," he said, "I need you to stay here and look after Sumin." Young recoiled like he'd been struck. "No, I'm going." "You will not," my father said. Recognizing that our father had ended the conversation, he turned to me, his eyes lit with hope. I turned my face away. "Minseo!" he yelled so forcefully it startled me. "Tell him to let me go!" I looked at him, the boy with a face I once knew, the boy I'd never recovered from losing. My father and I shared that, and now that he was home safe, we intended to keep him that way. As his brother, I knew it would surely kill him in another way, but I'd rather have him upset and alive than happy and dead. "Please," he whispered, and I felt my resolve crack. "I'm sorry," I said as I turned and hurried toward the door. But nothing could convince me to risk losing you again. "I'm not some fragile child. You don't have to protect me," he called as the door closed between us. I'd make it up to him. Somehow. I waited at the gate to the dusky city with the 2 soldiers at my side. As soon as we mounted our horses and headed through the heart of Vyers, we passed small groups of soldiers headed to the outskirts as well. All it took was a rumor of a dragon and the cavalry came running. Like me, I knew it was mostly for curiosity and not heroics. 10, 14, 18, 25. By the time we reached the edge of the city, more than 50 soldiers were huddled together. It took nearly a half hour to reach the spot. There was only a sliver of light left on the horizon that set behind the silhouette of a hideous monster. Our horses thrashed with defiance as we stepped forward until it was clear we would not be able to coax them closer. The dragon was eerily still and gargoyle-like. I would have thought it was some kind of prank if not for the obvious rise and fall of its shoulders as it breathed. Unbelievable. Mesmerized, I moved closer with no regard for my well-being. Chances were, if that monstrous creature wanted to burn Vyers to the ground, and me along with it, there would be little we could do about it. From the size alone, I doubted my sword could injure it. I needed a closer look. I wanted to see more than a darkened silhouette. On foot, I walked closer, motioning to the other soldiers to stay back. The dragon seemed relatively still, and I didn't want to risk startling it. It was starting to get dark, so it was possible it couldn't see me moving closer. I considered sneaking up on it, but it seemed to be positioned in my direction, and I had the feeling it was watching me. Slowly, I made my way to the beast, hearing the nervous chatter of the crowd behind me give way to the suck and blow of air through the giant lungs of the beast. For the first time, the immensity of its large frame, the size of a small home, corroded at my nerves, and I wondered what compelled me to continue to close the gap between us. A flash of movement shot my hand to my sword. My body surged with intensity as the question arose. Run or fight? Then I heard a voice that stopped my heart. "Minseo?" she said, and the sword slid from my grip.
15. Charlotte. "Minseo?" I said, the word involuntarily slipping from my lips. I slid off Garrick's, my body aching from the prolonged time spent in one position, but it didn't matter. Through the darkness walked the figure I'd journeyed so far to see. "Minseo!" I shouted as the last of the sun's rays brushed his stunned cheeks. I ran to him and threw myself into his chest. He wrapped me so tightly in his arms that the breath left me, and I didn't care. I buried my face in his neck. I felt my eyes prick, but my heart beat too fast and too joyously to cry. That was until I felt the wet of Minseo's tears on my shoulder. I pulled back a bit so I could see his face and cupped it in my hands. His eyes were dark, even with the glint of his tears glossing them over. His hair had grown a bit. The sharp lines of his cheekbones glistened with tears, and I wiped them with my thumbs. He laughed, though fresh tears still fell. "Why do you have a dragon?" he said, half laughing. "Did you—" His gaze moved to Garrick's. "Ride it here?" "Oh, that's a long story." "Is he going to eat us?" he said, pushing my curls out of my face. "Probably not." He held me and drank me in, his gaze reflecting all the love I felt. Then his eyes dropped down to my lips, and my face seared with heat. My heart thudded into my chest. A tear, either from him or me, dropped down like ice on my burning collarbone as my breaths became labored. I'd seen that look before, the one that whispered, "I'll devour you." A haze dropped over me as I leaned into him. He snapped his eyes shut like he'd been struck, clenched his jaw, and turned away, dropping his arms from me. His brows pushed together, and he brought a hand to cover his face. Stunned, I reached out. "Minseo, what's wrong?" His hesitation, combined with the heave of his chest as it rose and fell in the darkness, unnerved me. "What's wrong?" I asked again. But the fear that tore through me was so intense it came out as barely a whisper. "Charlotte," he breathed. "I have to tell you something." He turned to look at the row of soldiers that were no doubt gathered due to Garrick's, but they were now heading back to the city. I hadn't seen Minseo order them away, but I was glad no one but Garrick's was here to witness my unexpected rejection. My mind raced through one horror after the other, the biggest coming to my lips first. Morgana. "She's perfectly fine." I swallowed a gulp of relief. His quick response, merciful. "Then whatever it is, we can get through it." I reached for his hand, but he pulled it away. "Minseo, you're scaring me." I looked into his eyes, but didn't see the glow of love or joy that had been present a moment ago. I saw only sadness, and when I looked a little closer, I saw I was wrong. It was not sadness, but pain. "I want you to know," he said, "that I meant everything I ever said to you." He walked towards me, his gaze lifting to mine. My heart collapsed as each word was one dagger after another. My head screamed, "Why?" I knew he loved me. I knew a few months apart wouldn't change anything, but something had. Minseo's voice snapped my attention back to him. "But I won't hold you to anything that you said or did." I shook my head. What are you saying?" "I meant it, Minseo." I choked, but his gaze had gone cold. "Come back to me." "Don't," he said. A fire lit in his eyes as he turned them on me. Anger tore through me. "You don't. There's nothing you could say that Young is alive." Silence dragged as a sudden gust of wind whipped around us. Minseo studied me as those 3 Miraculous words forged an invisible barrier between us, one we could never break. Locked in stasis between confused, overjoyed, and heartbroken, I stared blankly back at him, my rapid heartbeat a stark contrast to my frozen body. Young is alive. His words echoed inside me. It was impossible, yet I had no reason to doubt him. It was the one and only possible explanation for Minseo's change of heart. He stood in front of me, as immobile as I was, but his eyes betrayed him as a windfall of emotions flickered in them. He was moments from unraveling. My heart yearned to reach out and touch his face, to pull him into my arms and tell him that nothing had changed. But something had. My first love, the father of my child, my husband, the man who filled every inch of the world with gold, was alive. Where is he? I asked, my voice cracking with the emotion I desperately fought to suppress. Minseo's exhale skipped. He tried again, but that too caught in his throat. When his voice sounded again, it was as if it was spoken by someone else. He's at the castle. I'll take you there. I had so many questions. How had Young survived? Where had he been all this time? Did he know what I'd done? Had he changed? Did he know about Morgana? But those questions would all be lances at Minseo. Minseo, who had brought me back to life. Minseo, who, a moment ago, had been my home. Hungry. Garrick's whined an emotion that felt like the color yellow at the pit of my stomach. Garrick's needs to eat. Do you have any livestock? He likes goats. Minseo turned to look at Garrick's, his eyes widening as if he'd forgotten there was a dragon. I could hardly imagine there'd be a moment in my life when my presence would eclipse that of a dragon, but there we were. Let's take him to a farm for the night. He'll be able to get a meal and rest without... He scratched at the back of his head. Burning Vyers to the ground. I smiled, but it only reminded me of how sad I felt. Minseo must have noticed, because after that, he hardly looked at me. We'd gone to the closest farm, and Minseo explained the dragon to its owner in Vyren. The man seemed apprehensive to take Garrick's, as any sane person would be, but Minseo was a prince of Vyers, and therefore pulled rank. I was surprised to see Minseo speak Vyren. I liked the way his mouth moved when he spoke it. His voice seemed different somehow, but I was tired. I might have imagined it. When Garrick's was settled in with a trough of water and a fresh goat, we finally entered the city. Soldiers waited at the city line to welcome Minseo and finally solve the mystery of the dragon's sudden appearance. Minseo waved them off and promised them answers in the morning. He ushered me into a carriage before I could get a decent glimpse of the Vyren capital. My limbs and eyelids were heavy from both physical and emotional exhaustion. I wanted to call out to Minseo and ask how long the ride was to the castle, but I felt myself slip into a heavy sleep, my mind racing with thoughts of Young, and my heart still beating for Minseo.
16. Young. Considering there was a dragon attack happening, the city was unbearably quiet. I kept listening for something, anything, any clue of what was happening outside the city. I paced the grounds of the castle, furious that I was forced to hide here, like a child. But my sense of duty wouldn't allow me to disobey my father. The new age lines on my father's face were beyond the 5 years I'd been held captive. My stomach tightened at the thought that I'd hurt him, that he'd suffered in my absence. But Minseo's agreement threw me. I knew he cared, but once upon a time he understood and believed in me. I had to battle with my selfish thoughts as I waited for my moment to join the fight. I let out an exasperated sigh as I stomped toward my room. I couldn't bear the silence for another moment. I slid open the door to my bedroom and lay down, my body stiffened with anticipation. A dragon? How had everything gotten so confusing? There was a time when the world made perfect sense. I longed for the days in my childhood when life was beautifully divided into black and white. Logic was the basis of everything, all with a reason and explanation. Now I was drowning in gray. It was no wonder humanity turned to the sky, to some distant god or power for the answers. It was unbearable to think that all of this was random. The world had changed to one where there were battle mages and dragons. But those things weren't what confused me most. Adulthood was not, as I had expected, a time of great wisdom and understanding. Adulthood was staring at your greatest fears day after day until you became numb to them. I sighed, exhaling my greatest fear. Charlotte falling in love with Minseo. I didn't know the details of what happened during my capture, but as I'd come to fear the truth, I knew it would find me eventually. It was another dragon I couldn't slay. "Young?" Minseo said from outside my door. I jackhammered up to a seated position. "Minseo, are you okay?" I scrambled for the door. "It's Charlotte," he said. My pulse quickened, my voice barely a whisper as I slid open the door. "Is she okay?" I froze. Charlotte stood in front of me, her curls a wild crown around her head. Her skin was sun-kissed, a few shades darker than it was when she lived in the castle, giving it a healthy glow complete with pink cheeks. My heart thrashed inside me as my gaze dragged down her new body and rose back to her face. Her bottom lip shook, and I noticed she was breathing more air out than what was coming in. Her eyes glossed over and she reached for me the same way Minseo had when I'd seen him for the first time after my capture. Afraid she'd faint, I pulled her to my body, supporting most of her weight as she wrapped her arms around me, her tears already seeping through my shirt. With my opposite hand, I reached for my door and began to slide it closed behind us. Just before the panes locked together, I caught a glimpse of Minseo, pain peering out through clenched teeth and wet eyes. I didn't take any pleasure in witnessing the cracked and broken man outside my room. I didn't have time to think about what the intensity of his gaze meant, or how Charlotte must have been feeling. There was nothing I wouldn't do for the brother I loved so much, except for one thing. I wouldn't let him have her. Charlotte was mine.
17. Charlotte. Young carried me to his bed. My heart raced at the intimacy of the moment as I carefully considered the man in front of me. He was a stranger, my mind unable to age him the 5 years he was gone. But his eyes held the same kindness and sincerity I'd missed. His hair was cut short, his muscles swollen and defined. I gulped. They certainly hadn't been that way before. He lay down in front of me, the space and discomfort between us a sudden reminder of our wedding night. He brushed my cheek, his touch more gentle than I was used to. I swallowed a mouthful of nerves and guilt when I realized I was used to Minseo. My memory flashed to Minseo's sadness, and I found myself worried about what he might think about tonight. Young's gaze dropped, and I wondered if he knew what I was thinking about. Or rather, Who? You're alive, I said, trying to get a read. He nodded. I felt my heart melt as the memories of him flooded back. The silence between us familiar, but lost. Gold. My heart beat. There, I felt it. It was buried, but Young was still there, hidden away in my heart. We have a daughter, I said. The brightness of his smile said he'd met her. It made my body weak. Those smiles were earned. Another pang of guilt cut through my stomach. My eyes pricked, and a tear slid down the side of my face and onto my pillow. Young watched me carefully for a moment. I'd already started to adjust to the quiet that came with him when he surprised me and spoke. You feel guilty about whatever happened when you thought. His gaze lowered. When you thought I was dead. It wasn't a question. My jaw was a dam holding back the flood of emotions ready to spill out. I pressed my lips together and nodded. He took a deep breath, and I noticed it was to steady his own nerves. I was surprised to find I was better at reading him than I had been when we were teenagers. He took my hand in his, pulling it to his chest. You shouldn't feel any guilt, but I have to ask. His voice was low, a little different than I remembered. I shook, dread seeping in as I shuffled through the questions he might ask. Had Minseo and I slept together? Was I in love with him? He didn't want to hear the true answers to those questions. But I had forgotten the kind of man he was, so I couldn't anticipate what he'd say next. Do you want me to let you go? My heart raced. Never. Of course not. But the words didn't make it to my lips. Please, Charlotte, he said. If there's no hope, there is. He bit down on his bottom lip, and my memory fluttered past a moment when I bit down on that lip. My face burned red, and his followed. His eyebrows raised, and the corners of his mouth peaked, as if he easily accessed my thoughts from my expressions. I held my breath to pass the moment, and when I couldn't any longer, I pushed it slowly through my teeth. He faked a laugh to break the tension. That was a new trick for him. So, we'll take it slow, then, and see if I can win you back. Now, I was the silent one. There was so much to say, so much to ask. But for the first time since I met him, we had time. Get some rest, he said. We'll talk tomorrow. I closed my eyes and realized just how hard I'd been fighting my exhaustion. Still, my mind was a blur. How had Young forgiven me so quickly? How had I forgotten what he felt like? He planned to fight for my heart, which meant two things. I needed to let myself fall back in love with him, and I needed to stay the hell away from Minseo. I awoke without having remembered falling asleep. I turned to see Young sleeping soundly. His face was serene without his open eyes to give him away. I thought about waking him, but it seemed cruel. I looked around the room, finding it peaceful with the simple, clean lines and furnishings. The bed was much closer to the ground than I was used to, as was a small table with several mats laid neatly around it. It was such a stark contrast to the style of the Western world. Curiosity about the rest of the castle clawed at me. I'd missed most of the view in the confines of the carriage and barely got a glance around before Minseo plopped me in front of Young's room. He was a good man for that. A great man. But I was committed to Young and getting back what we had.
I tried wrangling my hair into a hair tie, but it was no use without a mirror. Finally, when it was out of my face, I slid the door open and stepped out, carefully sliding the door closed so as not to wake Young. I turned back to the morning and gasped at the painted wooden structures and elaborate curved gables, the clay tile roofs and brightly colored carvings that wove up each column and statue. Yellows, greens, blues, and reds in perfectly balanced harmony. The castle compound did not reflect its simple interior in the least. I stepped forward, but tripped over a large mass on the ground. I wrenched my body to pull my feet under me before I hit the ground and spun to see a stunned Minseo sitting on the step. What the... The dark circles around his eyes answered each question as they popped into my head. Oh, Minseo. I exhaled my disbelief. You slept here? He stood and looked into my eyes. It was our usual distance, but suddenly it felt too close. I stepped back, still waiting for a response. I wanted to make sure you were okay. I was irritated, not by his absurd actions, but mostly by his handsome face and how much I wanted to touch him. Minseo. Did something happen? He blurted. His eyes widened. He bowed a frantic apology, a gesture that struck me, and I wasn't sure if it was one that came from Vyers or royalty. I wasn't used to either. I'm sorry, he said. Don't answer that. He huffed. I'll do better. He ran his hand through his hair, sending chills through my whole body. I just need a second to get used to it. I swallowed my tongue. Yes, get used to it. Leave me alone, please, because I'll never be able to resist you on my own. But I said, maybe we should talk through things. He shook his head. Better not. Silence hung between us, but unlike with Young, it wasn't comfortable. It wasn't a warm, peaceful feeling of home, but torment. Minseo cleared his throat. I thought you'd like to see Morgana, and then maybe go see your dragon before he eats everyone in town. Yes, perfect, I said, excitement surging through me. He looked down at his feet. Maybe you could, he shrugged, not tell Young about the whole sleeping outside thing. I shook my head. Huh? He lifted his shoulders. Just don't tell him. Right on cue, I felt the door behind me slide open and Young stepped to my side. Panic flooded my veins. I wanted to blurt that it wasn't what he thought, but something bigger took precedence. It was the first time the three of us were together in 5 years, and I wasn't sure how it was going to go. If Young made a show of this, I wasn't sure how well Minseo would handle it. Please don't kiss me. Please don't be possessive. Minseo spoke first. I was going to take Charlotte to Morgana and then her dragon. Are you ready to go? Young stepped off the platform. I need to set up a meeting with the council. If Charlotte escaped Camelot, they might come after her. And if this dragon of hers is as Jaehyun described last night, we might have the chance we've been waiting for. His gaze moved to me, and he offered a one-sided smile. Minseo will show you around. I'll meet up with you later. He turned, but quickly turned back. You forgot this. He reached in his scabbard and pulled out my dagger, the red stones aflame in the sunlight. I took it, hoping that our hands would touch, but they didn't, and he walked away. In a few steps, and without glancing back, he disappeared behind a room identical to his a few yards away.
I wasn't sure who was more stunned, me or Minseo.
That wasn't possessive at all.
That was borderline indifferent. I mean, he could have acted a little like he liked me. Still, his confidence was attractive, an obvious contrast to that possessive alpha male act I was getting from Minseo. I had to admit, he was a little too cavalier about the situation. I made a mental note to ask him about it later, and was ready to let it go when Minseo spoke again.
"What the hell was that?"
"What?" I said, not exactly sure where his anger was coming from.
"He doesn't even consider me a threat."
I spat laughter.
"No, seriously, does he know what could happen if we're alone?"
I rolled my eyes. "Nothing will happen, Minseo." Ignoring me, he said,
"Does he know what I want to do to you? What I have done to you?"
"Okay, so we do need to talk about this," I said. "Look, this wasn't the plan, but Young is back, and I owe it to him to give this a real chance."
"Wow, that sounds romantic," he said, his words dripping with sarcasm.
"Minseo," I said, "I don't know what else to do. This is hard and confusing already." My voice caught. "Please, just..." The teasing smile dropped from his cheeks, and he nodded. "Of course. I'm sorry. I'm off my game today." I felt it coming, so I looked away and only caught him run his hand through his hair out of the corner of my eye. Unfortunately, it was just as effective. He looked me up and down, and I suddenly became aware that I was wearing my crusty 5-day-old training suit. I was caked in dirt and grime, each brown particle magnetized to the animal hide garment that hugged me like a second skin. "Shall we get you cleaned up?" I nodded and promised myself I'd see Morgana the moment I was clean.
18. Arthur. "Prepare for war," I said, feeling the pulse of exhilaration as the words echoed through my throne room. "Yes, Your Majesty," Galahad said with a bow. He turned and hurried out, but the thrill of what I'd just set into motion remained. Up until now, I'd expanded Camelot's borders considerably, and through my alliances, we'd gone from a war-torn mess to a formidable and wealthy kingdom. But the mark of a true king lies in his actions in war, and Charlotte's little escape along with my dragon gave me the perfect reason to attack. This was my chance. When I wiped out Vyers, executed Charlotte, and took back my dragon, I'd gain the respect and finally wipe out what was left of my reputation as a child king. I would be a fearsome conqueror, a legend, the man who ruled Camelot with Excalibur for 1,000 years. I made my way through my castle, soaking in the riches displayed about. Fine tapestries displayed jewels, rare furs. It was a museum of my success. I had half a mind to head to the armory to commission a fine set of armor, the one I'd envisioned myself in when I daydreamed victory. Gold-trimmed and encrusted with jewels. But I knew the castle smiths, along with every other, were busy preparing armor for the war ahead. As the king, I could order them to prioritize my armor, but I needed something exceptional, and I had a specific smith in mind. I pushed through the doors of my castle, and the sudden rush of wind on my face made me realize it had been a significant amount of time since I'd been outside. Weeks, maybe. I ordered a guard to fetch my horse, and while I waited, I checked the wall for knights to accompany me as protection. At the base of the giant doors stood the knights Lamorak and Percival, who seemed to be too engaged in a heated discussion to notice me. Anyone else, I thought as I scanned the wall. I guess they'd have to do. I walked over, intentionally dragging my steps to alert them to my presence. A bow by itself is way more effective than an arrow, Percival said. Lamerick threw his hands up. You're a bloody idiot. An arrow has a pointed end. Percival huffed. It was snapped like a... Ahem, I said. They dropped to a knee. Your Majesty, they said in unison. Both were so tall and broad that they even looked like giants when they kneeled. I need you to guard me on a small errand. Lamerick opened his mouth to speak, but I cut him off. Neither of you will speak a word until I have safely returned to this castle. Understood? They nodded, their gaze low to the ground. I said, understood. Lamerick looked up at me, his eyes dimly blinking with confusion. I didn't know what he was thinking until the thoughts blurted from his brother's mouth. But you told us not to say anything. I'd already decided to slice their heads off then and there when a soldier arrived with my horse. I let out a sigh and mounted, eager to get a close look at my kingdom. Percival and Lamerick stood and fell in step behind me, walking on foot beside my horse. When we breached the walls of the castle, the kingdom beyond didn't disappoint. The streets were packed with people adorned in fine silks. The businesses and homes were multi-level and lavish with flowers and elegant design. After just a few minutes, I decided I needed to raise the taxes, both domestically and abroad. There was plenty of wealth in Camelot to go around. However, considering I was the reason the citizens enjoyed such spoils, they certainly paid me no mind. I passed without much of a glance from anyone, and even with a golden crown on my head and a magic blade sheathed to my belt, the eyes of the people passed me, and found the striking red-headed brothers that guided my horse. When I was a war hero, everything would change, and I felt determined to earn their love and admiration. It wasn't more than 15 minutes before we arrived at a small, unlabeled building that was hardly able to warrant the description shack. It was a hovel, built pre-Camelot and much smaller than I'd remembered. It's strange how places you know well in childhood can change along with your perception of the world. Turning to the twins, I said, Wait here. Percival said, Yes, Your Majesty. Lamerick's elbow slammed into Percival's side, cutting his words. I rolled my eyes, suddenly unable to remember why I'd given them a title. Without knocking, I pushed open the door to the small shop and stepped inside. The room was cluttered with half-finished swords, tools, and various metal plates that were bent but unrecognizable as any specific object. The room was heavy with the smell of smoke, even as the open windows on each side pushed a draft of air through. The left side of the room had a small kitchen, and the right was almost completely taken up by a staircase. There was a fire pit at the back that had gone out, but from the smoky smell of the room, not long ago. The gavel had an unfinished sword on it, half bent and beaten, the hammer laying flat on top instead of in its proper place, like the smith had left in a rush. But I knew he hadn't, because by the window was a rocking chair where a late middle-aged man slept soundly. The skin around his eyes were wrinkled in the corner, where bags of skin hung down like the soft folds of a newborn puppy. His mouth was agape, and despite the obvious wear on his body, he was still muscular from the strenuous work he endured day in and day out. His grey hair was stuck to his forehead with sweat, and I thought he looked very much like my father. But this man wasn't the gentle soul my father had been, despite their shared genes. He was a grouchy old coot. I took a look at the unfinished, unpolished weapons lying about, wondering if he'd lost his touch, or if reuniting with him was worth getting the armor I'd imagined. I sighed, determined to make my dream a reality no matter the cost. Uncle Roger, I said, and his eyes snapped open. 19. Minseo. I needed to get it together. I knew that. The moment I discovered Young was alive, I knew it meant letting Charlotte go. They were married, and the thing we'd bonded over, Young's death, wasn't valid anymore. But there we were, reunited, and every action and word that fell from my mouth was a desperate plea for her to choose me. There was no choice, Minseo. There was no possible future where she'd be mine again. But the problem was, I was hers. My thoughts flashed back to Young's cool departure earlier that morning. He didn't seem to have any trouble remembering there was no choice. His unwillingness to compete infuriated me. The old Minseo would have taken it as a sign that he didn't love her. After all, he practically pushed us together. But the old Minseo lost his brother. I wouldn't make the same mistake. Not even for Charlotte. Still, what I knew and what I felt were two different things. My body couldn't ignore the woman who broke out of Camelot on the back of a dragon. As if I needed another reason to find her attractive. I scoffed. Why didn't Young just grab a dragon and get out of there? I chuckled at the absurd thought and tried to ignore the heat radiating from my hand that hung inches away from Charlotte's as we walked the palace grounds. "What's so funny?" Charlotte asked. Her cheeks were a deep pink and I wondered if they were sunburned. "Oh," she said something. "What?" I asked. "You laughed." "Yeah, I was wondering why Young didn't just grab a dragon and come home." She laughed, a beautiful open-mouthed chuckle that brought me directly back to every moment I'd heard it before. It was a joy to witness, pulling me into a smile with her infectious glow. Enough. I stopped in front of the bathhouse. The bottom was made with carefully stacked stones with pockets that the servants filled with coals to heat the various stone baths. Above the base were wooden pillars and walls painted white and red. The roof came together with two curved wooden panels that were tiled and protruded off the edge so we could hang lanterns. I turned to Charlotte, who gaped at the structure. I eyed it, but I was so used to seeing it I hardly noticed it anymore. I tried to imagine it through her eyes, and when I looked again, I saw it for what it truly was. It was the finest Vyers had to offer. Combine that with a style of architecture she'd never seen, and I could see the cause of her awe. "So there are attendants inside," I said. "They'll put you in different baths with different temperatures and then scrub you." She bit her bottom lip. "Can't I scrub myself?" "You can, but they'll get all the dirt off, plus the dead skin. It's actually nice." She nodded. "I'm going to go check with Young and the council. Will you be okay?" She pressed her lips together. I tilted my head. "What's wrong?" "What if I need you to translate something?" she said with a pout. I pushed my palms together. "You want me to supervise your bath?" "Oh, no. I'll be fine. I'll see you in a bit." She turned and walked into the bathhouse alone, leaving me with the image. It was several minutes before I moved from my spot outside, finally scrubbing a slew of lewd scenarios from my head. I headed for the throne room, the furthest point from the bathhouse inside the castle compound. In fact, there were so many buildings between, I couldn't even see the lake from that side. By the time I made it, my body and mind had calmed. I walked across the stone bridge and entered the throne room to find the council deep in discussion, with Young standing at the head of the table. My father watched intently from his throne. "One dragon does not win a war," a council member said, his gravelly voice rife with frustration. "You're thinking too small," Young said, his voice commanding. "We leverage the dragon." Silence hung in the air as the council waited for the rest of Young's plan. "We'll inform the other allies of its existence and use it to convince them to join us against Camelot." His eyes lingered on each council member before moving to the next. "They just have to believe we have a chance. None of them are happy with the conditions of this alliance." "You mean fly the dragon out of Vyers?" "No," another member interjected. "We can't risk our only advantage. It stays in Vyers." The discussion shot across the room from one council member to another. "How will we convince them that the dragon exists?" We can intercept their kingdom's traders for testimony. That just might work. Your Highness, Anbit said. Do you plan to take on this mission? Yes, he said, his lack of hesitation surprising me. No, I interjected. I will. Suddenly noticing my presence, the council turned to me. Young turned to the table. Please, excuse me for a moment, he said. He marched over to me, the furrow of his brow reminiscent of 8-year-old him after I once broke his sword. What are you doing? This is my mission, he said. What are you doing? Charlotte needs you here, and so does Morgana. That's exactly why I'm doing this. I want them to be safe. I want Vyers to get out of this situation. I'm the reason we're in it. I put a hand on his shoulder. I get that. But I can complete this mission for you and for Vyers, and you can get your life back. He looked down at the ground thoughtfully. I spoke more gently. You're pushing her away. And into my arms. He nodded. You're right. I need you to take on this mission. Thank you, brother. There's no time to waste. Go to the market. Find someone from one of Camelot's allied kingdoms who is ready to depart. Show them the dragon and ride with them. He stopped and looked me over. Are you all right? You look tired. I'm fine, I assured him. I'll leave immediately.
20. Charlotte. I stood naked at the center of the bathhouse as a woman on the crest between middle-aged and elderly peeled the last of my training gear from my skin. I squirmed to cover my body, crossing my legs and using my arms as a shield, but it was futile. I was as naked as the day I was born. I scanned the room, struck by the set of stone baths that were scattered throughout the wooden room. The stones were dark gray and reminded me of the ones that lay along the shore of the Jin Sea to the east, in both color and smoothness. The pools spat clouds of steam that fogged the room with a pleasant floral scent that was both familiar and unplaceable. But my bare skin exposed in such an open space alarmed me, even with the movements of the old woman so nurturing and sure. Without a word, she led me over to the first pool. Her gaze bore into me, the creases around her eyes telling me my hesitation perplexed her. I'd had servants wash me before, but it had been quite some time since I'd been a part of that world. As I stepped into the pool, my breath caught. It was much hotter than I'd imagined it would be. I jerked my foot back. The woman gestured back to the pool, her white hair neatly pulled back into a bun at the nape of her neck. "It's hot," I said. She gestured once again to the pool. I sighed and stepped in, my foot tingling as I felt around for the next drop. My feet reached an edge, and I stepped down on the gray stones that were black under the water. Once at the pool's center, I lowered my body until the warmth covered my shoulders. A freezing chill slid down my spine before my whole body pricked with overheat. My body adjusted slightly, but each micro-movement sent a new flush of heat to that area. But then the heat sunk deeper into my flesh and soothed my sore muscles. I closed my eyes to savor the sensation. Just as I started to relax, the woman of the bathhouse plucked me from the water. Her strength was mismatched with her small frame, her tired, crescent eyes contrasted by the speed with which she moved. This time, she placed me in a lukewarm pool that felt cold against my heated skin. It was refreshing, like the first morning of winter. After a few minutes, the woman appeared behind me. I scrambled out of the pool so as not to burden her with lifting me, and she gestured to a third pool.
As expected, this one felt hotter than the first. Luckily, she didn't leave me there for long and shortly after led me to a gray stone slab at the back of the room. Without hesitation, she sat me down on the slab, laid me back, and positioned me in the middle of the stone. I was struck by how surely she touched me, like a mother dressing her child, only rougher, and we were strangers. I found myself clenching my eyes shut, ready to surrender to whatever unusual custom came next. I heard the shuffle of her feet grow fainter, but return a minute later. Her hands came down on my stomach, and my eyes snapped open. Her hands were gloved in a strange material with a rough surface. I clenched my teeth as her hands began to scrub. Once again, her strength surprised me. The scratch of the material feeling good on some parts and agonizing on more sensitive ones. The worst parts were the areas that tickled. I fought the urge to squirm off the stone slab as she moved to my inner thigh. Next, the woman grabbed my arm and lifted it above my head as she scrubbed my underarm. I had a sudden urge to both laugh and cry. I shut my eyes as the small woman stroked and scrubbed every bare inch of me. I felt the flick of something hit the stone in front of me and opened my eyes to find it covered in rolled flakes of dead skin. Stunned and mortified, I fought the instinct to flee. The woman lifted a bucket and poured a mass of water onto me and the slab. Most of the skin washed away, but I felt some particles gather underneath me. Then, in one smooth motion, she flipped me over with force and scrubbed me again, without a sign that the dead skin would cease. She occasionally poured hot water onto me, which was welcomed as I started to shiver with cold, even in the steamy room. When she finished, my skin was raw, red, and softer than I'd ever felt it. She washed my hair and dried me before standing me in front of a mirror. She came up behind me and examined my naked body in the reflection, a half smile the only indication she was pleased with her work. The embarrassment I'd felt when we started had washed away with my dead skin, and I took a moment to embrace my curves and stretch marks, earned from birthing Morgana. The woman brought me clean undergarments to change into. When I'd put them on, she returned with a long bolt of pink fabric. What is this? Is she going to make me something? Now? Instead, she put the fabric across my chest and my hand on top to hold it as she wrapped it tightly around me. My breasts pooled over the top, but each time I tried to adjust it, she slapped my hand away. She placed a thin strand of fabric in the same color, a hand above my waist, and tied it tightly. I gawked at the gorgeous floor-length dress in the mirror. It hadn't been a bolt after all, but something beautifully Viren. I looked much like a princess, but it had been quite some time since I felt like one. I still felt the top was too exposed. Even back in Besmium, with courtiers always trying to outdo each other, it never came to this. Relief filled me as the woman returned with a short jacket that just barely covered the area of my concern. It was white and crisscrossed in the front. Once secured, the woman pulled over a stool, stood on it. She wrangled my already frizzing hair into one braid down my back, tying a ribbon to its end. I couldn't take my eyes off the dress. It was beautiful and elegant. I moved my hips, in love with the sway of it as the smooth material held its cone-like shape. Hanbok, she said, pointing to the dress. She repeated herself. Hanbok, I said back to her, and the word was as foreign on my lips as the gown on my body.
21. Arthur. "Uncle Roger, it's me!" I yelled as the bulky man rushed toward me with an object cocked over his head. "It's me, Arthur!" The blaze of intensity in his eyes extinguished, and his face returned to his default scowl. He grumbled. "Then you should know better than to sneak up on a man while he's sleeping." Instead of paying me any more mind, he turned to the fireplace and began to stack coals in the pit. "Uncle Roger, I need you to make me some armor, a full set, with gold accents and jeweled—" He spat on the floor. "What on earth do you need armor for, boy?" My memories of Roger rushed back. He'd always been cranky, but now he just seemed senile. I hated the way he made me feel small. I'm the king. We're going to war with Vyers. I need to be prepared." "I'm not a fool, boy. I'm asking why you need armor." My face flushed with heat. I spoke again, enunciating each word to highlight my frustration. "I am the king. I will lead my men into battle." "I thought you appointed those knights of yours so you never had to get your hands dirty." Clenching my jaw, I drew Excalibur, putting its point to his back. "How dare you disrespect me? I am your king!" He sighed, and when he spoke, his words were so calm that they alarmed me. "You are just a boy." I swung Excalibur into a table and several unfinished weapons clanged as they hit the ground. I stared my Uncle Roger down, satisfied by the loud noise. He stood slowly and walked over to me. "Pick it up." I shivered beneath his blue-eyed gaze. There were no official titles in this room. He was my father's brother. There when I was born, when I took my first steps and spoke my first words. I needed him to understand most of all that I had changed. Why couldn't he see it? I bent and collected the fallen items, clumsily placing them back on the table where Excalibur still stuck. I worried I'd look even more helpless if I tried to wrench it out and was unsuccessful. Like the sword belonged to him, Roger slid it out of the table with ease and examined it. "Do you want to know why I think you're just a boy?" I gulped back my response like a reprimanded child. He continued. "Because you come here, asking for armor with frills and decoration, when you've never spilled a single drop of blood. You don't know what it means to take a life. You don't know the burden, and can't comprehend the cost." I felt my eyes prick, and I clenched my jaw so tightly it burned to keep from crying. "I'll tell you what." He scratched the dirty stubble on his chin. "If you succeed in one simple task for me, I'll build you a set of armor with such exquisite craftsmanship, Excalibur will look tarnished beside it." "What's the task?" I asked, but my voice broke. I held my breath, hoping he didn't notice. He turned with Excalibur in hand and headed to a door at the back of the kitchen area. The door was so covered in grime and soot that I hadn't noticed it when I arrived. I followed him out and wondered whether it was a mistake not to alert Percival and Lamerick of where I was. We stepped out into a narrow animal pen that had gates on each side of a grassy plain, and a barn of sorts at the far end. The neighboring buildings had the same setup, though their barns were more elaborate and the pens wider than the small patch that belonged to my uncle. It was an unusual sight, not visible from the main roads. A chicken pecked around my foot and I fought the urge to shoo it away. "Stay here," Roger barked and then entered the barn. I stood nervously by the door, my mind racing with the possible tasks this might yield. Was I going to be made to do farm chores? Feed his chickens? What could the point possibly be? He opened the barn door and a flash of pink flew towards me. A piglet darted wildly around the pen, shuffling around it as it tried quickly changing directions. It squealed with delight in the sun as it raced in circles, making the most of the tight space. I watched as it played, a smile stinging my cheeks. It was the kind of pure joy I hadn't felt since I was a kid. I watched so intently, I didn't notice Roger cross the pen to stand beside me. He handed me Excalibur, and I felt a wave of relief to have it back. "So what's the task?" I said, my attention still on the small pig as it munched on a clump of grass. "I want you to kill that pig." My heart raced as understanding settled onto me like grains of sand embedded into my skin at the end of a beach day. I took a deep breath. "That's it?" I asked, turning to his frosty blue gaze. He smiled, a foreign expression to his face. "That's it." "Easy," I said. I walked over to the piglet, my confidence waning with each step. It lapped at its snout with delight as I approached. Its little mouth hung open and lifted at the corners, as if it was smiling. When I was right over it, I could hear the little snorting sound it made each time it moved. It was cute, adorable even. But I had something to prove, and nothing could prevent me from proving it. I drew Excalibur and raised it above my head. My heart slammed into my ribs, and I felt my breath leave my body. The pig craned his neck up as if expecting a treat. Instead, I lowered the blade and sliced into the tiny animal. Its shrill, bird-like scream rattling my bones. My sword slid through like butter, the pig's red juices pouring through the wound. I turned away, covering my mouth with my hand in alarm. "Look at it!" Raja barked from beside me. I turned back to the splattered animal as it made its final twitch, the glisten of life dulling in its beady eyes. I felt a lump in my throat. My nose prickled. The lump traveled down to my chest and I felt myself gag. Suddenly, all at once, vomit spewed from my body. Raja rubbed my back and, for a moment in my disorientation, I thought he was my father. He spoke. "War is an ugly business. It's not about golden armor or glory. It's about pain and death." His hand left my back, and the next time he spoke, his voice was further away. "If you're serious about going to war, I suggest you grow up and understand what you're getting into. What you're getting your soldiers into. Because killing a man is a hell of a lot harder than what you just did." 22. Young. I stood outside the bathhouse where Minseo told me to wait for Charlotte. A flutter of nerves raced around my stomach, irritating me. I would not compete with Minseo. If Charlotte still wanted me, she'd return. As I waited, it dawned on me how little I knew about this dragon-riding, dagger-carrying woman in leather. We hadn't had the chance to share our lost years with each other. I had to admit she hardly resembled the girl I'd dreamt of all those days in captivity. She certainly wasn't the delicate princess I married. I swallowed the thought as she stepped out of the bathhouse. She wore a pink and white hanbok, her Western features mismatched with her Viren attire, making a traditional garment hundreds of years old new again. My heart raced. Maybe I'd compete a little. She handed me her dagger. "I, don't have anywhere to put it." I eyed her skirt, the memory of her pulling a sword from her skirt striking me. "It won't fit in there?" I said. My mind pleaded for her to remember. She flashed me a devious smile that assured me she did. "Where's Minseo?" she asked, and all the joy from seeing her melted away. I wrestled my expression to be neutral. Still, her mouth dropped open as if stunned by her own question. "I mean," she stammered, "I was meant to meet him here. Are we waiting for him?" "He's preparing to leave Vyers. He's going on a mission to turn Camelot's allies against them. He leaves today." Her gaze dropped and she looked in thought for a moment before a bright smile lit her face. "Shall we go see Morgana?" I took her arm to lead the way, but couldn't pull my gaze away from her. We were together in Vyers at last. I'd never get used to seeing her dressed like this, and I wasn't the only one. Despite the fact that every noblewoman in the castle grounds wore some variation of a hanbok, Charlotte drew the unabashed gaze of every person we passed. She fixed her gaze ahead, seemingly unconscious of the attention. Perhaps she was used to it, or maybe her thoughts lay elsewhere. As we left the castle grounds and moved into the city, Charlotte's lips parted, her eyes moving from one structure to the next as she took in the city. Vyran people filled the streets, all going about their business until they caught a glimpse of the foreign princess, the one who I'm sure had already garnered a reputation as a dragon rider. I watched as Charlotte's years as a princess took effect. She smiled and waved, giving special attention to the children who seemed most struck by her presence. I heard what they called her in whispers on the street before crowds of peasants got bold enough to chant it. Dragon Gongju. She turned to me, her eyes glittering with curiosity. She asked, "What does it mean?" I took delight in translating. Dragon Princess. She smiled thoughtfully, fiddling with her hands, and I wondered if, had her hair been loose, she would have twirled her finger in a curl like she used to. I felt nervous for her as we neared Gabriel's home. I knew I was walking into a heavy and emotional moment and was already itching to escape. Even to me, it seemed heartless not to want to share it with her and Morgana. But the truth was, ever since the commotion the previous night, all I could think about was getting a glimpse of that dragon. We arrived outside Gabriel's home and I stopped short. "It's this one here. I'll be back in a few hours to get you," I said. Her gaze locked on the door and she moved to it like a woman possessed, blocking me out along with everything else. I had no doubt she was imagining the little girl who was on the other side, and I was relieved she didn't ask me to stay. She knocked, and I waited only until I heard the door slide open. Then I turned back to the city, unsure if I should meet up with Minseo and make sure everything was going well at the market, or give in to my curiosity and seek out Charlotte's dragon. As if there hadn't been a choice at all, I headed straight for the edge of town where the dragon was being kept. It was a decision I was grateful for the moment I arrived. The dragon's neck was outstretched, the scales of its face splattered with blood as it tore through an animal I could no longer identify and devoured it. Its sharp teeth gleamed red, reminding me a bit of Charlotte's dagger and its matching counterpart. The dragon's size was just as I'd imagined, yet shocking to look at just the same. His glossy eye moved to me, and a chill fell down my back. Something so deadly and unpredictable couldn't possibly exist, yet there it was. What I hadn't expected was its reflective scales that couldn't be assigned a single color. But if I had to choose just one to describe it, I'd say silver. This was more than what I'd promised the council. I found relief in that fact, though I didn't know it was a concern that subconsciously dug at me until I was released of it. I laughed, overcome with the possibilities. We could do it. We could pry Vyers from Camelot's grasp. This dragon was our trump card, a warrior strong enough to turn the tide of a battle. But I had a secret. I'd come to discover a second warrior who I could make formidable in time for the battle. At that very moment, she reunited with the Dragon Princess.
23. Charlotte. I swung the door open to find the soft, loving eyes of Gabriel staring wide-eyed at me. His dark lashes, as ever, flitted with disbelief. I'd been so focused on getting back to Morgana that I somehow skidded over thoughts of our reunion. Breathless, I pulled him in for a hug. His muscular arms wrapped around me like a soft blanket, making me feel small and childlike. "It's true," he breathed into my hair. You're here." He started to pull away, but I stopped him, squeezing him tightly. When he spoke again, I could hear the smile in his voice. "How did you escape?" he asked, but I could tell by the sly tone that he already knew and just asked for confirmation. Of course, even with the language barrier, he found a way to stay privy to the kingdom-wide gossip. "Dragon," I said simply, rubbing my face on his chest. I dropped my arms and looked up at him, my heart warming from seeing my long-lost partner. "Where is she?" I asked as we stepped into the house. I looked up, and across the room stood a stunned little girl. Her hanbok was the same color as mine, her curls pulled back into a single braid. Her lips parted, giving me a glimpse of a growing tooth that hadn't been there when we got separated. I held my arms out, but instead of the smile I'd imagined, her brow furrowed, and she shattered into a mess of tears. We ran together, and I lifted her into my arms. Her small frame jostled as she struggled for breath between sobs. My heart broke just to see her that way, and I understood because I felt the same. I held her tightly to my body, but not as tightly as her tiny arms and legs wrapped around me. She was a touch heavier, maybe a bit taller, too. My heart crunched when I realized that, for the first time, I'd missed her birthday. "It's okay, baby," I said, rubbing her back. "We're together now." I took a seat on Gabriel's couch and cradled Morgana into my lap. I was taken aback by how quiet she was. This wasn't the Morgana I knew. The girl I knew was a talker, a storyteller. What I would have given to see her perk up and tell one of her tales at that very moment. After a few short minutes, her sniffles slowed, and I felt her breathing deepen into a restful sleep. I stared down at her, grateful I'd somehow made it back to her. I never wanted to spend another day away. The sudden rush of all the worries I'd suppressed lifted off me, and I had to bite back more tears from bursting forth. I pulled her to my face. "I love you, Morgana," I whispered. Gabriel, who had been watching quietly from across the room, took a seat beside me. "Have you seen him?" he asked. Did he mean young? I nodded, fearful that the question might push me to reveal too much about my current thoughts on the subject. He leaned closer, as if to ask for more information, but I had nothing more to offer. I hadn't come close to processing any of it myself. "It must have been a strange night for you. When I heard you'd arrived, and how you arrived..." He held a hand up. "We'll come back to that later. I knew you'd come by at some point today." A glint of mischievous intent flickered in his eyes. "How was your night?" I turned away, hoping to block him from reading anything from my eyes or face, then answered as indifferently as I could muster. I was tired. I stayed with Young, and he gasped. "What did Minseo say?" I chewed on my lip. He slept outside the door. Gabriel's face lit so brightly that you would have thought he'd been crowned king. "So, what are you going to do?" I tossed around his question for a moment before answering. "There's nothing to do. I'm married to Young." His dark eyes widened, putting his thick lashes on full display. His eyebrows rose and his mouth fell open. But what?" He slid his palms down his face. "Say it." I shook my head in confusion, as if this small action could jolt my brain back into the conversation. "Say what?"
You still love Minseo.
I rubbed Morgana's arm for comfort and to make sure she was still asleep. My heartbeat suddenly drew my attention. Finally, the denial of Gabriel's claim came to my lips, but I didn't speak it. A jewel of an idea slipped into my head, and I flipped my gaze back to Gabe. "How are things with Junho?" I asked. It happened in a flash, but I could swear I saw a touch of pink on his cheeks.
What? Nothing. What do you mean? We're friends. It was too many answers in too short a time to be innocent.
So you guys haven't... His gaze drifted to the top left of his field of vision, a tell I'd come to know was for memory.
No, of course not. Have you seen him? Did he say something?
Guilty. I'd struck a nerve, just as he had with me. In surrender, we changed the subject to Morgana, but even that led back to the same place.
Minseo visits nearly every day, Gabriel explained. But lately, Young has been taking her hiking. A couple of times this week and once last week. I think they're starting to bond. Morgana seems excited to go.
I smiled weakly, alerting him to the fact that we once again strayed into volatile territory. My heart already knew Gabriel was right. Just like my reunion with Gabe, I'd felt the greatest sense of peace and joy when I saw Young again. But nothing could touch the burn I felt for Minseo. My only option was to deny the truth until I found a way to douse the flames. The ties of love that pulled me had become a convoluted web. I started to miss the simplicity of war. 24. Merlin. I must have searched the whole castle 100 times before I let myself believe that Charlotte left me. I ran through our last conversation again and again, wondering how I'd missed it. Why would she confide in me her greatest secret and then leave me here to die? A guilty conscience? Some skewed perception of reality? I was bleeding out, and I'd noticed my magic had become as volatile as it was when I was a child. Even Arthur's wintry gaze, heavy with disappointment and disgust, reminded me of my mother, who had disowned me. She just left. I wasn't sure which emotion was most prominent: anger, sadness, loss, disappointment. How could she just leave like that? How could she take Garrix with her? Didn't she know how much he'd meant to me? Didn't she know what would happen to me if she left me behind? How much she'd put my life at risk? All the questions had me spiraling, and now that Charlotte had ruined the courtyard for me, the only place I felt somewhat normal was the castle dungeon. I didn't know I'd get one, but I needed a win immediately. I needed to prove to Arthur that I was still on his side and that I could make up for my mistake. I could help him get the dragon back. He'd already announced his decision to go to war with Vyers. If I helped him prepare the troops and made myself useful to him, maybe, just maybe, I could win back his favor. I needed to do something. Every step in the castle felt hostile. Not just from Arthur, either. The other knights, soldiers, and courtiers looked at me the same way. As a traitor, like I'd helped Charlotte escape. Like she hadn't left me here to die. And Lance was a different story altogether. He looked at me like I was wounded, exchanging half smiles and clearing the room when I entered. Once I thought I saw him scold some soldiers for glaring at me, but I must have been mistaken. I felt utterly isolated. If Lance was taking pity on me, things were worse than I'd imagined. No matter how many times I put myself on the line to be close to someone, I kept coming back to the same truth. I couldn't count on anyone but myself. Humans, in general, had always proved themselves to be huge disappointments. For once, I didn't want to belong to them. I stormed through the hallways, headed for the peaceful solitude of my training dungeons. I stopped short when Lance stood outside the staircase that led down. Was he waiting for me? He looked as puzzled to see me as I was to see him. "Hey, Merlin," he said, turning away shyly. "Move," I barked, and with a wave of my hand I pushed him face first into the stone wall and held him there until I passed. Ugh. Sharks always circled when they smelled blood in the water. 25. Charlotte. I was hoping to make it back to Gabriel's house before Morgana woke up. I didn't want to leave her during her nap. She'd suffered enough. I was assured by Gabriel that she'd been her same storytelling self, and he was confident she'd return to form once she adjusted to seeing me again. I longed to see her that way, the carefree little girl I loved. Then I'd know for sure she was okay. I wanted to stay and hold her all day. But I hadn't had a chance to check on Garrix, and I was beginning to worry that, without instruction, he could become dangerous. I slipped out, and when I got to the farm at the edge of town, I knew I'd worried for nothing. Instead of the fire-breathing, human-eating creature he looked like, I arrived to find him playfully chasing the livestock. True, the animals he played with would likely become his lunch later, but he was as soft-hearted as Merlin, the woman who'd raised him. My stomach tightened as I thought of her. Her beauty, her silent strength. I hoped she was doing well and missed the feeling of having her around. "Please forgive me," I whispered into the air as I watched Garrix. I stepped over the fence, a frail set of wooden poles that Garrix could have leveled with a sneeze, and he turned to me. He wiggled his nose in recognition, but quickly turned his attention to a goat who appeared so frazzled he could have laid an egg. A chuckle sounded from behind me, and I turned to see Young outside the pen. Had he been there the whole time? Leaving Garrix to play, I turned and walked to Young. "For some reason, he reminds me of you," Young said, his hands crossed behind his back. The ground was uneven, but I was struck by how tall he seemed to me. Had he grown while he was away? "I only terrorize goats on special occasions," I said. He half smiled, but his gaze was intense and searching. I wondered if I was as difficult to read as he was. I scanned his face and felt a chill run through me. My mind still struggled to comprehend having him back. All this time, he had been an invisible force I tapped into to get through life's difficult moments. A kind of religion. He'd been gone for so long. And even in the best of times, Young wasn't much for sharing his thoughts or feelings. Most of what I knew of him came from his actions 5 years ago, and the stories I told myself in order to explain them. He was more of a stranger to me than when I'd first met him, and something about that hurt me when we were together. "Young," I said. He turned his gaze back to Garrix as if he knew and feared what I was going to ask next. "Will you tell me about what happened?" "You mean after you escaped?" "Yes." He shrugged. "I was captured and brought to Camelot." "That's it?" "What else do you want to know?" "Everything. I want to know I have to go," he said suddenly. "Where?" He shook his head. I continued. "Where are you running to? Why do you keep running away from me?" "Because it hurts to be around you." I felt my heart beat in my throat, and I swallowed my sudden desire to let him walk away. "Let's talk it through. Let's build something again."
Build what? Everything's broken, he shouted. I froze, stunned by the rare display of emotion. You belong to Minseo now, and Vyers belongs to Camelot.
I felt my body numb. Where was this coming from?
We all thought you were dead. Any of us would have done whatever we could to get you back alive. And if I was dead, everyone and everything would be better off.
I took a step toward him.
That's not true. We can fix all of this. We can beat Camelot.
You and I can start over.
How can we start over? We can talk everything through. Okay, he said, walking up to me. He glared down at me. Tell me, Charlotte, are you in love with Minseo?
I held his gaze. Yes. He turned to walk away, and I was grateful not to see the hurt in his eyes.
Stop! Don't go! I called. He turned back. Why shouldn't I? Because we can find a way to overcome this. What do you want? Do you want me to win you? I want you to stay and fight for us. Make an effort. Work with me to fix this.
He shook his head.
I shouldn't have to fight for the love of my own wife.
He walked away and headed toward the farmer's house instead of his own.
Instead of going after him or even watching him go,
I turned my gaze to Garrick's and fought the urge to cry. I understood Young's anger. It was an impossible situation. My feelings for Minseo had grown from bonding over Young's death, but that gave little comfort to this situation. I was glad, at least, that Young had expressed his frustration. It was a step forward, but the trouble with moving forward is that while you move toward something, you move away from something else. I was consumed by guilt and uneasiness. I hadn't intended on hurting anyone, especially Young. All three of us suffered, and there was no easy remedy. Garrick's cocked his neck back and screeched into the sky, startling me. As the shrill sound traveled through the mountains of Vyers, I recognized it as my own sadness, a mournful shade of dark blue. Garrick's blinked again, blankly, and then returned to chasing the terrified livestock. But the sound echoed inside me. My thoughts drifted to Minseo, the levity of his presence, his warmth, and I wished I could have said goodbye. I wished I could crawl into his arms where I felt invincible and strong. Garrick's shot into the air, landing in front of me with a gust of wind. He lowered himself to the ground, the way he always did before we flew. The decision to chase after Minseo wasn't mine. It was more of Garrick's suggestion. At least, that's what I told myself, even if I was acutely aware that his emotions and actions were bound to mine. Minseo was an impulse, one I couldn't let go. Any feelings I had for him were wrong, weren't they? And though I still intended to work things through with Young, he certainly wasn't making it easy. In the last few minutes, something major had changed. I'd confessed to Young that I loved Minseo. It was no longer hidden, not from Young, and certainly not from myself. Minseo was likely the only one who didn't know. I traced my fingertips along Garrick's wings. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to say a quick goodbye.
26. Minseo. The market buzzed with life, the air heavy with unique smells and bright colors as merchants shouted at passerby, waving their assorted goods. Some had tables draped with fine cloth and elegantly displayed fruit, weaponry, or jewels. Others had their vegetables or carvings laid out on woven mats in front of them. There was so much to touch and look at, it was easy to lose time there. But I had no time to waste. I needed to find a foreign merchant quickly. I made my way through the rows of stalls, the merchants there as diverse and colorful as the goods they sold. I closed my eyes and tilted my head back, catching the sun's rays on my face. I took a deep breath and listened for any language that wasn't Viren. "That's a good way to get robbed, Your Majesty," a gruff voice barked. I opened my eyes to see a man in his late 50s with a long beard and a lumpy purple hat that had a black feather in it. English. His clothes were a bit odd for Vyers, but I couldn't place his kingdom just by looking at him. "What's a good way to get robbed?" "Close your eyes in this market. There are pickpockets everywhere." I cocked my head to the side. "Where?" I asked, wondering if I was out of touch, naive, or if this man was simply paranoid. He pointed his scarred hand at a group of little boys playing near a fruit stall. Oh, great. This guy was never going to be credible enough to convince his king that we had a dragon. Before I could answer, he started shouting at the group. "Hey you!" he yelled. "Give the prince his sword back!" I reached for my sword and, sure enough, felt the empty sheath. No possible way. The kid turned to run and the man shouted, "He'll have you beheaded!" The boys huddled into a group before pushing forward the smallest among them. He couldn't have been much older than Morgana. He bowed his head with shame as he held my bare sword out in front of him. It was alarming to see a child that small holding a sword, let alone imagine that he'd stolen it without me noticing. I carefully lifted the sword from his small hands, but he didn't look up to see my forgiving smile. "You?" I whispered in Viren. "Be a good boy." He nodded to me without looking up, and backed away until his group grabbed him and they vanished behind the mass of people. When I spun back to see the old man who warned me, he'd already disappeared into the crowd. Luckily, his hat was distinct enough for me to track him down. "Sir," I called, weaving through a swarm of people. "Thank you for your help. I'm Prince Minseo." "Lavario," he said. I was a little struck that he didn't bow. He didn't reach out to shake my hand either. "May I ask where you're from?" "Farisa," he said. I knew it. It was on our side of the Jin Sea and only recently pulled into the Alliance. He was a perfect candidate for my mission. "Are you leaving today?" I asked, hoping I'd already found a suitable partner. "Are you kidding? Do you see this crowd? I can't leave today. It's a gold mine." I scanned the crowded street and nodded. "Ah, yes, I see. This is a once-in-a-lifetime haul. They're stocking up on luxuries before the Alliance tax hits." Ah, I hadn't accounted for that. Still, Farisa was a perfect place to start, as it was closer to Vyers than Camelot, which would be ideal in a battle. If this was a good trade day, I'd likely run into the same problem with anyone else. "You know what else is a once-in-a-lifetime experience?" I said. "Seeing a dragon." His eyes lit, but his face remained neutral. "So, the rumors are true." I had him. "Don't you think this information would be worth more to your king than a few extra sales at the market?" His gaze skidded across the crowd. I cleared my throat to regain his attention. "Listen, I'll take you to see the dragon and exchange you leave for Farisa today and allow me to accompany you on your trip." He sighed in defeat. Fine. Let me gather my things. But if I find out you're lying..." I raised an eyebrow. It certainly was a strange way to address royalty, but it amused me. Noticing my surprise, he pressed his lips together. He turned away and waved me to follow. A few minutes later, we'd escaped the cluster of people in the market and found ourselves wandering through a nearly deserted Vyers. It really had been a great market day. Lavario was quiet as we neared the farm on the edge of town. I was surprised to see Young standing at the edge of the farm, his gaze locked on the shimmering beast. I realized that Lavario had stopped walking a few steps back. I turned to urge him forward, but saw a softened man with tear-filled eyes. Perhaps that was the correct reaction to witnessing such a creature. A miracle. He wiped his eyes, unashamed and unbothered by my gaze. We walked toward the dragon, a bit slower than the pace we used to get there, and while Lavario drank in the sight of the dragon, I searched for the girl who flew him to Vyres. When we reached Young, he turned to me with a neutral expression. His face lit when he saw Lavario beside me. "Oh, is this your merchant? Which kingdom are you going to first?" he asked. "Farisa," Lavario said bluntly. I giggled, becoming more amused with him every moment. "Oh, that's perfect," Young said, ignoring Lavario's rough greeting. Young turned back to the dragon. She named it Garrix. I looked at the beast as it playfully chased the livestock around the fenced-in land. Did she? Where was she? I wondered, but I knew better than to ask. Still, why was Young so hesitant to spend time with Charlotte? If she was my wife... I stopped. I took a deep breath of surrender and turned my attention to Lavario. "Shall we go?" He nodded but kept his gaze locked on the dragon, unwilling to turn away. That afternoon, as we neared Vyres' southern border, Lavario, his trade cart, and I were plunged into a darkness as a gust of wind whipped us. 3 seconds of unsettling confusion passed before I realized the shadow blocking the sun was a dragon that stalked us, and that the true danger was on its back. Lavario comforted the horses, who bucked with alarm as Charlotte landed her dragon a few yards away. I walked over to meet her, my heart beat wild as I neared. The dragon was not still and statuesque like it had been the first time I saw it. It craned its neck, curiously absorbing its surroundings. Charlotte, however, had her gaze fixed on me, and she didn't look happy. She stood with her arms crossed as I approached. She was back in her leather suit, but her hair was pulled into a single braid, though several of her curls had been pulled free from it by the wind. When I reached her, her gaze traveled down my body and back up in appraisal. "You weren't going to say goodbye?" My cheeks burned. I could have sworn this woman enjoyed making me crazy. I thought it best if I just slipped out. Give you some time to figure things out. She chewed her bottom lip for a moment, then spoke. "How long will you be gone?" The guilt hit my stomach before I made the move, my eyes jutting to Lavario to check if we were being watched. But the gray-bearded merchant's attention was consumed by Garrix, and I wasn't sure if it was for the sake of privacy for me and Charlotte, or curiosity about the dragon. When I turned back to Charlotte, I could see a distinct blush across her cheeks, as if she knew what I was checking for. But except for the free tendrils of her hair dancing in the wind, she remained motionless. If she wanted a difficult goodbye, I'd give her one. I stepped toward her and pulled her body to mine with greater force than I'd intended. I felt her knees buckle, and I was certain that if I let her go, she'd drop to the ground. Instead, I rubbed her cheek with my thumb like she had done to me when she first arrived in Vyres, and I leaned in close. I gazed into her dark eyes and saw the answers to the questions that had been plaguing me for months. Yes, she still loved me. No, she didn't want me to let go. Nothing had changed. Her bottom lip quivered as I threatened to lean closer and kiss her. But the whole reason I volunteered for this trip was to give her time to sort through her feelings. She was still Young's wife. I felt the push of her chest as she breathed heavily and her heart raced. My body responded. If I didn't let go now, I wouldn't be able to. "Minseo?" she said. "Can I ask you something?" "Yes," I said, my thoughts in tune with every moment of her body beneath my fingers. "Do you think a man should have to fight for the love of his wife?" she asked, her eyes a little dewy. The word love on her lips took me back to the months we'd spent together. I thought of the nights she'd whispered to me in the darkness, and the joy I'd felt when she agreed to marry me. I felt myself smile, half lost in the memory, and said, "Every day of his life." Lavario cleared his throat, pulling our attention. I quickly pressed my lips to her ear. "Goodbye, Charlotte," I whispered, pulling her body tight to mine one last time before I released her. As soon as we parted, my blood ran cold. Was my decision to leave going to break this love of ours? Was I pushing her to young like I'd accused him of doing to me? Fear tore through me, and I felt my sure steps toward the cart slow. I looked back over my shoulder at Charlotte, and my fears vanished. I saw everything there on her face. The dazed, dreamlike expression, the gentle smile, the red of her collarbone. She understood that this was not goodbye, and that there was nowhere I could travel where she wouldn't be with me. Out of respect for my brother, I would leave for this mission. I'd give him a chance to reconnect with her and give Charlotte enough time to know for sure how she felt. I trusted that what Charlotte and I had was strong enough to endure this test. I trusted her to make the choice that was best for her, and planned to accept it, even if, after everything, she chose young. However, if I came back and her heart still belonged to me, I was going to take her and never let her go again. As I mounted my horse, I felt like myself again. The version of me that I thought had died with my brother. But if young could be resurrected, why couldn't I? 27. Young. My face was hot, and I felt myself cringe every time the memory of my argument with Charlotte slipped back in. After lunch at the farm, I noticed Charlotte had taken Garrix out, so I slunk to the throne room to distract myself with the council. I was relieved that I arrived to find them passionately debating the war, a perfectly suited distraction. While they'd agreed to send Minseo to try to draw allies to our cause, his was a mission of subtlety. The council was still undecided on the war. Everyone agreed we should prepare in case Arthur came for Charlotte's dragon, or if he heard of our plans to gather allies. Only a few members were convinced the war was a wise decision. After everything I'd seen, there was no risk too great to reclaim Vyre's independence. But until Minseo returned with confirmed allies, I had nothing to convince them. Hours of the same arguments going back and forth dragged on. Suddenly, my heart sank as Charlotte walked into the throne room and over to the table where the council met. I, along with the other council members, gaped at her, none of us certain on how to react to her presence. She didn't know anything about the customs and proceedings of our system, and if she did, she'd know she wasn't welcome to speak there. And worse, I just yelled at her and was attempting to use this meeting as a much-needed escape. What could she possibly have to say? My stomach churned with anticipation. She turned her gaze at my father. No, she wasn't actually going to address the king. "Your Majesty," she said. My heart raced, and I vehemently debated intervening. "I wish to thank you for your hospitality." The room fell silent and several of the council members turned away in discomfort. "You are most welcome," he said, and the room collectively let out a sigh of relief. "I wish to discuss my dragon and his place in Vyre's." The king nodded. Charlotte divided her attention among the members of the council evenly. "I would like to swear my and Garrix's allegiance to Vyre's. I realize that my presence here has put Vyre's in danger. In exchange for our sanctuary, we will fight on your behalf should a war break out." She spoke like a queen, her voice full and sure, her posture straight, her gaze piercing as it moved from one person to the next. "The dragon follows my commands alone as a consequence of my participation in its birth. He is still very young, but grows rapidly in size, power, and endurance. With help, we could train him to be a valuable asset in battle. He may even be able to outmatch Arthur's battle mage, Merlin." She pulled a wisp of hair out of her face, and her gaze fell to me for a moment that left me too breathless to anticipate her next words. "I know it's not my place, but I believe, given enough time, we can win a war with Camelot." The king eyed her, cautiously planning his reply. "Do you not understand what is at stake?" he asked. "Yes, Your Majesty, I do. I understand better than anyone else in this room, as I've suffered the loss of my family and my kingdom." Silence hung in the air. "You may lose those again," the king said. "Not this time." My father stroked his chin. And what of your daughter? What of your husband? Are their lives worth the risk? She took a deep breath through her nose, and her gaze once again fell to me. I can tell you that the guilt from feeling responsible when your kingdom falls is a burden greater than death. I tore my gaze away from her. She may have been here on my behalf, but I wasn't ready to forgive her. Sensing her case had been made, she bowed and hurried out of the hall, leaving the rest of us in contemplative silence. Even with her compelling speech, the council bickered throughout the week, unable to commit to the war. I made sure to take Morgana out for what we were calling hiking, but I still needed more time away from Charlotte. It wasn't her fault. My mind screamed, but even if it wasn't, it still hurt. It hurt to look at her. It hurt to want her. But more than anything, I was afraid. What would happen if I did fight for her and still lost her to Minseo? The person who plagued my every thought night after night while trapped in Bullhorn was gone. 5 years apart had changed her. It changed us both. What if we found out we didn't fit together anymore? I could understand why it happened, but even so, I didn't want her to be with Minseo. If I didn't find a way to think about something else, I would drive myself to the brink of insanity. So I focused on the political situation in Vyers, as it was only slightly less hopeless than my problems with Charlotte. For the moment, my main concern was convincing the council to go to war, and it seemed like they'd never commit to attacking Camelot unless forced, until a vile stranger arrived on the shores of the Jin Sea, Sir Galahad of Camelot. The moment Galahad reached the Jin Sea, reports from our borders started coming in. Sir Galahad and 20 of his soldiers had boarded a ship bound for Vyers, claiming to be on a tax-collecting mission. The council had gone into a frenzy. Did we plan to pay their tax? Should we send Charlotte and her dragon away? Should we meet him at the coast with the money to stop him from sniffing out any information? Should we take him as a prisoner to aid us in the potential war? My father raised his hand to hush the chaos. We will send Charlotte and her dragon to meet up with Minseo and Fariza immediately. My breath caught. He continued, We will triple the presence of our soldiers in the capital city. Enough for a show of strength, but not enough to lead him to believe we are preparing for war. Hanbit asked, Do we plan to pay for the tax? The king spoke again, his voice commanding attention with its subtlety. Yes, but this will be the final time we pay. We will treat him and his soldiers with hospitality and begin full war preparations after he departs. The room buzzed with preparations. Despite having a sizable military force, Vyers always favored diplomatic solutions. Even now, my father had the option of paying the tax and walking away without a life lost. But after Charlotte's speech and the unannounced and thinly veiled scouting mission by Galahad, Arthur had pushed my father too far. Our soldiers were skilled but lacked battle experience. They'd been thoroughly trained, but most never dealt a fatal blow. Camelot was a ruthless force, even before they earned the name and left Drethen behind. They were experienced, brutal, and had far greater numbers and resources than us. However, just as we wanted out of the alliance, I was certain other kingdoms did too. They would be our only hope in defeating Arthur, and it seemed like Minseo was our only hope. My stomach was in knots. This was what I'd been waiting for. We'd finally begin a full mobilization of our troops for war. But once again, Charlotte would be reunited with Minseo. It was like some invisible force pulled them together. Even when Charlotte and I had good times, I'd always felt that same force tearing us apart. Our wedding had been cancelled. Emmett tried to steal her. Her family was killed. Her kingdom fell. And then I was captured and imprisoned while she believed I was dead. Somehow all of those things served to bring her and Minseo together. I'd finally had enough. Charlotte was my wife. I didn't care if God himself was against it. If she was leaving to see Minseo tomorrow, I only had tonight to remind her who the better man was. I stood, drawing the attention of the chattering council members. "I'll inform and prepare Charlotte for her journey," I said. If Charlotte wanted a fight, I'd give her one.
28. Charlotte. I tilted my face to the sun as Morgana recounted the mostly true story about our time apart.
"And then," she said, "I told Minnow not to be sad and put a happy spell on him."
I grinned, feeling warmth in every facet of the world.
Oh, he was very lucky to have you around.
My thoughts moved to Young. I'd been told he took Morgana hiking, but she hadn't mentioned it. What about Young? You've been spending time together too, right? She nodded.
"Hiking."
That's it? I waited for her to continue, to regale me with a tale about how they discovered a unicorn or defeated a minotaur. One-word answers were uncharacteristic for her. I fiddled with her curls and decided to gently press about it. Oh, and how's that? She turned away and looked at the sky.
"Mommy, do you really have a dragon?"
I sat up quickly. Yes, would you like to see him? Her eyes bulged.
"But you told me they weren't real."
I was wrong. His name is Garrix, and his scales shine, and he's very kind. Her gaze on my face was so focused as she contemplated each word that I wanted to keep talking forever. I could see her mind racing from the flit of her eyelashes to the faraway gleam in her eyes. My heart swelled. I'd missed her so much. I had no idea how I even survived without her for so long. That's how I got back to you. I climbed on his back and flew all the way here. She lowered her head, looking up at me with a deliberate gaze.
"I need to meet him."
Inching forward, I tapped on the tip of her nose. Let's go. Morgana leapt from the blanket and grabbed my hand, pulling me along before I could gather my belongings. Wait, honey, we have to get our things.
"Mom,"
she said, her eyes bulging.
"There's a dragon. I need to meet him."
I bit back laughter as I grabbed our blanket and water pail, scrambling to put them into my bag as Morgana bounced around like the delay brought her physical pain. I slung my bag over my shoulder and followed Morgana as she skipped through the forest on the outskirts of town. "Charlotte," a voice called. Through the trees, I saw Young walking towards us. Even through the greenery, I could see he had an energy about him I hadn't seen since his return. My body pulsed. We hadn't spoken since our fight the night before. "Careful, Morgana," Young and I said in unison. Young squatted down and Morgana leapt onto his back, a sort of dance that appeared to be well rehearsed. Amused, I hurried to join them. "We were just headed to visit Garrix," I said when I was close enough to be heard easily. "Would you like to join us?" Young smiled, giving my stomach a quick jolt of surprise. "Absolutely. Actually, Charlotte, I have something important to talk to you about later." Morgana squirmed. Young laughed. "It can wait, though. Dragon first." I pressed my lips together to suppress the sudden rush of nerves. Young's smile affected me just as Minseo running his hand through his hair often did. I was starting to think that not only did they know that, they were using it to their advantage. "Dragon first," I repeated. We walked along the outskirts of town, a grassy path outside the walls, overrun with wildflowers. Morgana chatted incessantly, and I found myself clutching to this memory as we made it. It was odd, but even though we were a family on paper, it felt too new to be familiar. Our threesome didn't possess the familiarity it had with Gabe or the ease of Minseo, but it felt nice. It was the kind of afternoon I'd fantasized about for 5 years. Although I no longer felt the same about him, I wanted nothing more than for us to play this part, a fantasy glimpse of what might have been. Each time his gaze fell to me and he smiled, I felt a flare of heat that unlocked a truth I had buried away. It was entirely possible for me to fall back in love with Young. I'd done it once, and the power he'd once held over my every emotion remained. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if I did? For everyone except Minseo. As if he could hear my thoughts, Young's hand brushed mine. I remember you. When we arrived at the farm, Morgana squirmed off Young's back and thrust herself over the fence. I was alarmed at how fearlessly she charged up to Garrick's. Be still, I willed to Garrick's. In the light of the afternoon sun, Garrick's scales shone brightly. I could imagine how magical he looked, standing alone in the grassy field, his gaze fixed on the small child frantically charging him. Morgana threw her arms around Garrick's neck. I felt a twinge at the bottom of my stomach. Violet. My heart fluttered at the sensation. Garrick's liked her. Young and I hurried to catch up, me because I was curious about what she was saying to him, and Young because he felt nervous about her being so close to such a large and unpredictable creature. But for me, Garrick's was predictable. He remained still as a doll as Morgana patted his lizard-like head. "Show me your wings," Morgana said. My stomach dropped when Garrick's ignored my command for Morgana's and stretched his wings out in front of her. I gasped, running over to Morgana's wrist to check for the same metal band that allowed me to control Garrick's. But her tiny wrist was unmarred. "What's wrong?" Young asked, his gaze moving between the dragon and me. I lowered my voice so Morgana couldn't hear us. "He disobeyed me. Should we get her out of there?" I traced a finger over the metal band on my wrist, the one born from the dragon egg. "I think she's safe, but I don't know why he did what she said. I didn't think that was possible. Do you think it's because of her magic?" Stunned, I turned to him. "You know about that? Has there been another incident?" "I wouldn't say incident. She's getting a bit more used to it, I think. Minseo and Gabriel have been keeping a close eye on it." "I was going to tell you. Do you think it's from your side or mine?" He shrugged. "Do you have magical people in your family?" I shook my head. "Do you?" We laughed together at the absurdity, until I took a deep breath, resting my hands on my hips. Young took me by the waist and kissed me. My heart raced. In a panic, I stepped back, my shock reflected in his expression. The click of the kiss rang in my ears, the softness of it still tingling on my lips. We stared at each other as I made my best effort to pin down a single emotion, as each one flew through me, driving me wild until I grabbed hold of one. Curiosity. Was loving Young the same as I'd remembered? What would that feel like if we tried it again? His voice broke through my train of thought. "We need you to travel to Farisa tomorrow with Garrick's." "Oh, is something—" "We just don't want Garrick's to be here when the knights come to collect the taxes." I nodded. "You can tell your father I'll be ready." I noticed Young's cheeks flush before he spoke again. "I was thinking that, since I won't see you for a little while, maybe you could stay with me tonight." "Oh." He bit his bottom lip. "I mean, you don't have to if—" "No, I said, pressing my hands to my stomach to ease the rush I felt there.
No?
His eyes bulged. No, I mean, yes, He smiled, causing me to melt and for the overwhelming sensation of curiosity to take hold. I mean, I knew what might happen if I went, even if I promised myself I wouldn't let it go that far. But I'd asked him to give us a real chance. How could I deny him now? I felt my body shake, and it reminded me a lot of how I'd felt on our wedding night all those years ago. My mind drifted to the man who slept outside Young's room on my first night in Vyers. Wasn't this why he left? So I could explore my feelings for Young? I swallowed my frustration, determined to hide it from Young. Someone was going to get hurt. There was no way around it.
29. Lancelot. Merlin was going to be the death of me. I had no idea how to go about trying to woo her, let alone if that would make her drop her guard long enough to kill her. All women had their scary moments, even my soft-tempered Guinevere. But Merlin could roast me alive with a single wave of a finger. I needed a plan. I lay back in my bed, closed my eyes, and replayed memories of her, particularly the ones where she was fond of me. Back when we were close. Had I done or said something to make myself more desirable? The one time I'd called her beautiful, she'd reacted negatively. So what was it? My eyes opened as the answer slipped in. Gwen. I'd been pining for Gwen for the entire 4 years Merlin and I were on the road. Maybe what she liked most about me was the competition with Gwen. I sat up. If my relationship with Gwen drew her interest in me to begin with, it could do it again. My thoughts tripped over a potential snag. If I let Gwen in on my plan, she might get jealous and sabotage it. I needed her to play the part of a jealous girlfriend, but in a very specific way. No, she'd have to be left in the dark, and after I murdered Merlin, I'd be able to explain everything. My stomach was racked with nerves as I waited for night to come and my plan to commence. As usual, after midnight, Gwen slipped into my room. I gulped with anticipation as she kissed my neck, knowing that what I was about to do to Gwen was just as dangerous as driving my sword into Merlin's heart. She climbed on top of me and, taking control until my room filled with the steady thrum of my bedpost hitting my bedroom wall, my body surged with heat and adrenaline as I waited for my moment. Gwen's eyes rolled back, her pace suddenly erratic. Now. Yeah, Merlin. I moaned. Yes, Merlin! I yelled, this time louder to make sure she heard me. Gwen froze, her eyes wide, the color drained from her face. She leapt off of me, pulling the blanket up to cover her exposed breasts. Her mouth dropped open and she blinked silently at me with disbelief. What did you say? I sat up, my body covered with sweat and Gwen's juices. I'm sorry. I meant to say Gwen. You said it twice, she said, but she was no longer talking to me. She was already off the bed and half-dressed, as if the room was on fire. I felt a twinge of sadness, but if I was being honest, also a hint of satisfaction for hurting her. Something inside me had never forgiven her for marrying Arthur. She stormed out of my bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Everything had gone according to plan, but the pit of my stomach ached with the thought that I might have done something that couldn't be undone.
30. Charlotte. Even with a full afternoon of Morgana running through the field with Garrix, it took her longer to fall asleep than I expected. I loved seeing them play together, like siblings,
It was as if they'd known each other all their lives. Perhaps it was Morgana's adrenaline from meeting Garrick's or her suspicion that he could understand her. She'd also given me quite a battle when I told her I needed to take Garrick's away for a couple of days. But eventually, the exhaustion took her and she lay back on her pillow, fighting sleep. I wished I would be around the next day to put Morgana's influence on Garrick's to the test. As it was, I felt rather unsettled about it. I couldn't think of anything more terrifying than a 5-year-old girl with control of a dragon. Even a 5-year-old as sweet as Morgana could level a kingdom with a small tantrum. "Story time," Morgana whispered, clapping her hands with the last of her energy, her curls snaking from her head like Medusa. I wondered what it might be like to have a child who wished for me to tell her stories instead of the other way around. I smiled down at her. "Go ahead."
"The evil witch saved the day, but then blood spit out of her."
"Morgana!" She looked up at me wide-eyed.
"What?"
I shook my head in disbelief. "Can't we ever have a nice story?" She fluttered her eyelashes at me.
"Do you like the color red?"
Unfazed by her change of subject, I said, "Yes, it's very beautiful."
"Then blood is beautiful, which means my story is nice."
I pulled the blanket up to her shoulders. "All right, time for bed before you give me nightmares." She giggled. My gaze drifted to the window where the sun had long since gone down. Young was waiting, a thought that pushed fear into me. It wasn't that I didn't trust him. I didn't trust me. I lay beside Morgana until she fell asleep, and when she finally did, I hesitated to move. My mind ran through every possible outcome of the night. I didn't like any of them. My stomach was fluttered with nerves by the time I turned to leave, made worse by Gabriel's giddy response when I told him where I'd be. He'd even pressed me for answers about what I thought might happen. The truth was, I wasn't sure. I didn't even know if I wanted anything to happen. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't felt anything for Young as we spent the day together. Part of me knew I always would. Still, it felt like a betrayal of Minseo, and I wasn't sure why it wasn't the other way around. Logically, Young was my husband, and I owed it to him to make things work. But when I closed my eyes and placed my hand over my heart to feel it beat, it was always for Minseo. All I could truly offer Young was an open mind. I should have felt excited. We were reunited and finally connecting. But the tension and flutters I felt weren't from excitement, but from anxiety. Someone was going to be hurt tonight, and it would most likely be me. As I kissed Morgana's forehead one last time and waved guiltily to Gabe, I suppressed the alarm bells ringing in my mind. After all, what was wrong with me spending the night with my husband? But it was a foolish question. I knew what was wrong. My heart belonged to Minseo, and every step toward Young was a step away from him. It was a risk I wasn't willing to take. Yet, a few minutes later, I stood outside of Young's room. 31. Merlin. I paced the halls of the castle in the dead of night, cycling through the emotions that hadn't allowed me a moment of sleep since Charlotte left. Rage because she'd left me to Arthur's wrath. A danger that I felt hovering over me, like the gavel waiting to drop. Betrayal because she didn't tell me what she was planning. I wrung my hands. Above all, sadness. Regardless of her reasons, I'd lost a sister, and I was alone once more. And Garrick's, my sole focus for the 3 months we had him, was another irreplaceable gap in my life. It was almost enough to wish for my own death, to welcome Arthur's punishment when he finally decided to implement it. A soft sniffle sounded through the empty halls, and for a moment, my hopeful heart convinced itself it was Charlotte, come to beg my forgiveness. I followed the sound and saw a wisp of a girl turn the corner. I followed, lighting a small flame in my hand. I turned the corner and heard a loud knock. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," Gwen said, shaking her locked door. I froze in place as she slid down the door, her nightgown hanging off her left shoulder. She sunk into herself and sobbed, her sharp breaths echoing in the dark hallway. "Walk away, Merlin." But I didn't. I knelt in front of the fragile and broken queen and reached to push a strand of hair out of her face. She lifted her head, her red, swollen eyes wide and bulging. She slapped my hand away. "Gwen, what happened?" I asked.
You bitch!
She yelled. Her voice travelled dangerously through the arched, church-like corridor.
"How long?" she said through sobs. "How long have you been sleeping with Lance behind my back?"
I couldn't stop a laugh from splitting through my lips. "What? Never! We haven't!"
"Don't lie to me!"
she spat, her blotchy red face ablaze with anger. Distant footsteps sounded in the hallway, and my body tightened with fear. Gwen didn't seem to hear the approaching steps because she continued.
"He,"
she gulped,
"said your name when he—"
She screamed into her hands. I yell-whispered, "Look, I'm not interested in you or Lance or your melodrama." I grabbed her by the arm and pulled her to her feet. "And I'm not about to get executed because your delusions are trying to pull me into your little love triangle." Snot oozed from her nose. I sighed. "Please don't take offense, Your Highness, but you're kind of disgracing our gender. You're the Queen of Camelot. Get it together." She wiped her face, but it remained twisted into an animalistic snarl. A voice sounded behind me. "You ladies need to get to your chamber. Oh, Your Highness," Gawain said in recognition. His eyes wandered to me with suspicion when he saw her in such a state. My words caught. "I was just leaving." The Queen's rage melted into sobs, and I felt my mind wonder about what had caused her such distress. It had to be a lie or mistake, but as the Queen choked on her own pain, I didn't sense the deception within her. I took a deep breath. Why did I have to investigate? I couldn't just let a sleepless night be only that. Gawain lingered as if waiting for Gwen to give the order to have me executed for her distress. It wasn't beyond her. It wasn't even a bad plan, but ever since I'd threatened her with fire, she'd acted differently around me, as they always did when they realized the magnitude of my abilities. I'm sure she worried about what I might do, or worse, what I might reveal about her and Lance's nighttime routine. "I have to go," I said, guiltily, taking a few slow steps back. I turned to leave and heard Gawain question the Queen to find out what I'd done to her. But the Queen's life depended on her maintaining the lie. After I returned to my quarters and lay back in bed, I contemplated the improbability of what she'd said. Lance said my name during that. It made me nauseous to think about. I appreciated that Lance mostly no longer made an effort to connect with me. We'd decided to go our separate ways and could pass as indifferent acquaintances. But Lance making that kind of mistake was weird. A year ago, I would have counted it as a sign that Lance had feelings for me. Not because I would have believed that to be the case,
but because I had so desperately wanted it to be true.
I was not so naive now, nor was I still in love with him. He'd burned me before, and when I found out what he was up to with all this Gwen drama, I'd burn him back.
32. Minseo. King Reuben's throne shook the beaded flourishes that clacked together as he roared with laughter. Even from within the castle, I could hear the chirp of the cicadas ringing in the night, as if echoing the king's brash sentiment. "A dragon!" he bellowed. "You're bloody mad!" His deeply dimpled cheeks were stretched by his grin. The small strands of silver in his sleek hair and beard were the only indications he was over 20, and his bronze skin glowed with youth, and he moved around with energy and vigor. It was uncommon to come across a king so young. He was an exception, as my brother had been in Besmium, and similarly he took the throne as a result of several tragic events. "I assure you, Your Majesty, it's quite true." The king scratched at his thick, peppered beard, his smile fading. He turned his gaze on Lavario. "And you saw this dragon as well?" "Yes, Your Majesty. It was huge." The king stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Can you describe it in greater detail?" Lavario began. "It's a shiny silver color, and its wings are—" "Enough," I said, frustration welling. Lavario's eyebrows shot up as he turned to me. "He doesn't believe you. He's mocking us," I said. As soon as Lavario's gaze found the king, the youthful king erupted into the fit of laughter he'd been suppressing. I sighed. We need a new tactic. "If I bring the dragon to your kingdom and you see it with your own eyes, will you join us?" He huffed, the slick shine of his hair pulling my attention to the red jewels in his domed crown. "War with Camelot means certain death. Pay your taxes and accept that life for you, and your kingdom will always be a little bit worse." I ran a hand through my hair. "How can you accept that? Especially now that we have an actual chance." "By remembering the kind of suffering that made me sign that alliance to begin with," he said. I dropped my head and eyed the shiny white tiles that covered his throne room. King Reuben's voice softened, reminding me of my father's. "Don't chase fairies, son. Protect the people you love." I balled my fist. "You think Arthur's going to stop here? He can raise the tax whenever he wants until your people starve." He stood, sending a shiver through my body. "How dare you speak to me in such a way? You endanger this entire kingdom just by being here!" A breathless guard rushed in, giving me a brief moment to compose myself. "Your Majesty," the guard said, "a bird just arrived from Vyers. The message said that they wished to send a— "Spit it out," the king said. "A dragon!" The guard looked around the room unassuredly. "It's from the king!" King Reuben's gaze didn't leave my face, a fire blazing behind his eyes. He tilted his chin up and crossed his arms over his chest. "Out of curiosity, I'll allow you to summon the beast to Farisa. But I will not, and never will, go against our alliance with Camelot. I suggest you reconsider if you value your life and the lives of everyone in your kingdom." "Can I at least count on your discretion?" He paused, considering the potential consequences before saying, "You can." With a nod, he dismissed me. I hurried out of the room, gutted. I couldn't go home without Farisa's support. I wasn't sure when that dragon would arrive here, but I'd need to somehow sway the king in my favor so the dragon could do its work when it arrived. Young trusted me to succeed in this mission. If he was here, he wouldn't take no for an answer. Still, you could only be so pushy with a king. "You!" a voice called from behind me. I turned to see Lavario, red-faced and snarling. Instinctively, I held my hands out in front of me. "You made me look like a fool in front of my king," he said. "You know there's a dragon. You've seen it. I was certain he'd take the word of his own." He stepped close enough to feel the heat of his breath. "Are you implying that this is somehow my fault?" I laid a hand on his shoulder. "In a matter of days, perhaps even tomorrow, the dragon will arrive and your name will be cleared." He turned and walked toward the castle doors. "Are you coming?" he called back. "Where?" I asked, looking around the white-tiled hallway. "The tavern is the best place to check the temperature of the kingdom." I followed. "You're still going to help?" He made a grumbling sound in response. We arrived at a tavern that was eerily close to the castle and was a beacon of light on a dark night. It was lively, packed full with local women, and mixed with guards and castle workers that seemed to be trying to catch each other's eyes. The tavern could have been any Eastern tavern, plain with mostly wooden furnishings, but what made it unique was the style of the women packed in there. They had the hair wrapped in brightly patterned silk twisted atop their heads, filling the room with a festival-like atmosphere and energy. I followed Lavario closely, like a puppy feeling oddly out of place in the bustle of Farisa's lively local scene. The majority of the crowd was concentrated around one particular table. At its center, a man sat on top of it, his arms stretched out in explanation of something I couldn't hear. But I could tell he was telling the story rather well and that his audience was enthralled. "2 ales," Lavario said to the man behind the counter. I craned to see the man telling the story as I heard Lavario mutter, "Oh no, he'll be paying for them both." I winced and dropped some silver into the man's hand and then pushed my way through the crowd to listen. When I reached the front, I was shocked to see King Reuben of Farisa at its center. My mind flooded with questions until I heard the gruff voice of Lavario beside me. "I know what you're thinking, but no, that's not him." He handed me a cup of ale. "That's Finn. He's a trader by day and a bard at night. Got in trouble a while back for portraying the king in a play." I scanned the man, searching for differences, but the resemblance was uncanny. The only differences were the commonplace clothes, pleasant demeanor, and the incredible charisma of the bard. "And that," Finn said, standing on the table, "is the tale of the Dragon Princess." Stunned, I took a gulp of my ale while the crowd erupted into cheers. Did he mean Charlotte? "That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard," a man yelled from the crowd, quieting them. Without the slightest hint of surprise or insult, Finn grinned as if he'd received a great compliment. Struck by his kingly poise, I looked for an opening to pull him aside to ask him to retell the story. The angry man shouted, clearly thrown by the fact he hadn't rattled the popular performer. "You said it was a true story." "I assure you it's quite true," Finn said, taking a seat on the bar table. "You can go to Vyers to confirm it, or—" He suddenly turned his gaze to me, gesturing with the dramatic flair of a magician. "You can ask the Prince of Vyers yourself." The room fell quiet as the gazes of every person in the tavern turned to me, trying to riddle out which parts of the bard's claims were true and which were only meant to entertain. Clearly disappointed in my lack of response, Finn egged me on. "How is Prince Charlotte doing?" It was the opening I needed. If more of the kingdom believed Charlotte and her dragon existed, the easier it would be to make my case. "In fact," I said, trying to mimic his tone, "Charlotte and her dragon will arrive in Farisa within the next couple days." "You heard it here first," Finn shouted, sending the room into a wild torrent of cheers. Silver and bronze coins dropped in his empty loot case, though I noted no trace of a loot. He hopped off the table and walked over to me, leaning in so closely it alarmed me. "Thanks for the assist, mate," he said. "How can I repay you? A refill on that ale, perhaps?" Looking down at my nearly empty ale, I said, "How about you tell the story of the Dragon Princess instead?" He raised an eyebrow and shot me a mischievous smile. From what I hear, you know that story quite well. Humor me.
33. Charlotte. We're just going to talk. That's all this is.
I gulped. I stood outside Young's bedroom door, my rattled nerves tearing through me. I willed myself to turn away and go back to Gabe's house where I knew I couldn't get myself into trouble. But the same curiosity that had compelled me to agree in the first place was tugging at me now. "Young," I said, but my voice was hardly a whisper. I reached my quivering hand to slide open the door and peeked inside. The room was covered in flower petals and flickering candles. Nope, I wasn't going in there. I wasn't an idiot, and no woman could resist that kind of... My thoughts were cut short when I noticed Young, asleep on his bed, shirtless. The curves of his muscles glowed in the candlelight. Where had that body come from? He hadn't looked like that when I married him. His face was relaxed, his arms strewn above his head as his toned chest rose and fell with each silent breath. Heat burned my cheeks as I stood frozen in the doorway between what I should do and what I wanted to do. I pressed my lips together and held my breath as I slipped inside the room and slid the door shut behind me. The air smelled sweet, and I wasn't sure if it was from the candles or the flowers, but they'd been so thoughtfully placed around the room that my memories of being royalty flooded back. Fearful that I'd keep ogling him, I cleared my throat. "Young," I said. "What was I even doing?" He moved a little and then sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from his face with his unmistakably muscular arms. He smiled at me, and I melted, the backs of my knees weakening. His eyes widened suddenly. "Sorry," he said, scrambling for his shirt. "I didn't want my shirt to get wrinkled, and I must have fallen asleep." "It's okay," I said, pleading with my body not to blush. He pulled his shirt on and tapped the bed beside him. I wasn't sure if I 100% believed he hadn't planned that stunt with the shirt, but I'd known him to be honest, and I was still trying to convince myself that nothing was going to happen. Oh, God. Oh, no. Relax, Charlotte. I was just having a seat on his bed. I sat, and I felt his gaze on my face. My breathing grew deeper. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Yes, no. Well..." He laughed, pulling my attention to his bright smile. "Oh, no. Nothing can happen," I blurted. He smirked, unconvinced. The words spilled out. "I'm still trying to figure everything out." I meant it, but I noticed a sharp pang of disappointment when he nodded in agreement. "Then let's play a game," he said. He hopped up and walked over to his desk, pulling out a wooden box. I tried to catch my breath as he took a seat on the floor. He waved me over, so I followed and took a seat across from him. He opened the box and pulled out a handful of wooden sticks, each with markings on them, and a red circular cloth that he laid out between us. He looked me in the eye, and my heart leapt as I saw Morgana's features reflected in him, as well as her kindness. She was ours, and he was the man who gave me her. No, I reminded myself, none of that. "So this is called Yutnori," he said. My gaze drifted to his lips, and another wave of curiosity swept through me. We take turns throwing these sticks, and depending on what each stick lands on, we move the pieces. He gestured to 2 smooth stones that sat between us on the patterned cloth. He grinned and pointed to one of the stones. "That's yours," he said. "Ah." I picked up the sticks, examining them closely to keep from gawking at his smile. I didn't remember him smiling so much 5 years ago. It was like he'd somehow figured out my weakness. "How can I tell how many spaces to move from this?" I said, looking at the symbols marked on each one. "I'll tell you," he said. "How do I know you're telling the truth?" His smile faded. "I always tell the truth." "Tell the truth, then," I said, raising my eyebrows and crossing my arms. He pushed his lips out. "Really? Now? Isn't that why we're doing this?" He put his hand to his face as if hiding and sighed deeply. "I'm nervous," he said. "You've grown into such a beautiful and enticing woman, and I'm having a hard time not thinking about how much I want you." I dropped my arms to my side. "I'm honestly trying to think of anything else, so please," he continued. "Let's just play this game so I don't lose my goddamn mind." Who was this person? I bit my bottom lip to keep the shaken feeling inside my chest from showing on my body. I reached out and grabbed the sticks. "Like this?" I said, tossing them between us. My gaze met his, the sticks landing with several fresh clunking sounds. But we didn't look down. Energy surged between us. My pulse raced as my body screamed to be touched. Without looking away, he leaned forward, moving his legs slowly. I froze, afraid he might kiss me. But instead, he rocked back onto his knees. "Smile. Do it, please." His gaze traveled down to my lips, then my neck. It lingered on my collarbone and slipped down to my chest. His gaze shot back to mine, his eyes wide with guilt. A gorgeous smile stretched across his face. Oh no. I was going to give in. He laughed. Sorry. That was an accident." In response, I crossed my arms, giving my breasts a purposeful lift. His smile stopped, and he stared down at the game as if it was the final move in a tournament. Curiosity tore through me, but I waited for him to resume the game. He looked over the symbols on the wooden stick. "Fuck it," he finally said, and with one sweep of his arm, he obliterated the game, scattering the pieces across the room. He reached for me, yanking my body to his lips hot on mine. He was a taste I didn't know, an intensity I hadn't expected. His tongue brushed mine. He pulled away only long enough to bite my neck, and with 4 swift pulls, he unlaced my corset and slipped it over my head. He took his shirt off, pushing me back onto the floor, and ran his fingers over my undergarments. The last thin barrier between us. My back arched with delight. All at once I remembered. The same feeling had been hidden in the deepest recesses of my memory, brought forth by every soft kiss to my neck. He wiggled out of the last of his clothing before leaning back over me, brushing my curls out of my face. "Please, don't stop." He leaned in, just as a loud bell sounded from outside, resonating through the room.
34. Young. I froze. No, not this. The bell rang and I lifted my head to listen. Not now. Charlotte breathed heavily beneath me. otherwise as frozen as I was. The bell tolled again. Please, not 3. Please, not 3. When the third bell rang out, my heart sunk. I rolled off Charlotte and she sat up, her eyes wide with panic. Any suspicions I had that the world didn't want me to be with Charlotte were now confirmed. "What is it? What does it mean?" she asked. I hurried into my clothes, Charlotte struggling into hers as well. "It means a royal has died." "What?" I fought my voice from cracking. "I think Sumin is dead." I headed for the door and turned to Charlotte, who was unsuccessfully reaching for the strings on her corset, tightening the strings quickly and tying it. "I'm sorry. I have to." "No, it's okay. Do you want me to stay here?" she asked. I clenched my jaw, feeling a sliver of grief slip through my shock and confusion. Shaking my head, I slid the door open and stepped out. I ran all the way to the throne room and knew my suspicions had been right when I found my father waiting there. I swallowed, not allowing myself to ask what had happened. My father simply nodded. I doubled over and felt myself sway. I took a deep, steadying breath when I heard the sob of a woman outside the room, but didn't allow myself to look. I knew it was Sumin's wife, as the sound of her crying floated through the throne room. I thought of how little I knew her. I'd made some effort to spend time with Sumin since I'd been home, but never when his wife was present. Hearing her pain made me think of Charlotte, and how she looked when we separated 5 years ago. My mother's calming voice swept through the room from outside, mollifying Sumin's widow. In a blur, several council members rushed in, the wordless confirmation passing around the room as each new member entered. We stood in silence, each preoccupied with different thoughts on the same tragedy. My father's first son, the most kingly of all his children, taken away too young for no godly reason. Not a war, not in defense of a loved one, merely an illness that swept through and stole his life. I felt broken, not only for losing a brother, but for my father's pain, Sumin's wife, my mother, and above all, Minseo. While Sumin and my age gap prevented us from being close, we had a fairly standard relationship, but as far as I knew, Minseo was never able to fix the shattered pieces of their turbulent past. I was certain he'd be hurt the most by the news, and I wanted to be there for him when he found out. My father's weary voice filled the throne room. "I need to speak to Young alone," he said, drawing the mournful gazes of the council members. They bowed deeply before taking their leave and left me alone to face my father. "You are to go to Fariza with Charlotte and deliver Minseo home immediately." "But father..." "Enough!" he shouted. The sheer volume and body of his voice startled me. It was unlike my father to raise his voice. Even given the sad circumstances, it was unusual for him to shed his calm demeanor. "Not today," he said. Silence filled the room, and when he spoke again, his voice was gentle, but his words cut nonetheless. "He is the future king of Vyres." My skin pricked. "I'm aware of how succession works." His eyebrows lifted. "Are you?" I swallowed a lump in my throat. "May I have permission to stay in Fariza until they agree to join our fight? I want you both home." I gritted my teeth. "War is coming. We need this alliance. And I need my sons to stop dying," he said. "With all due respect, Sumin died in his bed, in Vyres, and if we don't secure at least this alliance, or one from another kingdom before Camelot's army arrives, many more people will die." He wiped his lips. "I am first and foremost a father. I need to protect my children first." "No, You need to protect Vyers above all, I said. My father stood and walked slowly down the stairs at the base of the throne. You are not a king, he said. But I am a father. And you would risk Morgana's life to win a war? My breath skipped in my throat. I would do whatever I needed to protect every person in this kingdom. They are all equally important. He sighed, his gaze skimming over my face. Then you are not a king, and you are not a father. I turned away to hide my face from him and clenched my jaw as I headed for the door. My face was hot with anger, and I reeled with every step, resentment forming for my father and for Minseo. Neither of them had the ideals of a true king, nor what it took to save Vyers from falling. Did they think it was impossible? I'd witnessed a kingdom fall, and so did Minseo. Why was I the only one trying to save Vyers? It was their choices that put us into this alliance. The walk back to my room was a blur, and I'd forgotten about the girl waiting for me there. Exhausted, I slid open the door to my bedroom. It was dark, all the candles burned out or blown out by Charlotte when she'd left. But then I noticed her sitting at the edge of the bed. She turned to me, her eyes and cheeks red. She got to her feet, rushed to me, and threw her arms around me. I'm so sorry, young, she said. I buried my face into her curls and cried until Charlotte took me by the hand and beckoned me to lay in bed. She lay beside me and rubbed my back, the soothing circles my only comfort in the world until I cried myself dry and sleep finally claimed me.
35. Merlin. I was determined to get back in Arthur's good graces and had gathered a unit of soldiers to run some training drills. My plan was to make them enough of an asset that Arthur would forgive me for letting Charlotte get the best of me. However, I knew the moment I stepped into the courtyard that my plan wasn't going to work.
Why should we do what you say? A slender soldier said. A few of the men snickered. You're a woman in the army. I ain't taking orders from the likes of you.
My palm lit with blue flame, but the group of men growing rowdy didn't seem to notice my threat. A pock-marked man chimed in,
Yeah, it was you who let the dragon go in the first place. I hear you're going to be executed for treason.
I sighed. I was hoping not to roast anyone today. My eyes moved up to the clear blue sky. It was too nice of a day. It seemed a shame that the smoke of their ashes would smog it. But I was also worried Arthur might think I was intentionally weakening his forces. The 50 soldiers I'd selected nodded in agreement, chatting indistinctly about my accused treason.
You like treason,
a voice said. The slender soldier's face paled, and I turned to see Lancelot.
Merlin is the king's battle mage, he said. She vastly outranks you, and you will obey her, or I'll look the other way as she uses you all for target practice.
Lance's gaze moved to me, his hazel eyes a forest green, as they typically were in the courtyard. His face was severe and lacked any trace of amusement as he took a seat on a small stone statue and gestured for me to continue.
Line up, I shouted, ready to begin, and the men obliged, but all through the training my mind was captured by Lancelot. Who did he think he was? I wasn't some damsel who needed rescuing. First that bizarre incident with Gwen, and now him rushing in to help me. Something was definitely going on, and I wasn't going to rest until I found out what it was. Later that night, I sat quietly at the banquet table watching Lancelot eat, without a word to anyone else. Gwen was in full form, wearing a tightly corseted gown that showed far too much of her chest, and was drunkenly laughing at everything Arthur said, a clear attempt to draw in Lance's attention. But it appeared unsuccessful. The moment Lance finished eating, he stood and exited the hall without offering Gwen so much as a glance. I saw my opening and followed him out, despite the fact that I hadn't really finished eating. He turned the corner and headed to his chamber, and I followed closely behind, using spurts of well-placed wind to silence my steps, an ability I'd been working on during my late-night strolls through the castle. When we were out of the common area, I hurried to catch up. He reached for the door, and I spun him, slamming him against it. "What is your deal?" I spat. "What are you doing?" He sighed as if he'd expected me and said, "I'm trying to go to bed." I pulled a stray braid behind my ear. "Don't play dumb." I waved my finger in his face. "What are you doing?" He smiled softly, startling me. His eyes were no longer green, but a rich honey brown. He crossed his arms. "Oh, how I've missed this. Look, there is something, but let's go in my room. I don't want anyone to hear this." I stepped back in defeat and followed him into his room. He sat on his bed, and I stopped just on the other side of the door, feeling suddenly out of place. He patted the bed beside him, so I crossed the room and took a seat. He looked down at his hands. "I know what you're doing," he said. "What I'm doing? We're here to talk about whatever you're doing." "You're trying to win over Arthur." I chewed the inside of my cheek. He looked up at me, waiting for me to deny it, but he was right. I felt a flutter in my stomach from a past life. "I think we can help each other." I turned away. "I don't need your help." He stood. "Okay," he said, gesturing to the door. "I'll see you around." I shook my head in confusion. You were supposed to tell me what you're up to." His eyebrows rose. "Well, the truth is, it's pretty embarrassing. You're right, you don't need my help. It was a dumb idea anyway." Embarrassing? Was he going to bring up the incident Gwen was upset about? "I'm sure it was, but please do tell." He gulped, somehow making me nervous. "Arthur asked me to pick a bride. You and Gwen are the only women I really know. And she's, already—" "I'm going to stop you right there." I leapt from the bed. "You can act as weird as you want. I don't care what you're up to. It's clearly your business." He grabbed my wrist. "Stop," he said. "It could get you back on Arthur's good side." I scoffed, ripping my hand free. "I'm not going to marry you, Lance. Are you insane?" I stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind me so hard I heard the hinges rattle. The nerve of that guy! Has he lost his damn mind? I marched angrily back to my room, a rush of heat and emotion surging so strong I thought I felt the flicker of a new power. But when I lay in my bed, I realized that not all the emotions I felt were negative. The guy I'd once pined over just kind of proposed to me. And the more I thought about it, the less I could find the anger or fight back my smile. 36. Charlotte. "Charlotte," Young said, waking me. I blinked through the light of the morning, disoriented and unsure where or even when I was. He spoke again. "Can Garrix carry more than one of us?" I shook my head. "I don't know. I never tried." He nodded. "We have to try. I'm going with you." I sat up. Suddenly, the memory of the night before rushed back. I felt my cheeks burn red. I'd nearly slept with Young. I most certainly would have gone through with it if those bells hadn't interrupted. But I felt differently upon waking. There was no candlelight or flowers to cloud my judgment.
nor was the ache of curiosity coursing through me. The flame had gone out just before it went too far. I was grateful I hadn't made a mistake I couldn't take back.
We're going to meet up with Minseo in Farisa. We have to tell him about Sumin and bring him back.
Has Farisa agreed to help us? He shook his head.
I don't know. Let's hope Minseo was able to convince them, and if he wasn't, we'll have to make our case quickly.
What's the rush?
Galahad's tax collection is likely more of a scouting mission. I'm sure Camelot is months away from marching on us. And
he took a deep breath and his gaze dropped to the floor.
And Minseo is now next in line to rule Vyres.
He lifted his gaze to me, and I could see the glisten of his curved eyes that this was a fresh wound. I nodded, hopping to my feet. Let's get ready and go. I'd like to say a quick goodbye to Morgana before we head out. As it turned out, Young did not think we had enough time to say goodbye, and I couldn't help but notice the sudden change in his temperament. I'd seen grief and its effects before and knew that it was my turn to be there for him, as he'd once been for me.
The promise of a full-grown cow was enough to convince Garrix to fly us both. But finding a comfortable way for both of us to saddle onto Garrix's back was a major problem. The crests on his back had grown, even in the short time I'd been in Vyres. After several attempts, and with some cloth and rope, we managed to get off the ground, but it was clearly a temporary solution. Young and I were surprised when, a few uncomfortable hours later, we began seeing signs of Farisa below. We'd underestimated how quickly we could travel on the back of a dragon. A few scattered homes soon gave way to crowded streets and a castle with 7 pointed towers. We circled the city center several times before coming to the conclusion that we would not be able to land near the castle. We found a small patch of open land a few blocks away, but after we landed, a large crowd formed around us, causing Garrix to twitch nervously. I brushed my hand along his head and willed a soothing periwinkle toward him. Young stretched his back before turning to me with his plan. You stay here with Garrix. I'll go to the castle to find Minseo and see if we can get an audience with the king. I nodded, but felt regretful as soon as he disappeared into the crowd. It was difficult to find comfort with so many eyes on Garrix and me. I heard the whisper of a familiar term, Dragon Princess. I wanted to call out to them to tell them that although I had a dragon, I was no princess. As I looked around, the complexion of the crowd was less varied than Besmium or Camelot. It was generally a deep brown with red undertones that reminded me a little of Gabriel. The thought of Gabriel comforted me, and I leaned against Garrix, who purred softly. I couldn't have been waiting for more than 20 minutes, but the sun was starting to set, and both Garrix and I were getting restless. Suddenly, I saw a face push through the crowd that raised my pulse. Minseo. He stepped through, leaping over the stone wall that the others dared not cross. "Hello, beautiful," he said. Minseo, I breathed, and a wave of sadness hit me as I recalled the sad turn of events from the previous night. Though the bells brought Young and me the news of Sumin's death, it looked like I would have to deliver it to Minseo. He leaned in, taking me by the hand. "What's wrong?" I knew it was better to just say it. "Young and I are here to bring you back to Vyres. It's Sumin. Minseo's energy drained. He exhaled, his gaze on me, but his mind elsewhere. I took his hand and pulled it to my chest. "I'm sorry, Minseo." He forced a half-smile for my benefit, then pulled his hand away. "Where's Young?" "He went to find you and get a meeting with King Reuben." He nodded, then his gaze moved to Garrix. "Let's find a place for Garrix to rest for the night, then go look for Young. The king won't see anyone until morning. We'll have to stay at the inn and meet with him tomorrow. It was dark before we found a suitable place for Garrick's, a farm similar to his home in Viers, only with a more eager farmer. After I was sure he was settled, Minseo and I returned to the center of the city. I was worried we'd have trouble finding Young in the dark, but Minseo was confident he'd find his way to a tavern just beyond the castle walls. Minseo strode through town with his usual confidence, but was uncharacteristically quiet, so I knew the news about Sumin was weighing on him. I knew I shouldn't bring it up, but I needed to know. "Are you okay?" I asked. He stopped in his tracks and turned to me. His face shone with silver moonlight. He slipped his hand to the back of my neck and pulled me in for a kiss. My knees buckled and I leaned into the warmth of the kiss. My body surged with heat, but Minseo pulled away too soon, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up. "Now," he breathed. "I'm okay. Kiss me again. Kiss me again." But he turned away. I caught his wrist and pulled him back. I wrapped my arms around him and brought his lips to mine, this time deepening the kiss. In a rush, I fisted his hair. I was out of breath when we finally pulled apart. I ran my fingers along his jawline. My heartbeat raced against his. That was how it was supposed to feel. It was the kiss I'd been craving since I was taken prisoner in Bullhorn. "Wow," I mouthed. He ran a hand through his black hair. "Yeah, I know," he said with a smile. He let me go, and the coolness of the night rushed my body. "We're almost there," he said as he began to walk again. He slipped the hand closest to me into his pocket. Of course, we couldn't hold hands. Young was somewhere around here, and I hadn't had the chance to tell him that the previous night had been a mistake. A pang of guilt hit my stomach as the memory of my night with Young rushed forward. I had to tell Minseo. Before the words made it to my lips, Minseo spoke. "This is it." If I had been paying attention at all, I would have seen it coming from down the road. There was a large crowd of people congregated outside the brightly lit tavern. Music, light, and laughter poured out of every window. We pushed through the crowd, making our way into the massive tavern. At the center of the room, a lively man with a bright smile stood on a table. "Minseo!" he called. And many of the drunken tavern-goers turned to appraise us. "Look who I found," he said, and he pulled Young onto the table beside him. Relief pushed through me as we made our way through the tavern to Young. "Is this the dragon princess?" the man asked, taking my hand and kissing it. I winced. The man asked, "And where is your dragon? I've been told he's somewhere around here." "Yes, we've found a farm for him to rest tonight," I said. "I'm Finn," he said. "Young has promised me a round of drinks with you lot," he continued, and his eyes twinkled mischievously as his gaze drifted between Young, Minseo, and me. A couple of hours and several rounds later, I felt the sway of ale hitting my system. With every round, Young touched me more, putting his arm around me and kissing the side of my head. Minseo had done well to hide any distaste for it, but in the last few minutes, it had begun to show. We'd been playing a game that Finn had suggested, where we took turns asking each other if we believed something was possible. It was fun at first, as Finn had a story proving just about everything to be true. We'd learned there was a man in Albany who could lift 3 full-grown men over his head, and a woman in Nilith who could hypnotize men by singing a special song. Finn leaned back in his chair, shaking his empty cup in the air. He waved it at Young. "I believe it's your turn," he said. Young stood, pulling my hand to his lips and kissing it before he headed to the bar. I ran my finger over the rim of my cup to avoid Minseo's reaction. Finn said, "Your turn, Minseo." "Charlotte," Minseo said suddenly. Do you think it's possible to be in love with more than one person at once?
I held his gaze, feeling my pulse race and my stomach tighten, filled with a mixture of ale and adrenaline. I owed 2 men a conversation, 2 men who'd just lost their brother. The guilt of stringing them along had caught up to me. But now wasn't the time or place to talk about it. I wanted more than anything to comfort Minseo. I wanted him to know I'd chosen him. I hoped that with a simple response, he'd understand. So, I said, simply, no. Without breaking eye contact, he took a large gulp from the last of his ale and a deep breath that relaxed his shoulders.
Without acknowledging the weight of the exchange, Finn turned to Minseo, continuing the game. Do you believe it's possible to wield magic? Absolutely. I've seen it.
Wait. He wasn't going to tell him about Morgana, was he?
I scrambled to kick Minseo under the table. Merlin, Camelot's battle mage, once blocked my carriage by growing a tree before my very eyes.
The bard's eyes glittered.
Oh, a wonderful story to add to my collection.
Young walked over to the table with the ales in hand, taking a seat beside me.
Finn patted him on the back. It's your turn, my boy.
Young turned to Minseo and draped his arm over my shoulder.
Do you think a king should put his kingdom above everything?
Minseo pressed his lips together as he thought carefully. Then he said,
Depends on the king. Finn slammed his hand down on the table. Boring! Let's play a new game.
We nodded in agreement, the 3 of us unsurprised that in lieu of the last few days, the game had taken a dark turn.
37. Minseo. 3 separate rooms at the inn, of course. Young's room was next to mine and Charlotte's just across the hall. The ale had made me drowsy, and I had to admit I didn't like seeing Young with his hands all over her at the tavern. The sudden change in his interactions with her told me something had happened between them, which caused me to doubt everything. Even with Charlotte answering my question the way she did, I wasn't 100% sure she meant she only loved me. After the kiss we shared, I was certain her heart was mine, but imagining her with Young was a dagger to any possibility of sleeping. I needed to hear it from her. I needed to know the truth. I knew the moment we were given our rooms that I would sneak across the hall. I just wanted to make sure Young was asleep first. I heard the creak of Young's door and jutted to a seated position on the bed. I heard 3 steps, then a light knock. I raced to my door on my tiptoes to make as little noise as possible, and pressed my hand over my mouth to quiet my breath. I heard Charlotte open her door. "Young," she said. My heart raced. He said, I was thinking that maybe we could. Don't say it. Finish what we started last night. My stomach clenched and I tore myself away from the door. I sunk into my bed and pressed my face into my pillow. It was as if someone punched me in the gut. I heard a door close, but I didn't know whose. A moment later, another door opened and closed, and my busy mind riddled that Young had gone back to his room. Whether he was alone, I didn't know. I didn't want to know. I lifted my head to slip my pillow out and instead placed it on top of my head. God almighty. I swear if I hear a single sound, I'm going to burn this entire inn to the ground. I began counting the seconds as they passed, thinking it might calm me down, but it was infinitely worse. So I pulled myself out of bed and walked into the hallway with the intention of going for a walk. As soon as my door closed behind me, I stood silently in the hallway, listening for the slightest sound. Minutes passed in the silence, and I suddenly regretted not listening longer at my door. I eyed Charlotte's door, picking at my fingernails. My body moved toward it without my consent until I gently tapped on it. A moment later, the door swung open as if she'd been waiting behind it, and Charlotte stood before me in a sheer nightgown that made me grind my teeth. "Oh, Minseo," she said. "What are you doing here?" Embarrassment flushed through me, and I suddenly felt silly for being there, and very unwelcome. I, had a question. "Well, I'm really tired," she said. "Can it wait until tomorrow?" I swallowed a lump of shock and disappointment that tasted like spoiled stew. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Good night." I turned, ready to hide in my room for the next 100 years when she grabbed me by the wrist. When I looked back at her, she held a finger to her lips, her gaze moving between me and Young's door. Oh, she'd thought this through more than I had. She pulled me into a room and closed the door behind us. Forgetting the trauma that had brought me there in the first place, I followed her like the undead, mindless and hungry. "Minseo," she whispered. "I have to tell you something." My mind snapped back into focus. This was it. If she brought me in here to tell me she was with Young now, why was she practically naked? Women were cruel. It was unbearable, and my next words slipped out. "I don't want to know," I said, but what I meant was, "Please don't hurt me." "Last night," she started. I turned away and paced. "Something happened between me and Young." I buried my face in my hands. "I don't care, Charlotte." She shook her head, her loose curls bouncing. "Please, just let me say this. I feel horrible." I walked towards her and took her face in my hands. "I don't care. I just want to know if you're leaving me or not." I felt my eyes prick. "I just want to know if this is over." "No," she said. I exhaled. "But I need to tell you what happened." "Don't," I spat, taking a seat on her bed. "Then let me just say this." She took a seat beside me. "I'm sorry it took so long for me to get here. I thought I owed it to Young to give us a chance. After everything, I felt curious more than anything after so many years of wishing for him. I thought if I slept with him." I took a sharp breath in. "I understand." I felt her lean closer. "We didn't." I looked up at her, sadness hanging on each of her features. She continued. "But I would've. The bells last night kind of..." She sighed. "But then this morning, I felt horrible because I knew that it would have been a mistake. Mostly because, before I let anything happen, I already knew I was in love with you. I already knew my heart couldn't be changed. It's not fair to him that you and I happened, but it did, and we can't go back, mostly because now I know the truth." My mind raced, my palms suddenly sweaty. A tear slid down her cheek and she said, "That love is different, every time." I leaned in and kissed her gently, resting my forehead against hers. I exhaled, warmth filling me. "I love you, Charlotte." She whispered, "Good," then stood suddenly. "Now out." She gestured to the door. "What? No, you're wearing that," I said, scanning her blurred silhouette through her nightgown. "I haven't had the chance to talk to Young about us yet. I'd like us to pause things until then." I shook my head, heading for the door. "So you just wore that to make me go easy on you." She smirked. I ran my hand through my hair and a small sound escaped her lips. I tilted my head to the side. What was that? Was this a thing? I strode towards her, pushing my hand through my hair a second time. Her face and neck went red, her eyes glassy and her lips parting to invite my kiss. I leaned in, her lips parting more. I stopped just before our lips touched and whispered, "Interesting." I turned and headed for the door, calling back over my shoulder, "I was just checking something. Good night." 38. Lancelot. It wasn't like I thought Merlin would say yes, but even with this whole proposal bit as part of Arthur's plan to kill her, I found myself perplexingly disappointed. I mean, Merlin used to look at me with admiration. She wanted me despite making no effort to impress her. Gwen was so different, always asking me to prove my love for her with gifts, vows, or demonstrations. I lay back in bed and stared at the ceiling. At least Merlin didn't attack me. That had to mean something, right? She could have killed me on the spot. She could kill anyone on the spot, including Arthur, and that was why he made this plan. But I couldn't stop thinking about Merlin trying to win Arthur's trust back. She'd trained those men. She stayed at the castle despite knowing her life was at risk. It was more than not having somewhere else to go. She wanted to serve Arthur. She was loyal to him, and that meant Arthur was tossing aside one of his best assets for nothing. And if for no other reason, Merlin and I were friends once. Sure, she'd left my knighthood quest before its completion, after I told her I was going to stay with Gwen, but she kept my secret. Maybe I'd been looking at it wrong all along. Maybe she wasn't getting revenge on me by leaving. Maybe she was protecting herself. It seemed like she'd gotten over any feelings she had for me, but it didn't matter. I had to see if I could save her. Arthur was making a mistake. I sat up and headed for my door with the intention of finding Arthur. I swung open my door to find Merlin with a fist raised. I'd caught her just before she decided to knock. She pushed past me and strode herself across my bed like it was her bedroom. "Ah," she huffed. "Can you really help me win Arthur back over?" Stunned, I closed the door behind me. "Are you serious? Are you saying you'll marry me?" She sat up. "No." She shook her head, setting her green braids into a wave at her lower back. "I'm just trying to open up the conversation." She grinned playfully. "How about you convince Arthur to trust me, and I don't marry you?" "And what's in it for me?" I asked with a smile. I hadn't realized how much I missed our banter or how easily we fell back into it. She was right in front of me, as she'd always been, but I still missed her. "Let's see," she said. "How about I don't roast you?" I put my hands up in mock surrender. "You know how hard life is. Roast away." She shoved me. "Lance!" Laughing, I put my hand on her leg. She swatted it off immediately, but her smile didn't fade. "What?" I asked. "I figure we're going to be married. Why not get to the fun stuff now?" Her eyes bulged. "I never said we're getting married," she sighed. "Get over yourself." She crossed her legs and turned to me, threading her fingers together. "So tell me, what does Gwen think about all of this?" A pang of uneasiness settled at the pit of my stomach. I hadn't seen her since I set my plan in motion. If I was being honest, I felt a little relieved to put some distance between us. 4 years on the road had changed me. I grew, physically and emotionally. I was starting to suspect I'd grown closer to Merlin than I knew when we returned to Bullhorn. My tunnel vision on Gwen blinded me to the fact that she was the same dramatic, attention-seeking girl she was years ago, and that might not fit with me so well anymore. We got in a fight." Her gaze moved to the door. "Yeah, she told me." "Typical." I felt Merlin's gaze move to me, searching for information, but I knew better than to offer any. What I'd done was cruel, and though it appeared to have served its purpose, it was nothing to be proud of. "Let me get something straight," Merlin said, the volume of her voice startling me. "We're getting married. As friends. There will be none of whatever." She stuck a finger in my face. "Understand?" I grinned. "You must really want to impress Arthur." Her gaze dropped to her hands. "Yeah, well, After Charlotte. She tucked a braid behind her ear and took a breath before continuing. Well, before... Arthur was the first to see my worth. I threw my hands up. What? I saw your worth first. Her eyelashes fluttered. That's a lie. You still don't see my worth. I just asked you to marry me. I just agreed, she smiled, to a friendship marriage. I huffed. You women always think you have so much willpower. You're fine with being friends until you aren't. We'll see how long it lasts. You're the worst. Laughter cut through me, splitting my stomach. You didn't deny it. She tossed a braid over her shoulder. That's because it's foolish. Prove it, I said. She stood. I'm sure that kind of thing works on the Gwens of the world. She turned to me, putting a hand on her hip. But I don't think you've met a woman of my caliber before. You know Gwen's the queen, right? She chuckled. Queen? She shook her head. I don't think so. With that, she left my chamber, leaving me to wonder two things. Whether I should talk to Arthur or Gwen first, and what winning the heart of a woman her caliber would actually be like.
39. Charlotte. I awoke the next morning feeling lighter. The decision had been made, and all that was left was to tell Young and accept the consequences. Minseo was impulsive, jealous, and sometimes childish, but I loved him for those things. He wore his heart on his sleeve and always tried to do what was best by me. I craved his levity and the fun our imagined future held. Young was my husband, Morgana's father, and I wanted to give us a chance, but even as his wife, he was hard to be close to. He rarely shared his feelings, and I had to expel a great deal of effort just to know him. Sometimes it felt like shooting arrows in the dark at an invisible target. He'd give me one-word answers until I hit my mark. Even after all this time together, he had hardly spoken a word about his time in Bullhorn. I wanted someone I could share my life with. Someone I was certain wanted to share his life with me. With Young, I was never certain. And when we were together, I still longed for the effortless nature of my relationship with Minseo. Was it so wrong to want something a little easier? Someone I didn't have to teach how to love me. Young was loyal, strong, and fair. A born leader and a far better royal than I'd ever been. But Minseo had my heart, and I knew it would stay with him. As I dressed for the day, I considered when a good time was to tell Young that I'd chosen Minseo. I certainly couldn't blurt it out over breakfast. Both men had just lost their brother, and the funeral was waiting for our return. I sighed as I pinned my hair up, my thoughts moving to Young as he'd cried in my arms the other night. I didn't want to hurt him. Maybe it was better to postpone it for a little while. A knock sounded at my door, startling me. I slipped one last hairpin into my curls before pulling open the door. Young and Minseo stood side by side, Young with his intense, princely stare, and Minseo with a charming smile. I bit my bottom lip to keep from laughing and pushed away the daze that smacked me from the sight of them. The Viren princes. Minseo spoke first. Ready to meet King Reuben? I nodded, and after a painfully quiet breakfast, we headed out into the streets of Ferisa. I was surprised to find that there weren't many people out for such a lovely and temperate morning. And even more strange was the fact that the few people who passed us rushed by, all headed toward the castle. As we neared, we saw a large crowd congregated around the small patch of land where we flew in the night before. My stomach dropped. Garrix. I could see his reptilian frame at the center of the crowd. It was impossible. We'd left him at the farm. I'd told him to stay there until we returned. Had he disobeyed? Had he hurt someone? My heart pounded in my chest as I instinctively ran toward him, shoving strangers with both arms to get through. Garrix wouldn't disobey, unless... I understood a second before I burst through the last line of people. I gasped as Morgana reached her hands to me. I snatched her into my arms. "Morgana, how did you get here?" I said breathlessly. "Garrix came to get me," she said, burying her face in my neck. Minseo and Young stepped out of the crowd and rushed over to us. "What happened? How did she get here?" Young asked. Minseo rubbed her back. "Are you okay?" "You left without saying goodbye," Morgana said, her eyes tearful. "How did she call Garrix?" Young asked as he turned to me. "How far away do you have to be to communicate with Garrix?" I shook my head, my mind reeling to put together how Morgana got here. I never tested it before. Minseo clenched his jaw, his gaze moving to Garrix. "Why didn't he listen to you, Charlotte?" I took a breath. "We think," I said, my gaze moving to Young, "Morgana can overpower my orders." Minseo exhaled loudly. "So she, what, called Garrix all the way from Vyers and said, 'Take me to Mommy'? My God, they must have flown through the night. She could have..." Young interrupted. "She's very brave." The sound of trumpets rang out, pulling our attention to the castle, which was partially blocked from our view by a lofty church on the corner of the block. The crowd chattered with excitement. "It's the king," I heard someone say. "He's come to see the dragon." I had more questions than answers. How had Morgana gotten away from Gabriel? How did Garrix feel her command from that far? How did she hold on for so long? But the mystery of Morgana would have to wait. The king was approaching, and we needed to convince him that we not only had full control over Garrix, but that, with his support, we could win a war against Camelot. Young leaned closer. "Let's not talk about this in front of..." "We got it," Minseo said, and a cold glare I didn't understand passed between them. "Garrix, spread your wings," I willed. "Tired, hungry," he said, in a slew of oranges and yellows at the pit of my stomach. "Soon." I reeled, trying to keep as much of my panic from my face, until I found a royal mask inside me I hadn't worn since Besmium fell. The onlookers parted, and sure enough, the king strode fearlessly into the grassy plot. Forgetting my manners completely, I gawked at the king. I wasn't struck by his power or obvious wealth, but by his uncanny resemblance to the tavern bard. In fact, where was Finn? "Your Majesty," Young said, and my attention snapped back. I curtsied as best I could with Morgana in my arms. The king scratched his beard as he examined Garrix. Garrix was, as far as I knew, the only living dragon in the world. But the king lacked the standard disbelief, excitement, and terror that usually came with seeing Garrix for the first time, and instead appraised him like a collector. After only seconds in his presence, I was no longer suspicious that this was the same man from the tavern. The two couldn't have been more dissimilar in temperament and personality. King Reuben spoke. "Who does he answer to?" he asked. Minseo, Young, and I swapped loaded gazes, silently agreeing. "He answers to me, Your Majesty," I said. He eyed me. "May I?" he said, reaching his hand out to Garrix. Yes, of course, I said, stepping out of his way. The onlooking crowd was silent with anticipation, as if expecting some tragic event to occur, and it rightfully fit the uneasiness of the meeting. King Reuben put his palm on Garrix's shoulder and closed his eyes, as if recalling a fond memory. After several uncomfortable moments of everyone in attendance waiting, he took a deep breath and let his eyes open once more, turning his attention to Minseo.
Let's head to the castle to discuss our business. The girl can stay with the dragon.
Minseo and Young looked like they'd been struck, and I choked back a laugh. I shook my head to signal the boys to let the king's behavior slide. Yes, Your Majesty, I said. We needed Farisa on our side no matter what. But if I was being honest, I had no interest in their meeting, especially with Morgana half asleep in my arms. 40. Merlin. I strode through the moonlight of the courtyard where Charlotte and I had once trained Garrix. The empty stable a continuous reminder of the choice she made to be with her family. Her real family. Now it was my turn to think about family. Because of her, my hard-fought respect had crumbled. I lost the faith of Arthur, and along with him, it took Lance to convince the other soldiers to train with me. As if I'd accomplished nothing in my life. I was alone in the world again. Except for Lance. I wasn't sure if he was someone I could trust, but in my darkest hour, he offered an alliance. A marriage. I could feel this part of me soften. The part I never showed to anyone. The part I hid behind threats and magic. I wanted someone to stand by me. Anyone. And if they did, I would earn it. I would die for them. My head split with pain as a vision slammed into view, blocking my sight. I was looking down at Arthur's throne room from the view of his window, the room uncommonly quiet and empty with only 2 figures below. Lance stood in the light of the stained glass window, and Arthur looked down on him. The daylight splayed about the room told me the vision wasn't happening in the present, but Lance and Arthur looked no older or younger than they were today. Arthur's voice filled the room.
Merlin has become a problem. I'm short a dragon, and someone must be punished.
Matter-of-factly, Lance said.
You're afraid of her. I am the king, Arthur bellowed. I fear nothing.
But the way he stood a step higher than Lance gave him away.
Where do your loyalties lie, Jeremy?
With you, Your Majesty, Lance said obediently. Arthur grinned.
Then you shall kill her.
I blinked back into the courtyard. No, I said, straining back to the vision, but it was gone, and I was once again alone in the empty courtyard. I clenched my hand into a fist. I knew it. I felt my throat tighten and the choke of tears threatening to rise. No. I refused to be hurt by these heartless demons. I pushed my body into numbness as I planned my next move. I'd tried to make peace. I'd been a loyal soldier and a friend to Charlotte, to Arthur, and to Lance. They would all pay for making a fool out of me. I wanted nothing more than to watch them burn one by one. I looked up at the moon to be sure I remember what it looked like the night they turned me into the witch they feared. The moon was just as beautiful as the sun, without hurting the person who looked. Yet it was unappreciated and unloved by the day-worshipping masses. It would all stop
tonight. And Lance would be the first to die. With a flick of my wrist and a wave of concentrated air, I thrust myself toward the castle at the pace of a sprint. Even with my focus, I couldn't keep myself in the air without using a few steps on the ground to regain my momentum. I slid through the hallway, my powerful gusts ripping the tapestries off the wall as I passed. I slowed just as I was about to turn the corner to Lance's hallway. I took a deep breath, hoping to find a touch of humanity inside. But the last of it had been slain with a single vision: the death of my last hope. The sound of footsteps put my hair on end. I pushed myself against the wall, listening to the steps around the corner as they drew near. I had every right to walk the castle at night, but I felt the words murderer, witch, and traitor carved into the flesh on my forehead, and I didn't want them to be seen until my deeds were done. As the person passed, seemingly unaware of my presence on the other side of the wall, I peeked around to see who would dare roam the dark halls in the castle with a murderous witch on the loose. My heartbeat skipped to a stop when I saw it was Lance. This was my chance. He was nothing, just flesh, bone, and evil. Everything he'd ever said to me was a lie, a setup to kill me. If anything, this was self-defense. Yet, as he moved farther away, my body remained frozen behind the wall, until I finally stepped out, stalking my prey through the dark corridors. He stopped outside a familiar room, the private room of Queen Guinevere. Typical. This was going to be 2 for 1. I crept toward the door and put my ear to it, waiting for my moment to attack. "I know you're still mad about what happened," Lance said, "but I'm not here to make up. I'm here to end things officially."
"What are you talking about?"
Gwen said, her voice hard and icy. "I'm going to marry Merlin."
She gasped. What is this? Is this some kind of joke? Are you and Arthur plotting against her or something?"
My palm burned blue and I turned the doorknob. "It started that way," Lance said, "but I don't know. Something's changed. I care about her." I slowly let go of the doorknob. Was this another trick? Did he know I was here?
"Arthur wants her killed," Gwen said. "They'll call you a traitor too. You'll go down with her."
He sighed. "I already spoke with Arthur. I staked my life on her loyalty. He's ready to forgive her."
"Why are you here, Lance?"
"I want you to leave us alone," Lance said. "You made your choice."
"You'll get bored with her too," she said, her shrill voice piercing through the door.
Lance said, "You don't get bored with a woman of her caliber." My heart swelled, and I pulled myself away from the door and down the hallway, ducking around the corner to avoid being seen when Lance left. It had to be a trick, right? Or had Lance really changed his mind at some point after my vision? The words that he used were so tied to our last conversation. It was several panicked, sweaty minutes before I heard Lance leave Gwen's room, but he didn't go in the direction I'd expected, back to his room. Was he headed to my room? In a panic, I flew down the hall, the long way to my room, in hopes I'd make it there before him. I peeked around the corner, but I was too late. He was already standing outside my door. He took a deep breath before he knocked, fixing his hair in rushed, nervous swipes. "Aww." I bit my bottom lip, standing up straight and walking around the corner. "Lance," I said, "what are you doing here?" His green eyes widened when he saw me walk into view. I need to tell you something. Is this a bad time?" I pushed open my door and waved him in, curiosity clawing at me. I crossed my arms defensively. "What is it?" He sighed and said, "A while back, Arthur asked me to kill you." Bold. I stared back, unflinching. He clenched his jaw. "Oh, you knew? Of course. Why did you agree to marry me then?" I shrugged. "Curiosity." "I'm so sorry. I quickly realized how bad of a mistake it was to agree, and I've been trying to fix it." He walked toward me, and I instinctively took a step back. "I told Arthur I wouldn't go through with it, and that he can trust you." I put my hands on my hips. "I just started to think about what it would actually be like if we did get married. And the more I thought about it, the more I liked the idea." I nodded. "So I'm just supposed to forget that your entire proposal was a plan to murder me?" No. By the time I proposed to you, I meant it." I looked around my bedroom, hoping to rid myself of the weakness I felt growing inside. He reached out and touched my arm. "I'm not expecting you to forgive me, but I want you to know that I don't want you to accept my previous proposal." I threw my hands out. "Okay, great." He stepped forward, staring into my eyes, an intensity pulsing between us. "I don't want a friend marriage. I want us to try the real thing." I gulped back a wave of nerves that tore through my body. He leaned in, and I feared he was going to kiss me, but instead, he knelt in front of me, reaching for his pocket. I stood, frozen, feeling the tickled rush of something new between us. He opened a small box, and at its center was a ring which held a glittering emerald. "Merlin, I promise I'll be by your side forever. Will you marry me?" Breathless, I looked down on him, carefully weighing my emotions against the clash of my thoughts. For the first time in my life, I was truly afraid. "Yes," I said, unknowingly sealing my fate and his.
41. Young. King Reuben's words ran through my mind in an endless loop for the next few months. "Our spies tell us that Camelot is well into their war preparations. Even with your baby dragon, you cannot win this war. Your kingdom will fall and everyone in it killed if you do not surrender." The warning was meant as a kindness, but it was a veil of doom that hung over Sumin's funeral, making it feel less of a celebration of his life and more like a waste of precious time. I was grateful that Charlotte had kept her distance since we arrived home. The war was fast approaching and all my time and effort needed to be devoted to that. Minseo, too, was always in war preparations while Charlotte split her time between training Garrix and spending time with Morgana. During those few months, we'd taken Garrix to 4 other kingdoms to attempt to win an alliance, and each time we were turned away. But after a few months, we saw significant progress in our own war preparations. They were extremely successful with both Minseo and me overseeing the training and recruitment. If it had been an ordinary war, Vyers could have been a formidable force, but this was Camelot, and even with our successful recruitment, they had us outnumbered as well as the seemingly indestructible Merlin fighting on their side. Our one glimmer of hope was Morgana. If Charlotte and I were to blame for getting Vyers into this, our daughter could save us. Almost 5 days per week under the guise of hiking, I took her to train. Because of her young age, I disguised it as a game, and she delighted in the fun of the destruction and obvious improvement. But I knew something no one else knew. She was a prodigy. A near-endless pool of magical energy. I was certain she could roast hundreds of men before her stamina waned, and she may even be the key to defeating Merlin. I knew that if I trained her well enough and could demonstrate just how incredible her skills were, my father would find a way to utilize her safely. One afternoon, I took Morgana to the mountains to the west of Vyre's capital city. They were a steep, rocky set of mountains that didn't get much foot traffic and was barren of greenery that could catch fire. "Here?" Morgana asked, bouncing on the balls of her feet. "Let's go a little farther."
"Ah,"
she said, putting her hands on her hips.
"Why so far?"
I refrained from laughing as she looked so much like Charlotte. "So no one will see your fire," I said, waving her over. She dragged her feet as she came and turned away from me, knowing exactly why I'd summoned her. I gathered her hair into a high ponytail and wrapped a tight ribbon around it. "We don't want your hair to catch," I said routinely.
"Why can't we show anyone?"
she asked with a pout. I took her hand. "I told you, it's going to be a big surprise."
"For the war?"
she asked. I squatted in front of her to even our heights. "You know about the war?" She grinned with her whole face.
"I know everything."
I chuckled. "Yes. Well, your power is important. You're strong, and maybe you'll help us win." I brushed a stray curl out of her eyes. "You can protect the people you love, like your mommy or Gabriel."
"Or Minnow?"
she said. I poked her nose. "Exactly. Now let's hike to the other side of this ridge and we'll get started." An hour later, we stood at the center of a rocky area that was leveled on one side. There were black streaks of burnt stone that fanned out in stripes in every direction, one stripe still burning red for Morgana's last attack. I watched proudly as she lifted her hand for another. "This time, I want you to pretend you're very, very angry." She took a deep breath and focused her eyes on a strip of gray stones that hadn't yet been marred by fire. She pushed her little face into a pout. "Good. Now angrier." She breathed harder, working up the emotion until she screamed, a bright red burst of fire shooting from her right hand. The burst scorched the stones in one concentrated line, like the fireball of a trebuchet. She jumped up and down and clapped.
"Did you see how far that one was?"
A voice sounded behind me. "What is this?" I spun to see Minseo with gritted teeth. "I was just helping Morgana with self-defense," I muttered. Guilt poured into me, but I couldn't place why.
"Surprise!"
Morgana shouted as she ran to Minseo. He picked her up. "That's amazing, Morgana, but I think you're too young to do something so dangerous. How about we go get some candy in town?" Her eyes bulged.
"The pink kind?"
she said. "Of course," Minseo said. "Wait, Minseo shot me a glare that froze me where I stood. He turned and carried Morgana away without another word. 42. Arthur. I held the breastplate of my new armor in my hands, running my fingers across the ridges of the gold pattern embedded with colored jewels. It reminded me of my stained glass window, and it was the finest piece of armor I'd ever seen. Despite my embarrassing victory, my Uncle Roger had kept his word and completed the set in time. I'd resisted the urge over the last few months to check its progress so I could better appreciate the finished result, and it didn't disappoint. He'd even had time to grant me an additional request, a sword modeled after Excalibur, a wedding present for my most trusted knight, Lancelot. I was hesitant at first when Jeremy told me he no longer intended to kill Merlin, but over the last few months, she'd been instrumental in preparing our troops for war. I'd looked in her eyes as she re-swore her allegiance. I believed her, but even more, I saw the love in her eyes when she looked at Lancelot. He'd mended the burned bridge between Merlin and me, and consequently cemented our victory. With the prized battle mage protecting me, I could join the front lines without the fear of death. The only concern we had was the dragon. Not a person alive had the experience of battling one, and we weren't sure how difficult the task would prove to be. But our strategy was to kill Charlotte first, to break her control over it before it could attack. I was going to be the one to do it. A hero. A legend in the making. My castle was draped in white fabric as the staff prepared for the wedding. It was a bit thrown together as most of our resources were devoted to preparing for the battle our troops would embark on in the morning. But it was common for kings to throw a celebration before a battle. It motivated and rewarded those in attendance, started the battle off on a positive note. It was even believed to bring luck. The cheerful nature of the event seemed to have a positive effect on everyone. The energy was much different than my own wedding, as if the guests as they arrived could detect the genuine love of the couple, a love that had not been present in either party on my wedding day. But I couldn't tell if I was giddy because I was happy for Lance, or if I was excited to take my place in history and Vias as the greatest king who ever lived. As the guests filed into the throne room, I admired their opulence. The women were jeweled with full gowns and expensive wigs and curled towers on their heads, the men in fine silk robes and feathered hats. All of this was highlighted by the sheer white fabric draped around the room and the crystal chandeliers that I'd ordered specifically for the event. I'd certainly made an impact on Bullhorn, and all who lived here enjoyed the prosperity of my reign. Lance entered the throne room, his nerves on full display. He chewed his cheek and shifted his weight from one foot to the other, like a small child in need of liquid relief. Out of the corner of my eye, a man drew my attention. My Uncle Roger. He stuck out of the crowd with his untrimmed beard and a worn suit that had its edges frayed. It was a sandy brown color that had likely gone out of fashion before my birth. In my excitement to receive my armor in time, I'd extended him an invitation to the wedding, but I never imagined he'd accept. I was glad he could see up close the wealth that, as king, I was responsible for, but I felt guilty I hadn't thought to invite him to my own wedding. Roger stood and waved a dirty hand in the air to get Lance's attention. Lance's jaw dropped at the sight of him, drawing the attention of the other attendees. Lance turned and looked up at me, suspecting I'd orchestrated his arrival as a wedding gift. I waved proudly as if I had, but my real gift was the sword that waited for him in his chamber, the one he'd carry into battle when we arrived in Vias. The orchestra who sat at the base of the throne began to play an ethereal but muddled mess of notes, distorted by the strong echo. The door swung open and Merlin stepped through, sending an audible gasp through the room. She was a vision, in a simple, uncorseted white dress that flowed freely as she walked. Her green braids were curled and half pinned up. She looked angelic, a goddess among mortals. But, as if her appearance alone wasn't enough to strike awe into everyone in the room, several flickering candles floated weightlessly around her, moving forward down the aisle with each sandaled step she took. The softness of her peaceful expression clashed delightfully with the obvious display of otherworldly power, and no one could look away. That is, until the sniffles of Lancelot sounded, throwing many of the onlooking guests into tearful reverie. Friends and strangers alike broke under the emotional weight of the ceremony. For the first time, I wondered what it might be like to care for someone that way, and why I hadn't wanted it before.
43. Charlotte. The fall leaves had yielded a radiant display of oranges, reds, and yellows that had already begun to surrender to the wind. It was the season between life and death, and we were as prepared as we could be for the looming war. With Sumin's death a few months behind us, I knew it was time to tell Young about my decision to be with Minseo, but he always seemed too busy. He had volunteered to take Morgana hiking nearly every day, and when he wasn't with her, he was preparing more troops for the war. He had taken her that morning, and I had to commend him on how much effort he put in to be a good father. Morgana always returned with a confidence and strength that I liked to see in her. The crackle of thunder echoed through the mountains, the dark gray clouds threatening to give way to rain. I wrapped myself in my jacket outside of Gabriel's house and looked out towards the west, where Young said he was hiking with Morgana, hoping they'd make it back before the rain. I rubbed my hands together to warm them, but soon retreated to the warmth of Gabriel's home. The fireplace crackled, and Gabriel hummed a familiar tune as he sipped his tea. We'd settled easily into living together again, with Morgana, over the last few months. It felt natural, a slice of normal in our otherwise foreign surroundings. "So," I said as I took a warm gulp of tea, "you haven't mentioned Junho in a few weeks. What's going on there?" I asked. The tea slid to my chest, giving me goosebumps. He raised an eyebrow.
I don't want to jinx anything.
"Does that mean you guys are a thing now?" He sipped his tea, the playful glint in his eyes framed by his dark eyelashes. He teased,
"Are you and Minseo a thing?"
I ran my finger around the rim of my teacup and shook my head.
"What's stopping you? Did you change your mind?"
"Of course not," I said. "I just don't know what I'm going to say to Young."
"How about, 'Sorry, Young, your brother is hotter and more fun than you'?"
I nearly spat out my tea, but instead forcefully swallowed and nearly choked. Gabriel's bright smile eased me. "Gabe," I said, pulling his gaze from the fireplace. "Thank you for coming with me and Morgana. Thank you for always being here."
"We're family,"
he said. I nodded. "If something happens to me in the battle, I want you to be Morgana's guardian." He reached out and touched my arm.
"Promise me nothing will happen. She needs us both."
I turned my gaze to the fire, taking a mouthful of tea before I spoke again. Just in case. The door swung open, and a rain-soaked Minseo stepped in with Morgana in his arms. Young followed closely behind. Gabriel stood.
"Looks like you didn't make it back in time."
"Minseo," I said, feeling a flutter in my stomach. I hadn't expected to see him today, let alone with my daughter in hand. "What are you doing here?" I said. "Mom!" Morgana yelled, dripping water onto the floor as she ran to me. Minseo's cold gaze cut into Young. "Outside," he said, pushing the door open. He followed Young out without another word, closing the door behind them. Gabriel's mouth was agape, his eyebrows raised. He'd clearly heard the venom in Minseo's simple command. I mouthed, pointing to the door.
"Yeah, I think you should,"
he said. Then he turned to Morgana.
"Let's get you out of these wet clothes."
I hurried over to the door, pushed it open, and stepped into the icy rain. Minseo swung, his fist colliding with Young's face. Tell her now!" Young swung at Minseo and missed. He turned and kicked Minseo in the stomach, knocking him to the ground. "Is this your plan to win her over?" Young asked. I ran toward them and shouted, "What are you doing?" Minseo barked, "Tell her! She deserves to know!" Young drew his sword as Minseo got to his feet. My heart raced as I sprinted toward them. "Stop!" I screamed. "Draw your sword," Young spat, holding his sword to Minseo. Minseo held his hands up. "I won't." Young yelled, "You coward! You owe me this much!" Blood slid down his nose. "You went after Charlotte! She's my wife! Draw your sword, you coward!" "I won't," Minseo said softly. I threw myself between the tip of Young's sword and Minseo as the rain slapped against my skin. "Stop!" Young froze in place, and I heard Minseo's voice behind me. "Tell her." Lightning cracked through the sky, shortly followed by a clap of thunder that shook the earth. It sounded like a rock slide, stone scraping stone, growing fainter until the next large blast. Young breathed heavily in silence, his gaze past me to Minseo as he slowly lowered his sword. "Charlotte," he said, "I can explain." I shook my head. "Explain what? I don't understand." Minseo said, "He's been training Morgana for the war. He's going to toss his own daughter into battle." I blinked in disbelief. "What?" I stared into Young's eyes, waiting for him to contradict Minseo, but he remained silent. I spoke again. "No, he wouldn't. She's only 5 years old.
"He did," Minseo said. Tell her that hiking is your code for war training. Tell her that you asked Morgana to lie."
Young took a deep breath. "I can explain." Minseo said, "Charlotte." My heart raced. Minseo's voice blurred with the crack of thunder.
"Charlotte, what are you—" I gripped my dagger.
"No!"
I leapt toward Young, slashing at him with my dagger. He slipped each cut, moving backward out of my range.
"You monster!"
I screamed with a new wave of attacks. A high kick clipped his chin, briefly disorienting him.
"I'll kill you!"
With a sweep of my leg, I brought him to the ground, his sword landing on the stones with a clang. I knelt on top of him, and he didn't resist. I held the dagger over my head, ready to strike. Young's expressionless eyes peering into mine. "I should have killed you from the start." I brought the dagger down. My wrist stopped short as Minseo took hold of it, knocking the dagger from my hand. Minseo's arms wrapped around me, pulling me off Young and holding me to his warm body. My knees buckled, and I felt the warmth of fresh tears on my cheeks as I buried my face in Minseo's chest. 44. Merlin. I felt the shake of Lance's hands in mine as I spoke. "I promise to protect you all the days of my life." His hazel eyes were more brown than green in the light of my candles, and they were wet with joy. He smiled genially as he blinked away the tears. I was sure no one had ever looked at me that way before, with such pleasurable satisfaction, with pure love. "I promise," he said, "to be your family always, and to never leave your side." I squeezed his hands in mine as my thoughts raced. We'd been friends since I'd convinced Arthur to allow me to join Lance on his quest. We'd been lovers since his second proposal, and although tonight would not be our first time together, it would be our first night as husband and wife. We were bound forever. His capacity to love as strong as I'd always known, and finally, for me. I felt fear ring inside me, reminding me he'd wake up one day with a new heart and leave me behind the way he'd done with Gwen. But fear had made a liar of me all my life, and I wanted nothing more than to leave it behind with the girl who was certain she'd be alone forever. The same girl who believed magic was the reason she'd lost her family, and that it was the currency she'd use to buy a new one. But Lance, like always, paid my magic no mind. It was not a gift or a hindrance, just a part of me, like my body or my spirit. I made a conscious choice not to let fear attend this ceremony, so with all the power I stored inside, I wished it away, leaving only gratitude in its wake. I adjusted the strap on my nightgown as I sat quietly on Lance's bed, mindlessly picking at my fingernails. He'd been called into a meeting with Arthur just after the ceremony and hadn't returned for nearly an hour. I was surprised to find a lavish golden sword laid out in the chamber when I arrived. Arthur had spared no expense to commemorate the occasion, and I was excited to see what Lance would say about it. But as the night dragged on and he still hadn't appeared, I let fear creep back in. I sprang to my feet as the door jostled and Lance stepped through. His face was hardened and tense, with bulges on each cheek where his jaw was tensed. His eyes softened when he looked at me, but only for a moment. "What's wrong?" I asked. His gaze swept the room, landing on Arthur's wedding gift. His face brightened. "What's this? It looks just like Excalibur." "Arthur had it made for you," I said. He walked over, running his fingers along the jeweled hilt. He lifted the sword and checked its balance by placing it on 2 fingers just below the bottom of the hilt. Perfectly balanced and excellently crafted. It was difficult to imagine it was made by human hands. "Lance," I said, interrupting. "What's wrong?" His shoulders sagged as he put down the sword and turned to me. "Arthur is sending Galahad, Percival, and Lamorak to lead the charge." It was not an unexpected choice. They were the most battle-tested. I doubted Lance would have been thrown by it, so I waited to hear the news that had been enough to alter his euphoric mood. "We'll go with Arthur to—" He took a deep breath. "To take down Charlotte. Once she's down, no one will have control of Garrix, and it'll be an easy win." My pulse quickened. Charlotte had hurt me. Part of me really hated her for what she did. I was still angry, but she was a prisoner trying to make it back to her family. I desperately wished she would have told me she was leaving. I wish I could have said goodbye or even convinced her to stay. But none of those things could condemn her, and there was no way I could take her life. My mind raced as I sorted through the possible scenarios. Not only would I be unable to kill Charlotte when it came down to it, but I might also have the impulse to save her. That could not only put our entire battle at risk, but more importantly, it could get Lance or Arthur killed. Sensing my distress, Lance walked over and rubbed the cold from my arms. He pulled my face into his chest and ran his hand up and down my spine. I wanted to disappear, feeling a home-like comfort I could scarcely remember from my early childhood. Now that I had Lance's unconditional love, I couldn't remember why I liked to fight to begin with. I had nothing more to prove and no enemies to slay. Lance spoke softly into the top of my head. "I know she's important to you. If I were king, I would stop this. You know, even if we weren't going to fight her directly, she's part of the enemy kingdom. Someone has to lose. It isn't personal. It's war." I nodded, the warmth of his chest easing me. "She's fighting for her family." He pulled back, cupping my face in his hands. "Are you willing to fight for yours?" I turned my face away. He continued, "We can run. You and me, right now. They'd be too busy with this war to go after us." "You'd lose Arthur," I said, tucking a stray mint-green braid behind my ear. "I'd do it for you, if you asked." I closed my eyes and pressed my lips together, then took a deep breath and looked into Lance's hazel eyes. There wasn't a single glimmer of doubt in them. He really would abandon Arthur and Camelot if I asked. My heart flooded at the idea of us together on the road again, but I squelched it as I settled on a decision. "If you'd do that for me," I said, "then I can help you defeat Charlotte." He leaned in and gently kissed me, dimples cutting into his cheeks. "We'll be together the whole time," he said. "Arthur wants to take care of her himself. All you'll have to do is protect us. And Merlin, this is the last thing between you
and Arthur's full trust. I nodded, determination welling inside me.
If Charlotte had the right to protect her family, I had the right to protect mine.
I'd given her the chance to stay in Camelot. She made her choice, and I made mine.
45. Young. The storm had passed along with several hours before I thought Charlotte had cooled down enough to let me explain. While I'd trained Morgana, I was confident Charlotte would eventually understand once I was able to explain. But after seeing the hatred in her eyes as she held her dagger over me, ready to end my life, I was less confident. Still, I knew in my heart that I'd done the right thing. I sat at the edge of Charlotte's bed as she lay facing the wall, her breath steady and slow. "Charlotte," I said. I wasn't sure how much time she'd give me to get this out. "She's much stronger than you think. She can save 1,000 lives. She could be the difference between winning this war and total destruction." Charlotte sat up, turning her face to me. Her stare was cold and her eyes vacant. "She's only 5, she said half-heartedly. "You want her to kill people? She's just a child. I want her to save lives. Men who will die in this battle if she doesn't fight. And you would risk the life of your daughter to win?" It was a question I'd grown familiar with. "There's nothing I wouldn't risk to win." She scoffed and turned away. I continued. "If we don't win, Morgana won't have a home to grow up in." The silence between us pervaded the room, and I had the urge to open the window at the head of the bed to let some of it out. I sighed. Maybe the time had come to tell her everything. "I had planned to die for you and Morgana. You were hidden in that pipe with Minseo, and those guards told me they were going to kill me. I was already bleeding out, but instead of striking me down, the guard dropped his sword and pulled me to my feet, deciding I might be worth more alive than dead." Charlotte turned her gaze to me. "They marched me to Bullhorn and locked me in a dungeon, promising to kill me the next day, and then the next, and then the next. I wasn't sure how long I sat alone in the darkness, wishing for death, but when I finally saw the light again, Drethen was no more, and Camelot had taken form. That's when I met Arthur." My hands were clammy, and I wished I could read Charlotte's thoughts because her face gave nothing away. "He was more boy than man back then, and when he found out I was royalty, he put me in a high tower. It was a beautifully furnished bedroom with a window that filled the room with sunlight and fresh air. But it was a cell nonetheless, locked from the outside. This time, however, I wasn't alone." I looked down at my hands. Another prisoner, about my age, shared the room. My throat tightened to stop me from continuing the story, but I pressed on. "Her name was Sarah. As I thought of her, I chuckled. She was a total pain in the ass. Just talked the entire day away. I assumed she was royalty since she was put in the tower, but she never mentioned where from. I figured that she'd tell me eventually based on how quickly she burned through the topics, but she never mentioned her past with any detail. And I never got the chance to ask her before she died." Charlotte's breathing quickened. "We spent years looking out the window planning hopeless escapes, but it was a straight shot down the tower to a steep cliff and certain death. We fought all the time, too, living so closely. I think she even yelled at me for breathing too loudly. Then, one day, Arthur came to see us. He said that we would leave the next day for our respective kingdoms, and that he welcomed us as the new allies of Camelot." Her eyes began to tear. You see, I'd never really considered why he'd moved me to such a civil jail cell, or why he'd provided me with a female companion. Sarah figured it out first, that we'd become bargaining chips for Arthur. She refused to submit. Instead, she took a chance on her escape. Charlotte spoke softly. "She fell," My jaw tightened. Yes, she fell and she died a hero, saving her kingdom from the fate we now face. I could have followed her. I could have made the jump and died for you and for Vyers like I said I would. Charlotte nodded. You loved her. I exhaled a shaky breath. Out of respect for you, we didn't sleep together. But I did love her. She pressed a hand to her stomach. When I returned to Vyers and confirmed that Sarah had been right, and that my death could have prevented Vyers from being lost, I knew I had to do whatever it took to dethrone Arthur. Only then would Sarah's kingdom, whatever it was, also be freed from the threat of Camelot. Charlotte pressed her lips together, holding in a reaction I desperately wanted to dissect. After a long pause, she spoke. Got it. So this is a grudge match between you and Arthur? So you can avenge your dead girlfriend? Young, listen to me. Putting your daughter at risk doesn't make you brave. It doesn't make you king. It makes you callous. It makes you worse than Arthur. She stood. And if you think I'm going to let you put my daughter's life in danger to save your kingdom, or any kingdom for that matter, know this. You'll have to kill me first. I stood. No, that's not it at all. I knew the second I saw you again that I still love you. We've made mistakes, but I love you and I love Morgana. Let's just get through this battle and we can give us a real chance to be a family. She sighed. They call them sweet nothings because they mean nothing. Young, she said, her voice low. If you're willing to sacrifice your child for anything, you don't deserve a family. A family is a place for children to be safe and protected, not used for their parents' agendas. She headed for the door and reached for the handle to slide it open. Oh, she stopped and turned to me. I know I should have said this before, because I've thought of nothing else since I returned. But I'm in love with Minseo, and I'm going to be with him. Because of Sarah? Or because I trained Morgana and believe in her potential? She put a hand to her hip. Because Minseo would rather be my husband and Morgana's father than the king. That's easy for him to decide when he's next in line, I spat, but she was already gone. "46. Arthur. I stood on the Jin Sea, the wind whipping my face as we loaded our men onto the transport ships. I'd begun this journey with a glow of pride and excitement that felt electric, but that had drained away quickly during our tedious trek to Vyers. There was nothing thrilling or epic about 1,000 unruly men starting fights and getting drunk every night at camp. War was slow and crowded, and my thoughts drifted to what my Uncle Raja had said when he delivered my armor. The sea was the final obstacle between me and my legacy. Once we crossed, we'd be on Vyran territory. They knew we were coming and were prepared for war. Galahad had confirmed this when he returned from his tax collection trip to Vyers empty-handed. I was expecting Vyers to pay if for no other reason than to buy themselves a shred more time, but they'd refused. The only thing that kept me going through the long travel days leading to the war was an image that repeatedly played in my mind of me standing over Charlotte in golden armor, plunging into her with Excalibur, her dragon crashing into the ground beside me. I knew if I imagined it enough, it would come to be. I would be remembered not as a boy who pulled a magical sword from a stone, but as a great king and warrior who defeated a dragon. The boats clapped together, nearly throwing the men off the ladders as they climbed. Ugh. I turned to Galahad, his greasy black hair shining even in the grey overcast. "How much longer is this going to take?" I asked. He smiled at me, his full set of pearly teeth showing. "We're nearly there, Your Highness. Don't worry. It won't be long now. You'll have your chance," he said. I didn't take well to being pacified, but thought a battle would be a waste of what little energy I had left. I felt a hand come down on my shoulder and turned to see Jeremy standing beside me. His plain armor didn't match the stunning Excalibur replica sheathed to his scabbard. Your Highness, he said. Let's have Merlin cover the boats with fog. I looked around at the empty sea in front of us. No, tell her to save her strength. There's no need for such extreme measures. But, Your Majesty, we're crowding our men onto a small number of ships. It would be unwise to doubt your king, Lancelot. He leaned closer. Please, Arthur, he whispered. It looks safe. But there's a dragon out there. I stiffened. Merlin, I called, projecting my voice. Your laziness is giving me cause to doubt you. For God's sake, conjure us some cover. Yes, sir, she said, lifting her hands to the boats. The wind picked up, suddenly heavy and wet. A thick fog settled in around the boats. Just as a hint of satisfaction settled in, the fog began to bleed and swirl with a dark purple color. Merlin! I yelled as the violet fog obscured my vision. It was so dense that it hardly let daylight through. Merlin! What the hell is this? Sorry, Your Highness. It's been a while since I... You fool! You're supposed to conceal us, not put a bloody target on us. A fierce gust nearly took me off my feet and slammed the boats together. But a moment later we stood in a colorless fog so thick the enemy wouldn't see us until we knocked at the castle door. As the last of our men loaded onto our concealed ships, my thoughts once again turned to my Uncle Roger's final words to me. Legends are written not by the man who endeavors to become one, but by those who mourn him.
47. Charlotte. The enemy has practically arrived. We'd been informed just after Arthur and his men reached the far side of the Jin Sea. It was a moment we'd been preparing for, but no one is ever truly ready for war. I wrapped my arms around Morgana and put my forehead to hers. It's time, I whispered. I promise as soon as there's no more danger, I'll come get you. I could feel Minseo and Young watching from behind me and see the shadowed forms behind Morgana of Gabriel and Junho through wet lashes. Morgana stiffened, her voice barely a whisper as she spoke. You have to be safe, she said, through tearful eyes. We'd had many discussions over the last few weeks about today, but saying goodbye to her when I knew it could be the last time made my heart ache. A lump rose in my throat, but instead of melting into a puddle of tears as I wanted, I grinned. Take care of Gabriel and Junho for me. Can you do that? She nodded, her curls bouncing sporadically around her head. Will you make sure they have breakfast and drink lots of tea? She nodded again, this time wiping her nose and face with the back of her hand and smiling softly. My turn, Minseo said, kneeling to Morgana and pulling her out of my arms and in for a hug. Be good, he said. But another wave of sadness hit her and a fresh line of tears streaked her cheek. Hey. Minseo lifted one arm and bent it at the elbow toward his shoulder. Do you see this muscle? Morgana patted at Minseo's bicep, objectively taking a moment to appraise him before nodding. It's strong, right? Minseo continued. I'm going to keep everyone safe. I stood to give them a bit of space as Minseo hugged her one last time. I love you, little girl. I love you, Minnow, she said, her voice muffled by his neck as she nestled closer. Next, Young stepped forward. I'd hardly spoken a word to him since our fight. It was obvious he didn't agree with sending Morgana away, but he gave little resistance since I'd overruled him. Luckily, Morgana didn't seem to sense any animosity between us, even if I'd put an immediate end to their hiking sessions. Young hugged her, but alarm bells sounded inside me when a whispered conversation passed between them. I knew I'd look like a monster if I intervened. Luckily, Morgana always wore her emotions on her face. I waited for her to pull away so I could read the gist of their conversation. Morgana's eyes lowered to the ground thoughtfully. Suspicion bubbled beneath my skin as I watched, but just as quickly as her face had turned thoughtful, it brightened and she waved me over for one final goodbye. I kissed the top of her head, feeling the wisp of her soft curls on my face. I stood and walked over to Gabriel and Junho. "So, Junho's going too?" I asked, my gaze moving between them. I knew exactly what that meant, and I wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to make them squirm as they'd so blatantly done when I first got together with Minseo. It's about time. Junho bit back a smile. Gabriel said, "How do you know he's not just trying to get out of the battle?" Junho shoved Gabriel's shoulder. "Stop," he said with a smile. "You know I feel bad about that." Gabriel reached for Junho to steady himself, their fingers locking together and lingering for a moment before dropping to their sides. My chest warmed as I watched them. They were two of the most gentle and loving men I'd known. And I was comforted to know that if I were to die in battle, Morgana's life would continue to be filled with love and happiness. "Gabe," I said, "thank you so much for doing this. I want you to know that I love—" Gabe placed a hand on my shoulder. "Don't go getting sentimental. It makes me think you won't." His gaze drifted to Morgana and snapped back to me. "You're strong. Beat them." If he wouldn't let me say it, I'd show him. I wrapped my arms around his neck and hugged him. "Wait!" Morgana said. I spun to see her bouncing on the balls of her feet, her eyes wide. "I didn't say goodbye to Garrix." "Garrix is preparing for battle. There's no time to—" With a powerful screech, Garrix soared into view, blocking out the sun's rays before descending. Each powerful flap of his wings sent red and orange leaves swirling around us until he gracefully met the ground beside Morgana. I'd already forgotten she could do that. It was another reason why I was happy to send her far away from the war. Morgana skipped over to Garrix, his scales alight with determined rays of sunshine that pushed through the overcast. Morgana put her face to Garrix, who gave way to a gentle purr as she patted him clumsily on his lowered head. The pit of my stomach flashed a wave of empathy from Garrix that felt like the color pink. Love. Morgana looked cheerful as she waved goodbye to us all one last time before climbing into the carriage. I was grateful that once inside, she could no longer see me. I felt my strong exterior give way. As her carriage shrunk into the distance, my mind recycled one thought again and again. This might be the last time I ever see my daughter. Sadness welled inside me, draining my strength like the horizon drains the sun. Everything beautiful was behind me. I could feel Minseo and Young's expectant gazes, and I wondered if they shared the same pain. My balance wavered, and rather than collapse, I sat willfully on the cold ground. Garrix twitching away from my sadness. "It's okay, Garrix. Return to the farm for dinner." The gusts from Garrix's wings as he flew away composed me a bit, and after a few deep breaths, I was ready to stand again. I sighed. It was time for me to head home for dinner. Just before I pushed myself back to my feet, I felt someone's hands curl around my legs. Minseo lifted me into the air, cradling me in his arms, and I let my head rest against his chest. I couldn't remember the last time he'd held me, or how long since we'd even touched. But his skin on mine sent me a shot of life I desperately needed and suddenly craved. Minseo turned away from Morgana's carriage and back towards the Vyre's capital, drawing my gaze to Young. I felt my heart stutter at his fiery expression. But his molten gaze was not on me. It was on Minseo. With my cheek, I could feel Minseo's heart rate double and his muscles tense. His grip on me tightened. Young's gaze dropped to me, sending ice through my veins. It had been weeks since I'd told Young about my decision to be with Minseo, but all of that had been pushed aside for the war. Now, as the three of us stood face to face, the weight of choosing one brother over the other seemed to hit us all at once. Now that Morgana was safe, I had no reason to harbor ill will toward Young. The real enemy would arrive in Vyres within a week. I was committed to my promise to fight and give my life to protect Young's home, as he'd once done for mine. But if I only had a week left to live, I wanted to spend every second of that time with Minseo, to fill my final days with scarlet red before its comparable life essence was carved from my flesh. I steeled my nerves as Young's blade-like gaze crossed with mine. My anger from his choices had dimmed, and despite the fierceness of his gaze, I knew we were not enemies, but comrades in war. We had one last battle to fight together, and after, regardless of the outcome, my time with him would be at its end. Our men were in place, our supplies were stocked, and all that remained was an excruciating wait.
48. Minseo. As I carried Charlotte away from Young and back to town, I imagined I was carrying her away from her old life towards a new one. But the truth was, Charlotte, Young, and I were all going to the same place, the battle. Even with all the preparations we'd made and Garrick's as a wild card, the Grim Reaper roamed the streets of Vyres and every one of us knew it. Camelot couldn't be defeated, and even if we managed to survive this battle, it wouldn't be long before Arthur tripled their efforts and returned. Our only hope, if there was one, was to kill Arthur. And there was no doubt in my mind that he would closely be guarded by Merlin. I shuddered when I thought of facing off with the earthbound goddess I'd crossed paths with before. It was an honor to die for Vyres, one I didn't want. If I was honest, I wanted nothing more than to take Charlotte, find Morgana, and disappear, away from kingdoms, thrones, and the blood that won them. I gritted my teeth. My time with Charlotte was going to run out again. When I imagined dying alongside her, it was in a much further future. As we neared Gabriel's empty house, I couldn't help but notice how fragile Charlotte actually seemed. She was light enough for me to lift and carry back without exerting myself. My stomach turned at the thought of her on the battlefield. "Am I getting heavy?" she asked, jogging me from my thoughts. "No." Her voice was soft. "You look so serious." We pushed through Gabriel's gate and I put her down outside the door as I unlocked it and stepped inside. We sat by the empty fireplace. 2 wet logs lay charred but still whole as if the home's tenants had left in a hurry. Charlotte's hand slipped into mine. I turned to her, fear barreling into me. I wasn't afraid to die, but losing her, that was unbearable. Char, I was thinking, what if we just go join Gabriel and Morgana? We can start over, find a new kingdom. She smiled as if there was a hidden joke I hadn't intended. She lifted her arm. "Do you see this muscle?" she said. I nodded. "Can you feel how strong it is?" I patted it and nodded. She tilted her head to the side. "We're going to win, Minseo." "You don't think it's impossible?" She lay across my lap, thrusting herself into my arms. "Of course I do. Absolutely impossible. Just like having a magical daughter or a pet dragon." I pulled her closer. feeling the life returning to me with every word she spoke. She went on, "And when we get married, we'll live together. Me, you, Gabriel, Junho, and Morgana." I closed my eyes, picturing the future I desperately wanted, the one that was worth fighting for. My eyes opened and I looked down at her. It felt as if a rock had shattered my daydream. "We can't get married. You're technically still married to my brother." She shrugged. "We'll have to take him out during the battle." Laughter burst from me. She sat up. "I'm kidding," she giggled. "Seriously, that was a joke." "I'm pretty sure that's treason." She sighed and lay back. "Put it on the tab." The laughter had driven out my dark thoughts. I wasn't sure if she meant any of it or if she was just cheering me up. But I got her message. We weren't dead yet, and while we still had time, we owed it to ourselves to cling to our last precious days. I looked down at her and cradled half on my lap and the half in my left arm. Perfect. I ran my right hand through my hair slowly and felt her shudder on my lap. Her breaths deepened. Suddenly a smile flashed to her face and she jolted upright. "Did you just use a move on me?" Grasping at her, I said, "Of course not." I quickly ran my hand through her hair again. "You just did it again." I put my nose to hers. "Listen, Charlotte, if I wanted to make something happen, I wouldn't need a move." I leaned in and kissed her softly, and pulled away to savor the involuntary lean forward she couldn't help. "No," she whispered. "Not gently." My body pulsed. "Yes, my queen," I said as I stood lifting her. I turned and pushed her back onto the couch. Heat surged through me as I slipped her dagger from her scabbard and cut through the strings on the front of her dress. I ripped her dress open and tossed the dagger aside. She gripped me from the back of my neck and pulled me in. She kissed me hard and I matched her, taking a handful of her hair. She arched her back, the corners of her mouth turning up. My body burned, as if the fire beside us had suddenly lit. I supposed while we were still alive she wanted to feel every sensation, to carry the weight of my touch on her body even as we stepped into battle. But with her bare skin against mine, each taste and stroke and kiss blurred time until nothing existed but her. 5 days and nights melted together and brought with it our reckoning. Whatever awaited us in death, the next life, a long sleep, even heaven, could wait. 49. Arthur. I half expected us to battle our way onto the shore, or for the dragon to strike us midway across the Jin Sea, despite Merlin's attempts to hide us. But we pulled our ships up to the Viren harbor without a hint of resistance or military presence. The harbor was scattered with fishermen who didn't seem surprised or impressed by our approach. I turned to Galahad. "Have they given up already?" He flashed a broad smile. "Virens are traditional people. They likely won't attack until you meet the king and declare war on Vyres officially." I crossed my arms over my chest. "It seems like a waste of time. How much farther from here?" "Not far, your majesty. Half a day's walk through the mountain pass." I scanned our soldiers for Lance to no avail, but it only took a moment to spot Merlin. I waved her over, and, as expected, Lance followed closely behind. "Merlin is tired from the fog. We should let her rest a while before we—" I scoffed. "Galahad just told me there was no risk of attack before I officially declare war on Vyres. Your whole idea to have Merlin use her powers to hide us was a complete waste of time and energy." I turned to Galahad, who appeared to be ordering the twins to begin unloading a particular group of soldiers. "Galahad," I called. "Let's get these guys off the ship quickly and move out." He bowed. "Yes, your majesty." Lance grabbed my arm. "Don't forget, Merlin is the one who is supposed to protect you." I pulled my arm away. "It's everyone's job to protect me. It's also their job to follow my orders without questioning them." I knew that if my uncle were here, he'd scold me for my impatience. but he wasn't here. All I had of him was this armor and some vague anti-war advice he'd given before I left. The men unloaded off the ship and separated quickly into their assigned teams, each led by one of my knights. Percival and Lamerick corralled the horses off their transport ships and walked them one by one to the knights. As soon as Lamerick handed me the reins of my horse, I mounted it and headed for the mountain pass. I had no intention of dragging this out. I needed to get things started. I heard the scramble of my army behind me as they streamlined their preparations to catch up with me, and the furious gallop of Lance and Merlin's horses as they rushed to my side. The mountains jutted up from the earth in front of us. They were steep and covered in trees that had a navy blue hue. I felt a twinge of nerves as I scanned the foreign shore, but I certainly wasn't going to need a map to find the mountain pass. When we reached the mouth where the road met the mountains, the path was hardly 5 horses wide. I was glad to have most of our soldiers on foot. The path plunged us into shade that was noticeably colder, and tunneled wind slapped at our faces as we made our way through the winding road. We rode for almost an hour, and the road had very little variation, barring some steeper sections and stones that partially obstructed the path. I hoped that there was flat land and sunshine on the other side. When I'd envisioned this battle, as I'd done compulsively since the idea of going to war settled in, I'd never imagined it in a dark, gloomy tunnel like this, and it irked me. My horse came to a sudden halt. Ahead, the mountains opened the road to a sunlit canyon, and even from the shadows I could see the king on his horse at its center. This was my moment. A rush of fear and exhilaration shot through me as I moved through the last of the narrow path and into the rocky canyon. As my horse moved into the light, I could see rows of soldiers on the far end of the canyon behind the king, and just beyond them was another narrow pathway that I assumed led to their city. I tallied the number of soldiers as I moved out into the canyon, just enough for my own soldiers to fall in line behind me. We were in Viren territory, and by my count we had a few hundred more than they did. I scoffed. No wonder they favored peace. They did, however, appear to be one dragon short. I sighed. This wasn't going to be the legendary battle I'd thirsted for, but a mere skirmish. When the rest of my men were in position, I turned to Galahad. He nodded, and I rode alone to the center of the canyon to meet the Viren king. Frustration built as I neared it. He was gray-haired, his face strongly lined with age. His armor was worn from a long time past, and he wore no flourish or crown to distinguish himself as king. He looked as if he could be quickly eliminated with a chest cold, so I knew I wouldn't earn anyone's respect by striking him down with Excalibur. I swallowed my disappointment as I stopped my horse a few feet from his. We dismounted and met at the center of the canyon. "We do not wish to fight," the old king said. "We can spare the lives of good men. All we ask is that you let us out of your alliance and the trade tax that accompanies it." I gritted my teeth. "You are far too old to be on this battlefield. Where's your heir?" I asked. The king's eyebrows rose. "Where's your heir?" I repeated. "I am the king of Vyres," he said, his tone heavy with confusion. "Prince Minseo of Vyres!" I yelled. "Minseo!" I heard the horse's hooves sound from the far end of the canyon and leaned around the king to see Minseo riding toward us. Ah, excellent. I watched Minseo come closer into view, his body still rife with youth and vitality. "Do not disregard me," the king said, drawing my attention. My heart stopped. The king had drawn his sword. I reached for Excalibur, but there was no time. The king lifted his sword to make his attack on me. "No!" Minseo yelled from several yards away. My instinct was to block my face with my arms. A clang rang out. The Viren king's sword landed on the ground at my feet, followed by the king. I blinked with disbelief as blood poured from his throat, and he gurgled his last breath. Bile rose from my gut. Minseo charged me. "You bastard!" he screamed. Confused and disoriented, I fumbled for my sword, the cries of both armies filling the canyon as they charged. A sudden gust of wind sent Minseo and his horse flying back across the canyon. My mind scrambled to connect with what I'd just seen. Merlin had struck the king to protect me. The concentrated air had been so precise it had mortally cut the king, who was just inches away, and I hadn't even felt it. Her larger gust had bought me time, so I mounted my horse, turned, and rode back toward my soldiers. That's when all hell broke loose.
50. Charlotte. I heard the trumpets sound, signaling the Viren archers to step up to the canyon's edge and take out Arthur's soldiers. It was Young's idea to conceal them to lure Arthur into a false sense of victory. They were only going to get a few shots before Merlin could target them. That's where I fit into Young's strategy. Once the archers attacked, Arthur's men would clump together at the center of the canyon, and Garrix and I could scorch them before the armies even clashed. I pressed my palms against Garrix's smooth scales. Let's go. We rose into the sky, the jagged peaks of the mountains below. As we approached the canyon, my heart sank. The archers were already down, and the enemy soldiers were beginning to spread as they charged across the flat of the land. Lower, Garrix, I willed. Fire. The pit of my stomach clenched as Garrix's response slammed into me. The color black. No. The wind knocked out of my lungs as my mind raced. What? Why? Garrix, we need you to save us. Our whole plan depended on this. Garrix lowered us toward the Viren half of the canyon. With one sharp twist of his body, he tossed me from his back. I landed with a crack on the rocky ground. I watched in horror as Garrix flew out of the canyon and beyond my reach. Camelot soldiers charged toward us across the way. I reached for my dagger as I scrambled to my feet. "Charlotte, what happened?" Young said, reaching a hand out to steady me. I shook my head, my knee stinging from the fall. "Garrix won't kill them. He won't listen." "Get ready," he said. Behind Young, Galahad raced toward us, his horse carrying him far ahead of the foot soldiers. If we had any chance of survival, we had to take out the knights first, and quickly. I could see the darkness in Galahad's eyes and the bloodlust in his wicked grin. My gaze moved to the scarlet-red dragon's sword raised in his right hand. Young drew his sword, and I held my dagger at the ready. Galahad's horse bucked as Minseo rode up beside him, leapt from his horse, and knocked him off his saddle. Young and I stood stunned by Minseo's sudden appearance until we jolted back simultaneously and charged in to help him. The shuffled dirt from the canyon rose into the air like smoke, obscuring my distant view of the battlefield. I'd have to judge the distance of the foot soldiers by sound. Minseo held Galahad down, his elbow at his throat. Galahad thrashed for his sword, which lay just beyond his reach. He jostled, grazing the handle with his fingertips. I grabbed the sword as Young plunged his blade between the gaps in Galahad's shoulder armor. Galahad's fight dimmed. His body convulsed, his mouth falling open to let out a low gurgle that came from the back of his throat. Finally, his movement extinguished. Minseo got back to his feet. My heart slammed my chest as Minseo was badly cut across his cheek, his clothes, armor, and the exposed skin on his hands and face covered in debris and blood. The battle had hardly begun, and he already looked like he was on his last leg. I turned to Young, holding the red dragon-hilted sword to him like I had when I'd first given it to him. "Here," I said. "It belongs to you." He smiled softly, but it didn't reach his eyes. "You keep it. You're the dragon princess, after all." I turned back to the fight. They were nearly here. "I'm no princess," I said. My heart sank as the next wave of attacks was not, as I had expected,
foot soldiers from Arthur's army, but Lancelot, Merlin, and King Arthur himself. Fear tore through me as my gaze locked with Merlin's. If she wanted, I would have been dead already. Why did she hesitate? Had she already expelled too much energy, or had she forgiven me for leaving? After all we'd been through, I didn't want her to be harmed. But keeping Minseo alive through this fight was my top priority, and I'd cut through anyone to save him. Even her. Merlin's armor was scarce, her dark skin lined with intricate markings made with white paint. Her mint green braids flowed free, and her eyes were intense with focus. Minseo squeezed my free hand, sending my thoughts to the 5 days we spent tangled together in Gabriel's empty home. The small, innocent gesture was a goodbye, an act of surrender I wasn't ready to reciprocate. Even if Garrix was gone, the enemy was approaching, and the 3 largest threats had targeted my small group. I wasn't going to go down without blood on my sword. A loud clang drew my attention from the Viren side of the canyon, where Jae-hyun fought one-on-one with Percival. Percival's blade collided with Jae's, sending him to one knee. I turned away, unable to watch, and refocused on Merlin, who was almost upon us. I clenched my jaw as I made a vow to myself not to die. We would find the will to win. Make your move, Merlin. As if she'd heard me, she lifted her hand. A concentrated gust of wind pushed between young Minseo and me, sending us in 3 different directions. I tumbled through the dirt, scratching my face on the pebbled ground. Pain rang out in my limbs, and for a fraction of a second, I considered staying down. Instead, I leapt to my feet and ran to collect my sword a few yards away. I grabbed it and turned in time to see Arthur charging at me, Excalibur raised to strike me down. I delighted in the weight of the dragon-hilted broadsword, relished the power I felt as adrenaline surged through my body. Arthur dismounted his horse and stepped closer, as if a suitor asking for a dance. I touched the tip of my sword to Excalibur. He lunged wildly. I dodged with ease and stabbed my sword toward his exposed side. My blade stopped an inch away from his body. I leaned in to notice condensed air shielding him. I looked back over my shoulder as I blocked Arthur's clumsy attacks. Merlin held back a row of Viren foot soldiers that had made it to us with a wall of wind that only slightly distorted the image of the soldiers on the other side, like a painting. With her other hand, she pinned Young down with a tornado-like gust. How? How could she still protect Arthur? Was her power that unlimited? I'd seen her wear out before. What was she fighting for? Arthur swung wildly at me, and I stepped aside, causing him to stumble and fall. I looked over at Lancelot, who was locked in battle with Minseo. If Merlin was protecting Lancelot too, we had absolutely no chance at winning. Furious, I slammed my sword down on Arthur in a series of slices that should have killed him, but each stopped an inch away from him. Breathless, I swung uselessly at Arthur until a sudden gust of wind from Merlin knocked me off my feet. I landed on my back, and before I could roll away, Arthur stomped his gold-plated boot on my chest and pushed the air from my lungs. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the Viren soldiers breaking through Merlin's wind wall, and Young wiggled beneath the waning tornado. She was finally weakening. If she ran out of magic, we could still win. Arthur lifted Excalibur over me, his cobalt eyes wide with fear as he prepared to end my life. Even as the Viren soldiers pushed through Merlin's gusts and Young slipped from her hold, I realized
they weren't going to make it to me in time. I could hear the clash of Minseo locked in battle with Lance. I turned my attention back to Excalibur, its golden light reflecting gray sunbeams onto my face. I held my breath, suddenly wishing I had squeezed Minseo's hand one last time. A dark shadow passed through the sky. I held my breath. Garrick's. He was too late. Beneath Arthur's armored boot, I felt my bones grind into the rocks beneath me. So this is how I die. Arthur's cold eyes bore into me. His hair was darkened with caked blood, his teeth gritted like a feral beast. Excalibur glinted over me, its blade thirsty for blood. I settled into a moment of acceptance. Comfort covered me like a blanket, and I felt poised to surrender to my final moment, ready to leave this world and all its darkness behind. The ground shook with Garrick's landing, and Arthur lowered his blade. Suddenly, I saw Morgana. In a split second, I thought Arthur had struck, and my thoughts brought her to my mind to bid me farewell. But hurtling toward Arthur was an unnaturally crimson flame, and behind it, Morgana ran toward us. Her eyes were wide with fear, her brows furrowed with determination. "No! Morgana, get out of here!" I screamed. But it was too late. I covered my face with my arms as Arthur lit up in a blast of red fire. I rolled just in time for a molten Excalibur to drop to the ground where I'd just been. "No!" Merlin screamed, releasing Young and sending her hand back with a gust so strong that Arthur's charred corpse extinguished. My gaze moved from Merlin to Morgana, whose mouth drooped in the corner. Her eyes met mine as her shirt filled with the red of her blood. How? I leapt up, half numb to a shooting pain in my leg. I ran to Morgana and pulled her in just as her little body collapsed. I turned her in my arms and held pressure on the source of the blood. Merlin's cut of air had sliced several inches into Morgana. It marred her skin from her hip to her shoulder. My heart beat in my throat. "You're okay, honey. It's okay," I said. But her eyes were already glassy. I looked up to Merlin, whose eyes bulged with understanding. Viren soldiers clamored towards her. "I'm sorry, Charlotte," she whispered. I couldn't hear the words above the battle, but I saw them on her lips. I watched in horror as she dropped all of her spells at once, her eyes carrying the same loss and regret that raged within me. Beneath her, Young pulled himself up, the other Viren soldiers on her heels. Before she took another breath, Young's blade pierced through her. Her gaze remained on me, but moved just beyond me as the light left her eyes and blood dribbled down the corner of her mouth. I traced it to Lancelot, who reached for her before dropping Excalibur and falling to his knees at Minseo's feet. Stunned, I turned away, dropping my eyes to Morgana's lifeless body. I held her to my chest, tears streaming down my face and defeat coursing through my veins. I screamed with every ounce of power left in my body. The battlefield went quiet as both sides halted their advance. "The king has fallen," I heard a voice say. My body shook. I would not accept this. Morgana wasn't dead. Take me instead. I clutched my dagger. I couldn't let her die without me. I had to go with her into whichever realm she moved to. This couldn't be real. She couldn't be gone. I pulled her back to look down at her face. She was more doll-like than ever, breathless and already growing cold. I swept a curl from her face, already missing the smile I knew I'd never see again. "Morgana!" I screamed, my throat already raw. "Morgana!" I sobbed, holding her to my chest. I didn't know if the world had gone quiet or if I could no longer hear it. All was still, each second dragging into an endless eternity, as my daughter failed to take another breath. She saved me. She saved us all. I threw my head back, whispering my thoughts to any deity that would listen. Take me instead, I begged. Why would she come here? She was safe. Had she called Garrick's? I moved my gaze down from the sky to Minseo. Tears streamed down his face as he watched me, a lump of what was once Sir Lancelot at his feet. I shook my head, willing Morgana's heart to beat again. I reached in my heart for the magic that Merlin had tried to coax from me, but there was no magic. My daughter was dead.
51. Minseo. I wasn't sure what was more agonizing, Charlotte's screams or Garrick's, as he echoed her pain so vividly. The crackling sound had brought the entire battle to its end, the canyon dust settling. Garrick's shielded Charlotte and Morgana with his tail, but it was too late. They could no longer be protected. One was dead and the other broken. I walked over to Charlotte, who hugged her lifeless child. I wrenched her dagger from her hand and kicked it away. It clanged on something metal, and I looked up to see Arthur's charred crown. I lifted it, warmth still embedded in the gold. I had so many questions. Why was Morgana here? My thoughts drifted to the day I saw her training in the mountains. My gaze lifted to Young. The moment I saw him, I knew the truth. He told her to come. He put the idea in her mind that she could save her mother if she joined the battle. I walked over to him, his sword still lodged in Merlin's chest. Her dead eyes still open and sorrowful. Young shook beneath my gaze. I'm sorry, he said. It's my fault. She's a child, I said, my thoughts blank as my emotions took over. It's our job to protect her. He nodded, tears falling from his eyes. He reached out and took the tip of my sword and put it to his chest. I'm sorry, brother. I thought I could save Vyers. You have saved Vyers, I said, gesturing to the frozen battlefield. Was it worth it? His face dropped as he cried. He spoke again, but his voice shook too hard to understand. Please, he said, pulling my sword to his chest. It's okay. He killed my daughter. He made every sacrifice to save his kingdom, and as I looked at the stunned armies and corpses of Camelot's leaders, I knew he'd somehow made us victorious. But the cost was too great. Many years ago, I'd raised my sword to my brother and lived to regret it. But taking his life wouldn't bring Morgana back. She was gone. I held out the late King Arthur's crown. Take it, I said. His gaze rose to the charred crown and his brow came together. You are the new king of Vyers and Camelot, if you wish. You've certainly sacrificed a lot for it. Take it! I yelled, filling the canyon. He shook his head, tears streaming down his blood-splattered cheeks. He took a steadying breath and took the crown, the pooling sadness in his eyes an indication he understood this was goodbye. I took one last look at him. We are no longer brothers. I turned away and walked over to Charlotte. I sat on the ground beside her and put my arm around her shoulders. Morgana's curls tickled my hand. I looked over to Garrick's and saw the sorrow in his eyes. I could feel his heart sink with mine as I rocked Charlotte back and forth in agony. Under her breath, I heard her mutter, "Take me instead." My stomach clenched, my whole body rife with pain, and still my heart beat in sync with Garrick's. Caught in his gaze, all I could think about was how I wished I could take Charlotte's suffering away. And I too wished I could take Morgana's place. Garrick's laid his head beside Morgana, a whimper slipping through his fangs. The warmth of his breath sent dust through the air around us. Sunshine beamed through the golden hour as if nothing had been lost. Garrick's breath slowed more than mine, throwing off our sync, and for a moment I thought he might have fallen asleep. But he was very still. Something was wrong. I stood, placing my hand on his body, and when I didn't feel his breath, I put my face against his scales. "What's wrong?" Charlotte whispered, her voice gravelly from screaming. "Garrick stopped breathing," I said, listening to his chest for any sign of life. Charlotte looked at me, fear in her eyes. Panicked, I spun. "What do I do?" Adrenaline swelled when I heard her whisper. "Morgana?" she yelled. "Morgana?" My attention snapped down to the child in Charlotte's arms. Morgana fidgeted, then pulled herself up. Disbelief surged through me as Morgana wiped away stray curls from her face. I dropped to my knees, taking her tiny hands in mine. Charlotte continued to whisper to her. "Morgana, honey, talk to me, please." Charlotte ran her hands up and down Morgana's body where the wound had been, frantically trying to find it. But it wasn't there. Her skin was inexplicably unmarred. "Morgana, baby." Morgana reached up and touched Charlotte's face. "Is the war over? Did I do good?" Charlotte nodded, tears running down her cheeks. "Of course, baby. We beat those bad guys. You did great." Morgana smiled wearily, resting her head on Charlotte's chest. "Good." Abruptly, she sat up and looked at Garrick's. She jumped up and to his side. "Gary! Gary, wake up!" But Garrick's didn't stir. Charlotte turned to me, confusion in her eyes. "Did he?" I nodded, my mind going back to the moment when our heartbeats fell out of sync until his faded away completely. I think he gave his life for hers," I whispered. Charlotte stared at me and took a labored breath. "Did I make him do that?" I shook my head, unable to answer. It was possible she had, and I wasn't sure if we'd ever know for certain. "He loved Morgana," I said. I looked over to Garrick's, Morgana's panicked hands pushing at his scales. I sat down next to her and explained that Garrick's had passed on. I told her it was okay, that he loved her and was ready to go. I wiped her tears. He came to us to be a hero. And he was. I swallowed a mouthful of pain as Morgana fell to her knees and cried. My heart ached for her, for Charlotte, for us all. The sudden quiet loss of Garrick's drained the last bit of strength in me. A gentle, loving hero had once again faded to mere myth. Even though she never said it, I was certain Charlotte blamed herself for his loss. But the guilt she carried was a price any parent would pay for more time with their child. We sat, quiet in our thoughts of Garrick's, of the carnage, and of Morgana. We rested until Morgana cried herself out and we could start to think about leaving that awful place. "Charlotte, can you walk? Maybe we should think about leaving, going home." She looked at me blankly. "Shouldn't we bury Garrick's? I mean, we can't just leave him," she muttered. I took her hand in mine. "I need you to take Morgana to Gabriel's. I'll take care of the rest." She nodded, lifting Morgana and scrambling to her feet. Her gaze turned to Young, and I shuddered at the darkness in her as her rage bore into him, fearful she'd attack. But Young was already broken. She passed wordlessly, carrying our daughter to the safety of the Viren capital. Among the carnage of war, I wondered if any of us would ever be the same again, or if these vivid horrors would fade in memory, and the lessons carried forward to birth a better world. Where there is love, there will always be loss. Where there are kingdoms, there will always be wars. So when the dust settled, Charlotte and I took Morgana to a land outside the scope of kings and queens. 52. Young. I sat on my father's throne, Arthur's golden crown taking its toll. Even though it had been a month, I still hadn't gotten used to its weight. I drew a circle with my finger on the armrest. There was so much still to do, decisions to make. "Your Majesty," Hanbit said, "King Reuben of Farisa has arrived." I waved him in, and a few moments later the stubborn king stood at the foot of my throne. "Your Majesty," he said, bowing low. I don't know what to say. I underestimated you. I should have joined your cause. I'm very sorry." He dropped his gaze. "Farisa is at your mercy." He looked up to me, his posture diminished. He was the last of the kings to arrive, the last of the 5 neighboring kingdoms that I'd asked to help with the war. They'd all given different variations of the same apology. Since the start of Arthur's reign, fear had been the currency between kingdoms. They'd all come in person to find out if the new king of Vyres would prove to be another cruel tyrant. I handled each one with forgiveness, cementing strong alliances between their kingdoms and Vyres. But I knew the truth. I was a cruel king. I'd made a choice, duty over love. And as my gaze gravitated to the empty throne beside me, I wondered if I'd made the right one. I stood. "I appreciate the gesture of you coming all the way here, but I harbor no ill will towards you or your kingdom. I've dissolved Camelot's tax, and I look forward to nurturing the relationship between our kingdoms." King Reuben's face lit in surprise. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He backed away, as if attempting to flee before I changed my mind. As he got near the door, he turned back. "You know, Princess Yue of Nilith is unmarried. I could put in a good word." My thoughts shifted to Charlotte, the pain in her eyes, the ring of her screams on the battlefield as she held our lifeless child. I swallowed a lump in my throat as I remembered the warmth of her smile, of how her soft skin felt under my fingers. "Thank you," I said, "but I'm afraid I must respectfully decline." He nodded, giving a half-smile before he left the throne room. I sat back on my throne, exhaling my conflicted nerves. A woman's voice filled the room. "You're not going to try and remarry then?" My throat tightened. "I thought you were already gone." Charlotte walked across the room to the base of my throne. Her curls were half pinned up but flowed freely in the back. My body tensed. She wore a simple, long-sleeved dress from the West that cut wide at the neck and exposed half her shoulders. "I came to say goodbye," she said. Frozen, I watched her ascend the stairs one by one. My pulse raced with each step until she stood in front of me, her face unreadable. I swallowed my nerves. "I see you've come alone." She nodded. "Minseo is with Morgana." The way my brother's name sounded on her lips, as if he belonged to her more than to me, stung. I stood to challenge her intense gaze. "You're really going then?" "Yes." She reached out to straighten my crown, and I considered kissing her. "There," she said. "That suits you." As I watched her, I wondered if we were really so different. Hadn't she taken her young dragon into battle to save Viren lives? Didn't we share the same intentions? I took a deep breath. "Look, Charlotte. Don't," she said, shaking her head. "It doesn't matter what you say now. It's already done. We've made our decisions." She pressed her lips together and tucked a stray curl behind her ear. "Now you're king. I think you're going to help a lot of people." I took her hand and put it to my chest, my heart racing beneath her touch. "Charlotte," I said, but my voice came out as a whisper. I felt the sting of tears in my eyes as a surge of desperation washed over me. This is goodbye? Forever? I knew why she was leaving. She had every right. But how could I let her go? How was I going to stop loving her? Despite everything, My voice shook. Will this feeling ever stop? She paused, her gaze locked with mine. A smile touched the corners of her mouth. "Probably not," she said. We laughed, our hands locked together against my chest. Tears slipped through my laughter, my heart grateful for one last beautiful minute with her. She slowly pulled her hands away, and for a brief moment, she stood silently in front of me. Her eyes glistened with sadness. My heart tensed as she turned away, walking out of the throne room and my life. I had my answer. I chose wrong. When I took the throne, I'd intended on forgiving every king who wronged me, and now the only one left was myself. "I love you," I called as Charlotte's silhouette filled the doorway. And when I think of that moment, I tell myself I heard her whisper, "I love you too."
53. Charlotte. I've heard it said that King Young of Vyers is the greatest king who ever lived. They say he planned the battle where King Arthur fell, along with his knights and battle mage. King Young returned the stolen territories to their original kingdoms and ruled over Vyers, which prospered with the allegiances of goodwill he forged. They say he's a man of honor, justice, and respect. When I hear these things, I feel warm, knowing he became the man he always wanted to be, that his world was all he imagined. But my world was filled with the gentle whisper of unspoiled joy. I cut the green onions and slipped them into the stew as I heard the steady knock of Gabriel cutting wood. Junho looked up from his teacup in the living room as the voices outside grew louder. "Faster!" Morgana shouted. "You're getting heavy," Minseo responded. The door opened, and Minseo stepped through, carrying Morgana on his back. I smiled to myself as I continued to stir the stew. My stomach fluttered as I felt Minseo's breath on my neck, his arms wrapping around me. "How is my love?" he asked, kissing my neck. A chill slid down my spine. "Very well," I said, biting back my grin. He put his hands on my waist and spun me to face him. His lips brushed mine. Next, he bent, brought his lips to my enlarged stomach, and kissed it. "And how is my baby?" he asked. I smiled, lifting his face back to mine. "Very well. Have you given the name any thought?" I laughed, pushing his hair from his eyes. "You mean Garrix? I think it's a wonderful name." He paused, his smile fading as he searched my gaze thoughtfully. "And what if it's a girl?" "How about Merlin?" This concludes Kingdom Untold, the third and final book of the Kingdom Cold series. This book was written by Brittni Chenelle and performed by Lessa and Jake McAskill. If you enjoyed this production, please like and subscribe for more excellent content from these creators and performers. Text copyright 2019 by Brittni Chenelle. Audio production copyright 2023 by Brittni Chenelle. Thank you so much for listening.